Chapter 1272. Today's matter was simply too much of a test of one's heart's endurance. First, Xiao Chun dreamily killed one Emperor Wu. Following that, he announced a piece of shocking news that could shake the entire Kunlun realm. Xiao Chun said indifferently, "How can I take back what I said? Are the few of you planning to work together to kill me? However, even if you kill me, I will not take back what I said." Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered as he held his saber. His clear eyes were as bright as stars and gems. As he stood on the arena, he withstood the auras of 7 Emperor Wus. However, he did not seem flustered at all. Xiao Chen's elegant demeanor made several people who had already left the plaza unwilling to shift their gazes away. A fervent light appeared in someone's eyes as he muttered to himself, "If I can have even a tenth of the Blue Dragon King's demeanor in this life, it will be worth it." Calm, persistent, calm, and tyrannical. If not for the mental barrier of advancing to martial emperor in 5 years, the Blue Dragon King's life would be perfect. Even if he fails to advance to martial emperor, the demeanor of the Blue Dragon King cannot be erased. I have never seen a young, outstanding talent that can face 7 Emperor Wu so calmly. The appearance of a king made several people reluctant to leave. As they looked at Xiao Chun, their gazes filled with worship. Dong, dong, dong. Footsteps resounded. It was Lan Xiaobai and the others. They arrived behind Xiao Chun at the same time. At the crucial moment, they chose to stand behind him. Even though they were not strong enough now, their intentions were clear. "Are you going to resist to the end?" The red-clad old man from the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace said in a low, threatening voice. Xiao Chun retorted indifferently. "What do you mean by resisting? I am purely trying to revive the sect of my ancestors. As a man of the Xiao clan, everything I do is normal. Seniors, there is no need to misunderstand. The Blue Dragon King re-established the Dragon's Gate not to rule the world. He is just fulfilling his responsibility to his ancestors." Lan Xiaobai tried to ease the atmosphere, so he explained, "Is it your place to speak?" The red-clad old man raged in his heart, but he could not find an outlet to vent his anger. When he saw Lan Xiaobai speak, he did not bother to distinguish right from wrong, so he clawed at Lan Xiaobai. The berserk dragon roared furiously. His clothes trembled violently, bringing with it a heaven-shaking aura. His claw slashed out, as if a true dragon had stretched out its dragon claw from the void. It was extremely terrifying. "Xiao!" A gentle breeze blew in the air. The red-clad old man had just taken a step when he discovered a scabbard pressed against his throat. The person who had attacked was naturally the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chun. He had only casually raised his hand to silently break the old man's powerful attack. This caused him to feel stifled, not daring to make any moves. Xiao Chun gently moved his wrist, and the lunar shadow saber spun around before he withdrew it. Only at this moment did the red-clothed old man's long hair, which had been blown up by the wind, fall down slightly. Fear flashed in the red-clad old man's heart. He looked at Xiao Chun and quietly took a step back. For this fellow to defeat Bai Feng so easily, he definitely did not rely on luck. The other 6 Emperor Wus all had similar thoughts in their hearts. They all unconsciously took a step back as well. With this step back, the strong aura of these Emperor Wus immediately dwarfed Xiao Chen's. The so-called heir of a king did not depend on who shouted the most ferociously or whose aura was the strongest. There is something called an aura field that would unknowingly make the opponent feel that they were a level lower than them. Where did this air come from? Naturally, it was because one was confident in one's heart and had real moves. Otherwise, with just a few words, an expert would expose one's pretense and trample on one's face. When the tens of thousands of people outside saw this scene, they suddenly understood why Xiao Chun was so calm. This was because Xiao Chun did not fear these 7 Emperor Wus at all. In their eyes, the aloof first Heaven Emperor Wu was nothing to Xiao Chun from the very start. When an ant shouted at an elephant, how could the elephant lower its status and get angry at the ant? The Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony will be held on the 28th of this month. If the seniors are free, we will definitely give you the highest treatment." After the 7 Emperor Wus stepped back, Xiao Chun said calmly with a cupped fist salute, not showing any arrogance on his face. When a person performed a cupped fist salute under certain circumstances, it meant that he was sending off the guest. "Don't worry. At that time, the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace will definitely arrive on time and give you a big gift," the red-clad old man said through gritted teeth. Then he flung his hand and left, his rage evident in his words. Although the Emperor Wus present were unwilling, they had to admit that they were no longer qualified to speak on equal terms with Xiao Chun. As for being superior, there was no need to even think about it. One by one, they swung their hands and left. However, the expressions in their eyes did not disappear. Clearly, they would not let this matter rest. In a distant pavilion in the city, the 3 martial emperor elders of the Lunar Palace, Myriad Fiend Island, and the Inyang Paradise entered deep thought when they saw this scene. The 3 of them were rather neutral. Originally, they just wanted to watch a duel that would shock the entire circle of Emperor Wu's people. Unexpectedly, the truly explosive thing was what Xiao Chun said after the duel. Compared to the news of the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment, the commotion caused by that duel was nothing. The heir of a king is clear to see. At such a young age, he already has such an heir. It is easier said than done to get the other Holy Lord to not fear him and believe his words. The Myriad Fiend Island's martial emperor, Wu, shook his head and sighed. Tigers were feared not because tigers ate people, but because tigers had the ability to do so. The Myriad Fiend Island's old man's words hit the nail on the head, exposing the logic of bandits in this world of power. One would not be killed because one wanted to dominate, but because one had the ability to do so. The world absolutely could not allow a second Qing emperor to appear. They absolutely could not let the Dragon's Gate be re-established. The re-establishment of the Dragon's Gate would make Xiao Chen's luck even stronger. Most of the Holy Lord's people would not be willing to see such a scene. The Lunar Palace had always maintained a neutral policy. They would not express their stance on any matter at the first moment. At this moment, the female Emperor Wu, whom the Lunar Palace had placed in Heaven Dragon City, showed a rare change in her expression. Clearly, the news of Xiao Chen's re-establishment of the Dragon's Gate startled her, and she had not completely calmed down. When the Myriad Fiend Palace's old man heard this, he smiled faintly and said, "The Myriad Fiend Island is at the periphery of the heavenly starry ocean and rarely interferes with the internal affairs of the human race." Earlier, when the Blue Dragon King entered a state of berserking chi deviation, he did not rush to make a decision. I wonder if he can remain calm this time? When Xiao Chun entered a state of berserking chi deviation, this was a rare opportunity to kill him. The value of Xiao Chen's head tested the hearts of many cultivators. However, in the end, the Myriad Fiend Island's old man remained unmoved, choosing to remain calm. However, this time, Xiao Chen's words made it even harder for the Lunar Palace to remain calm. The Myriad Fiend Island's ancient fiend smiled calmly and said, "There is no need for the Lunar Palace to worry about this. I am more curious about the Lunar Palace's attitude. 10,000 years ago, the Qing Emperor had a lot of stories with the Lunar Palace." The Myriad Fiend Island's ancient fiend laughed loudly and quickly left, preparing to send news of the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment back to the Myriad Fiend Island. Humph! Rage flashed on the Lunar Palace's Emperor Wu's face as she left as well. Only the mature, charming woman from the Inyang Paradise remained. As she looked at the distant Xiao Chun, her charming face lit up. Boundless grace, truly moving. No wonder Susu nearly fell for him when she saw him. If he were still young, I would not have dared to look at him. How unfortunate. The Inyang Paradise was famous for its dual cultivation. The female disciples did not have a good reputation, but no one knew about this. Such a sect had the inheritance of the ancient and motionless sect. While it looked unrestrained and unrestrained, one could not fall in love. Once one fell in love, it would damage the foundation of their cultivation technique, resulting in a backlash. After the 3 left, none of the Emperor Wus from the other holy lands of the Heaven Dragon Island remained. These martial emperors would definitely spread the news of Xiao Qin's re-establishment of the Dragon's Gate to their holy lands in the shortest time possible. After that, the news of the re-establishment of the Dragon's Gate would spread throughout the entire Kunlun realm in less than 3 days. This would result in a huge change. Up in the arena, Lan Xiaobai watched all the Emperor Wu's leave. He heaved a sigh of relief. However, when he thought about how many more Emperor Wu's would arrive on the 28th, he could not help frowning heavily. Xiao Qin's expression did not change much. He took out a name list that he had prepared long ago and handed it to Lan Xiaobai. He said, "This is the list of honored guests. Brother Xiaobai, I'll have to trouble you to send them invitations." Lan Xiaobai casually opened the invitation, and his expression suddenly froze. When he saw the names on it, he was somewhat flabbergasted. "Xiao Chun, are these really the honored guests of Heaven Dragon City willing to come?" The Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony was not an ordinary ceremony. Coming was not just to congratulate Xiao Chun, but also to express their attitude, to show their support. Right now, Xiao Qin's relationship with the various holy lands was not very good. Under such circumstances, very few could withstand the pressure and come. Hence, Lan Xiaobai asked this. Xiao Qin replied with certainty, "It should not be a problem to send half. Several of the people here owe me favors. I believe that my judgment of people should not be too bad. All right, I'll go and make the arrangements." Lan Xiaobai revealed joy on his face. As long as half of the people on the name list could come, the pressure on Heaven Dragon City would decrease significantly. Xiao Chun turned his head and said to Imo Chun, "There is still half a month. I'll leave the arrangements for the re-establishment ceremony to you." Imo Chun nodded obediently and said, "Don't worry. Leave it to me. This is just a small matter." That was right. To Imo Chun, this was indeed just a small matter. The important thing in her heart was that she wanted to personally help Xiao Chun. However, Xiao Chun improved too quickly. Now, even when facing First Heaven Emperor Wu, he could achieve an overwhelming victory. As for Mo Chun, even if she had the Book of Heavenly Works and improved rapidly, she still could not compare to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun turned his head and looked at the many friends beside him. Yu Chenxi, Jin Lin, and the others all showed worried expressions. He smiled and said, "Let's go. Do what you need to do. This is not too difficult." To Xiao Chun, this was indeed not the most difficult hurdle. Compared to the great tribulation of wind and fire, this was far from it. If Xiao Chun could not even clear this hurdle, then he could forget about his great tribulation of wind and fire. He might as well just scatter his cultivation and be an ordinary person. Chapter 1273. After returning to his own summit, Xiao Chun continued to comprehend the Saber Domain. He kept feeling that this Saber Domain contained many mysteries. Even Senior Lan Xiaofeng probably had not completely comprehended it yet. Many things were still vague to him. Ao Jiao, don't you think that Senior Lan Xiaofeng's understanding of the Saber Domain is not that incredible? Senior Lan said that the Saber Domain was about the word domain. That was the right direction. However, Xiao Chun felt that aside from the domain, the saber was equally important, perhaps even more so. If it were anyone else, they would definitely not dare to doubt their predecessors. However, Xiao Chun was different. He had never been someone who only followed the path of others. Ao Jiao had followed the Thunder King, Sang Mu. Sang Mu could even comprehend the innate Thunder Crystal. Naturally, he comprehended the Sword Domain. Hence, Ao Jiao had some understanding of this. Actually, Xiao Chun, think about it. Look at the entire Kunlun realm. Consider the entire Kunlun realm, the vast oceanic world, the Kunlun continent, the ancient races living on the other planets, and so on. Adding everything together, how many Emperor Wu do you think there are? Xiao Chun had not thought about this problem in detail. It was not easy to become an Emperor Wu. However, once one became an Emperor Wu, they would be able to live for at least 2,000 years. How long was 2,000 years? During this time, many Emperor Wu would be born. There would also be some greater heavenly Emperor Wu and sovereign martial emperors who lived even longer. It would not be strange for them to live for 5,000 years. Adding all this up, the Kunlun realm should have more Emperor Wu than Xiaoqian imagined. After all, there were just the 5 major races of the Kunlun continent. Aside from the corpse race and the ghost race, the other 3 races had populations in the tens of billions. However, no matter how many there were, they would not be that many. The threshold of the great tribulation of wind and fire was still there. Xiao Chun estimated the number of Emperor Wus in the Kunlun realm. Including those old monsters who had lived for thousands of years, there would not be more than 3,000. This was the highest estimate, perhaps even fewer, less than 2,000, or a little more than 1,000. Of course, all of these were just guesses. Xiao Chun would only know the real answer when he became Emperor Wu. There were tens of billions of people, and Emperor Wu only had 3,000. With such a comparison, one could see why Emperor Wu had always been so high and mighty. Ao Jiao continued. Let's go with the maximum that you mentioned. Of the 3,000 martial emperors, how many can comprehend a domain? Xiaoqian frowned and replied, I'm afraid there are only about 100 people. After saying that, Xiaoqian came to a sudden realization. How could such a small group of people possibly have such a thorough understanding of the various domains? Perhaps all his doubts could only be answered after he left the land of exile. Right now, although Xiao Chun had not advanced to martial emperor and had not reached the level of a peak expert like the Haoyan Prime or the Flame Rock Sovereign, he was still a martial emperor. However, this was the first time he felt the restrictions of the Kunlun realm on him. He felt helpless, hating the heavens for being too low. As Xiao Chun comprehended at the summit, a storm brewed. In the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace, the Western Sea Dragon King, who was a sovereign martial emperor, was the first to receive news of Xiao Chen's intention to re-establish the Dragon's Gate before all the Holy Land's masters. Re-establishing the Dragon's Gate in my Western Sea? Where am I? My wild ambitions are finally exposed. Rumble. Waves surged for 50 kilometers around the Western Divine Dragon Palace, and tsunamis surged. A red dragon image could be vaguely seen in the sky, roaring furiously. The Dragon King is angry. When all the affiliated islands of the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace saw this mysterious phenomenon, they all revealed horrified expressions. The Western Sea Dragon King had retired for many years already. All the affairs of the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace, big or small, were managed by the 3 Vice Palace Masters. Ordinary people had not seen the Western Sea Dragon King for many years already. In the most extravagant palace of the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace, the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang sat on the throne in the middle with a scarily sullen expression. In the palace, the 3 Vice Palace Masters and 10-odd martial emperor elders all sat upright and still, not daring to breathe too loudly. In Ao Lang's memory, the old Dragon King rarely got angry. This time he was truly angry. In the vast palace, an old man lowered his body and said something in a soft voice. This person was the old man that Xiao Chun forced back that day, the hidden pawn that the Western Sea Dragon King planted in Heaven Dragon City. This old man had the family name Zhong. At this moment, he lowered his head, not daring to look at the Western Sea Dragon King. Continue. Whilst did he say, that inexperienced brat, with just a little bit of success, he soared to the sky. Ao Lang continued with a sullen expression. Old Zhong thought for a while before continuing. That brat said that he would welcome the Dragon King and many other holy lords to watch the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony, and that he would give you the highest treatment. Humph. Ao Lang smacked the armrest heavily, unable to suppress his rage. He stood up and said, What the highest treatment? I'll go and meet this brat. Let's see what kind of treatment he will give me. Normally, Ao Lang was not in the Divine Dragon Palace. He spent his time adventuring in the starry heavens, seeking breakthroughs. This time, he received an urgent request from the 3 Vice Palace Masters, so he rushed back reluctantly. Originally, he thought that it was nothing major. Unexpectedly, not only did the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace get overtaken by a Heaven Dragon City, but a youth even beat up one of the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's martial Emperor Elder Silly. The more ridiculous thing was yet to come. This inexperienced brat actually dared to say that he wanted to re-establish the Dragon's Gate. This was simply infuriating. The three greater Heavenly Emperor Wu's Vice Palace Masters quickly stood up. At the same time, they advised, "Big brother, you can't do that. You can't do that." The few of them knew that this big brother of theirs was famous for his fiery temper. When he did things, he rarely considered the consequences. Indeed, when the three Vice Palace Masters heard that Xianxia wanted to re-establish the Dragon's Gate, they immediately had an impulse to charge over personally. How could that do? If it were that simple, the various holy lords would not have been helpless against Xianxia until now. One should not forget that the one behind Xianxia was the Thunder King. Aside from the Thunder King, there was also the Haotian Prime. If the Western Sea Dragon King went over, he probably would not be able to teach Xianxia a lesson. Instead, the Thunder King would teach him a lesson. The three Vice Palace Masters stated the pros and cons, trying to dissuade the rash Western Sea Dragon King. A.O. Lang waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I know how horrifying the Thunder King is. I just want to see what kind of person the descendant of the famous Qing Emperor is." The moment A.O. Lang said that, the three Vice Palace Masters heaved a sigh of relief. This made sense. After all, A.O. Lang was an overlord-class character. No matter how angry he would not act rashly. The three of you split up and go to the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace, the Northern Sea Divine Dragon Palace, and the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace. This time, not only do I want to gather all of Neptune's old subordinates, but also the various holy lands. I want to suppress them with power. When the others heard that, their expressions changed slightly. "Big brother, that is not good, right?" After the various holy lands receive the news, I believe that they will not be able to hold themselves back. However, no matter who it is, they will not be willing to take the lead. After all, the bird that sticks out gets shot. If the Thunder King comes to settle scores after this, we will be the first to suffer. A gleam flashed in A.O. Lang's eyes. He said, "How can I not understand such a simple principle? However, now that things have reached this point, do you think I have any other choice? If this fellow were not in the Western Sea, I would not be taking the lead. Cut the crap. Just do as I say and do it quickly." After the various factions of Heavenly Star Island arranged for Emperor Wu to return, the many immortal holy lands and ancient noble clans received news of Xianxia wanting to re-establish the Dragon's Gate within one day. The upper echelons of the Lunar Palace, the Zodiac Hall, the Heavenly Province Academy, the Inyang Paradise, the Myriad Fiend Island, and the Five Poisons sect gathered together with grave expressions. The upper echelons of the Zodiac Hall and Heavenly Province Academy, who already had enmity with Xianxia, were enraged. Back then, the prestige of the Dragon's Gate was so great that every holy land had records of it. Regardless of which holy land it was, no one was willing to see the Dragon's Gate reappear. What really worried people was the fear that Xianxia would become the second Qing Emperor. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Qing Emperor had said, "Xianxia will become the second Qing Emperor." Then, the immortal Holy Land, the Minor Thunder Temple, was destroyed in an instant, and all of its inheritances were severed. None of the Holy Lands were willing to see such a tragedy happen to them. However, the upper echelons of the various Holy Lands did not have a good idea as to how to stop Xianxia. All of them felt a headache. One day later, the news of the Blue Dragon King wanting to re-establish the Dragon's Gate spread throughout the entire Heavenly Starry Ocean, inciting many cultivators to discuss it. Anyone with some common sense would know what kind of risk this would entail and how furious the upper echelons of the Holy Lands would be. Along with this news came another rumor. The Blue Dragon King, Xianxia, personally killed a martial Emperor Elder of the Five Poison sect before tens of thousands of cultivators. After the Four Seas hero gathering, Xianxia, who had fallen silent in the Heavenly Starry Ocean, became the focus of everyone's discussion once again. When the outstanding talents, who were waiting for Xianxia to become a meteor, heard this news, they all turned ashen and dispirited. Before advancing to martial emperor, Xianxia could already kill a bona fide Emperor Wu. Even if he became a meteor, Xianxia would definitely be the most resplendent meteor in the history of the entire Kunlun realm. 2 days later, the news spread throughout the entire oceanic world. The major factions of the Black Sea, the Human Demon Sea, the Dragon Grave Sea, the Storm Sea, and the Ice Sea all heard of it. When the Lunar Palace's holy daughter, Yu Bingyun, who was searching for the 10,000-year-old ice lotus in the Ice Sea, heard this news, she was stunned. He is too rash. How can he decide to re-establish the Dragon's Gate at this time? Without hesitation, Yu Bingyun immediately put down what she was doing and rushed to the Lunar Palace. All she wanted was to return quickly and see if she could influence the Lunar Palace's attitude. Given her position as the next palace master of the Lunar Palace, she should be able to put in some words. If the re-establishment of the Dragon's Gate failed, Xiaoqian's luck would be greatly affected. Yu Bingyun could not help but worry. 3 days later, the news spread to the Kunlun continent. All the peak factions of the 5 domains were set abuzz. Compared to the factions of the heavenly starry ocean, these Kunlun continent factions were much more at ease. After all, Heaven Dragon City was simply too far away. The only exception was the land of the human race's 3 holy masters. The Phoenix's Passion Palace, the White Emperor City, and the Divine Martial Gate, the 3 holy lords, gathered together once again. The reason for this was very interesting. With just one sentence, Xiaoqian stirred up the entire Kunlun realm, shocking the world. Since ancient times, probably only Xiaoqian could do this. A huge storm slowly brewed. No one knew how big of a commotion it would cause on the day of the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony. Chapter 1274. As for the main character of this incident, the Blue Dragon King Xiaoqian, he was not as anxious or nervous as others imagined. He even looked rather relaxed. Dark clouds churned above Xiaoqian's mountain peak, and thunder roared endlessly. Occasionally, electricity flashed in the air. Xiaoqian lay on a rock, looking at the scenery with an indifferent expression as he toyed with the lunar shadow saber with one hand. Sometimes, the lunar shadow saber landed on Xiaoqian's fingertip. In the next moment, Xiaoqian's arm gently bumped into it. The lunar shadow saber moved about nimbly, like Xiaoqian had an extra arm. The lunar shadow saber's movements were graceful and natural, revealing a simple beauty. Suddenly, the dark clouds in the sky were sliced in half by an invisible force, like a sharp blade. It was like a soldier avoiding a general. This was the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang. As he walked over step by step, he used his invisible aura to carve out a path for himself in Xiaoqian's saber domain. The Western Sea Dragon King is here. Sorry for not coming out to greet you. This junior has been impolite. Ao Lang grabbed the leaping lunar shadow saber with a flip of his hand and gently placed it on the ground. Xiaoqian did not stand up. Instead, he sat on a flame rock and said indifferently as he looked at the newcomer. Within Xiaoqian's saber domain, Ao Lang felt like he was in his own world, completely unaffected. Ao Lang sized up Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian had long hair, white robes, and a handsome face. His eyes were as deep as an ancient well. Xiaoqian exuded an unperturbed, calm, and composed air. What a strong mental state. After seeing me, he can still remain so calm, not angry, not arrogant, and not rash. However, Xiaoqian's next words and actions incited the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang's rage once more. Since Xiaoqian already knew his identity, he still did not stand up to greet him, putting on airs before him. You also know that you were impolite? You're the first blue-robed emperor who dares to sit and speak to me. Who taught you to be so arrogant? Although the Western Sea Dragon King was furious, it was not that he did not act rashly. Instead, he grasped a point and started to pressure Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian smiled faintly and said, "You are a senior, a 7th heaven sovereign martial emperor. He can kill me with a single thought. I was supposed to be humble and bow. But you are the West Sea Dragon King, and I'm also the Blue Dragon King appointed by the Thunder King of Bushin Palace. We are both Dragon Kings. If I were to bow my head to you, it would be equivalent to Bushin Palace lowering its head to you. You would not be able to accept my bow. Ao Lang's expression changed slightly. Xiao Chun was eloquent. What a great... I'm not worthy of his respect. Ao Lang had no way of retorting. He easily neutralized the pressure from his words, not giving him any chance at all. Xiao Chun stood up and continued. Senior, you are probably here for the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony this month, right? What advice do you have for me? Feel free to speak freely. Ao Lang narrowed his eyes slightly. For the first time, he felt that this youth before him was exceptionally difficult to deal with. It felt like his hands and feet were tied. Let me ask you this. Did you think about the feelings of my Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace when you established the Dragon's Gate in this Western Sea? If the luck of Heaven Dragon City increases, the luck of my Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace will definitely decrease. Do you think that there is anything to discuss between us? Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes and said sullenly, Of course there is. Since the decrease in luck is unavoidable, why not assess the situation and rely on whoever has great luck? Naturally, my luck will not decrease. Instead, it will rise with the tide, rising higher and higher. If we oppose each other, naturally, it will be hard to avoid a decrease in luck. When Ao Lang heard this, he laughed loudly and said, You are really boundlessly arrogant. You are just an insignificant consummation blue-robed emperor, and you actually dare to say such words before me. You want me to assess the situation and make the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace lower its head to you? You are too naive. Naive? Xiao Chen's lips curled up slightly. With a flash, he landed on a tall rock at the edge of the cliff. Then he stood at the highest point of this world and looked down at Ao Lang. Dragon King, are you still unable to see the situation clearly? This world has changed long ago. Soon, a golden age will descend. Batches of outstanding talents will push open the Emperor's door. In a situation, all decaying things that do not know how to adapt will be washed away by the current until their bones shatter. If we can take advantage of the situation, the old tree can blossom. The withered tree will gain new life and rise further. Western Sea Dragon King, can't you see through it? Or do you feel that you are a 7th Heaven Martial Emperor and a Sovereign Martial Emperor? That is already something to be proud of, and that there is no need to improve further? A strong wind blew. This was the wind of kingship. As Xiao Chan stood on the rock, he silently spread out the state of kingship from his body. The separated thunderclouds in the sky slowly closed. Xiao Chen's saber, domain slowly forced the Western Sea Dragon King out. The Western Sea Dragon King frowned heavily. He did not resist, letting the other party force him out. In reality, as long as the Western Sea Dragon King was willing, Xiao Chun would not be able to force him out. However, Xiao Chen's words caused the Western Sea Dragon King's mind to buzz. The Western Sea Dragon King entered deep thought. This world had already changed. If one did not follow the trend, one would end up getting crushed by the surging current. The Western Sea Dragon King's original intention was to use the trend to force Xiao Chun. Who knew? In the end, Xiao Chun actually used the trend to force him. Boom! Suddenly, the Western Sea Dragon King startled awake. He glared, and his aura burst forth. With this glance, the thunderclouds in the sky immediately turned to nothing. The thunderclouds were gone, and the sunlight immediately swept down, bathing the top of the mountain in golden light. What a great Blue Dragon King! If he becomes Emperor Wu, with such elegance, he will definitely be able to convince me. Ao Lang calmed himself down and said indifferently, If you become a martial emperor, perhaps I might be able to stop after hearing what you said. However, even though you are now in limitless glory, tribulation clouds cover your head. You cannot even determine your own future, yet you want to convince me? After saying that, the Western Sea Dragon King stepped forward. Ao Jiao said coldly, I'll give you a chance. If you give up on re-establishing the Dragon's Gate now, my Divine Dragon Palace will definitely not seek trouble for your Heaven Dragon City in the future. Otherwise, don't blame me for forcing you with my momentum. On the day of the Dragon's Gates re-establishment ceremony, I will show you what the trend is. Even gods and Buddhas cannot stop me. Bathed in the sunlight, Xianxia faced the Western Sea Dragon King's overbearing aura. Then, he enunciated every word clearly. In that case, I will respectfully await your arrival. Show me the overwhelming momentum that you speak of. Humph! The Western Sea Dragon King stomped his foot and said coldly, "Goodbye. Don't blame me for bullying you, not giving you a chance." Bang! 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 The instant the Western Sea Dragon King turned around, the mountain below Xianxia crumbled, turning into countless shards. Under the Western Sea Dragon King's foot, the tall mountain crumbled and crumbled effortlessly. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Since Senior destroyed this mountain, then bring it back as well. The white-robed Xianxia instantly drew the lunar shadow saber in his hand. Whoosh! The originally crumbling saber domain quickly recovered in an instant, and the thunderclouds were formed. The instant the saber light flickered, the mountain, which had shattered into countless shards, reformed with the vast saber intent that Xianxia executed with his saber domain. However, this time, it no longer looked like a mountain. Instead, it looked like a saber. A 3-kilometer-long saber flickered with purple electric light. As Xianxia swung his saber, it moved like lightning towards the Western Sea Dragon King. Disdain flashed in the eyes of the Western Sea Dragon King. Then, he turned around and threw a palm strike. 7 layers of light appeared behind him. The vast primordial energy caused space to ripple like water. The force of the palm strike blocked the saber. As expected, the scene of the saber turning into powder did not appear. Instead, it gave off a muffled sound like thunder on a clear day, echoing in all directions. Xianxia sheathed his saber and smiled. "I'll have to trouble Senior to take this mountain away." A grave look flashed in Ao Lang's eyes. He could tell that Xiaoqian's saber domain had already reached a certain level. Earlier, when Ao Lang looked over, his vast aura had not shattered the other party's saber domain. However, it had followed Xiaoqian's thoughts and instantly hid in the surroundings. The saber domain had always been there. Hence, the other party could rely on the saber domain to execute such a strong saber strike in such a short time. Good saber technique. You have made this king see you in a different light once again. I will borrow this mountain for now. I will return it to you after the Dragon's Gates re-establishment ceremony. In this battle, he had unknowingly fallen into a disadvantageous position before Junior. Ao Lang felt that he was too ashamed to remain here. He suppressed the rage in his heart and turned his head to glare at Xiaoqian. Then, he left Heaven Dragon Island at lightning speed. Like a little bird, Xiaoqian slowly descended from the sky. A light flashed in his eyes as he muttered to himself, "Saber domain, saber domain. The saber is in front, and the domain is behind. Of course, the saber is more important." This exchange with the Western Sea Dragon King allowed Xiaoqian to gain an even more thorough understanding of the saber domain. Xiaoqian could no longer cultivate the saber domain according to the experience of others. Senior Lan had only led Xiaoqian through the door. Xiaoqian could only rely on himself for the rest. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wind whistled, and 2 figures landed. It was Mo Chun and Lan Xiaobai rushing over at the same time. When they saw the mountain where Xiaoqian cultivated turn into nothing, their expressions changed drastically. "What's going on? Who was here earlier?" Xiaoqian answered honestly, "The Western Sea Dragon King, Ao Lang." When Lan Xiaobai and Mo Chun heard this, their hearts sank at the same time. A shadow flashed in their minds. The commotion caused by the Dragon's Gates re-establishment ceremony was already starting to show. It had only been a few days, and the Western Sea Dragon King could not help but come out personally. In that case, what kind of pressure would he face during the Dragon's Gates re-establishment ceremony in the future? Ao Lang showed a sullen expression as he returned to the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace with a huge stone saber on his back. At this moment, the 3 vice palace masters of the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace had already rushed to the other divine dragon palaces. The martial emperor elders had gone to seek out the many holy lands of the heavenly starry ocean. When the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master Yu saw Ao Lang return, he revealed an expression of joy and immediately led some people to welcome him. "Father, you must have taught Xiao a ruthless lesson, right?" Yu said excitedly. Back then, Xiao had forced him to his knees with one palm strike. That memory was still fresh in his mind. Ao Lang showed a sullen expression, not saying anything. Yu could not make out Yu's expression, so he continued to smile and chatter. As Yu sized up the exaggerated 3-kilometer-long stone saber, he said, "Father, this is your war trophy, right? This saber is pretty good. What rank is it? That brat Xiao will definitely feel the pinch." "Pa!" After suppressing the rage in his heart for a long time, Ao Lang could no longer hold it in. He slapped Ao Lang's face and said, "Trash. If you had even a tenth of Xiao elegance, I would not have to worry so much about him re-establishing the Dragon's Gate." Only then did the group of attendants realize that the Dragon King had suffered a loss at Heaven Dragon Island and was currently feeling depressed. Chapter 1275. Bang! Xiao Lang put down the stone saber on his back, causing the ground to tremble. The lightning saber intent on the saber had yet to vanish, crackling and flickering endlessly. Ao Lang said coldly, "Look after this stone saber well. On the day of the ceremony, I will personally deliver it to that brat." After thinking for a while, Ao Lang looked into the distance and said indifferently, "I'm afraid that I will have to personally go to some places." After personally seeing Xiao, Ao Lang's heart turned even heavier. The Blue Dragon King, Xiao was much harder to deal with than he had imagined. At the same time, the envoys of the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace arrived in the various holy lands of the heavenly starry ocean. When these holy lords heard the purpose of the envoys' arrival, they all rejoiced in their hearts. Just as they were worrying about how to deal with Xiao, the Western Sea Divine Dragon King stepped forward to lead the charge. This was simply the best outcome. One Xiao was not scary. What was scary was the Haotian Prime behind Xiao and the Thunder King. Since someone was willing to bear this unknown revenge and take the lead to ruin the ceremony, these holy lords were naturally happy to do this favor. The Heavenly Province Academy, the Five Poison Sect, and the Zodiac Hall, these three immortal holy lands, did not even think about it before agreeing to the Western Sea Dragon King's invitation. Only the Inyang Paradise, Myriad Fiend Island, and the Lunar Palace did not respond immediately. As for the other ancient noble clans, most of them agreed. On Myriad Fiend Island, Di Xinhan, who had fought with Xiao at the Four Seas Hero Gathering, did his best to dissuade the many fiends on the island from participating in the Western Sea Dragon King's plan. Di Xinhan advised, "Uncles, I fought with this Xiao before. It is fine if this person is nothing, but he will definitely not be a second Qing Emperor. The Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony is most likely the responsibility of the Xiao clan's descendants to revive the Dragon's Gate and protect its inheritance. Dear, you are still young. You do not know what it means for him to re-establish the Dragon's Gate. Whether he is willing or not, when the Dragon's Gate is re-established in the heavenly starry ocean, the luck of the various holy lands will uncontrollably flow to him." Di Xinhan shook his head and said, "This is a reason that only the weak would agree to. The strong and the weak depend on themselves. If that's the case, then even if our demon island is given great luck, it will certainly not be able to develop." As they argued endlessly, an aged voice suddenly came from the simple and unadorned palace. "Just prepare a generous gift for the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony. Don't participate in anything else." The moment the voice rang out, the faces of everyone present changed. The one who had spoken was Patriarch Myriad Demon. The old ancestor of the Demon Island has a supreme status on the Demon Island. Like the Lunar Palace's Palace Master and the Zodiac Hall's Astral Lord, he was one of the three primes. When the old ancestor spoke, the group of elders immediately stopped objecting. Di Xinhan heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt somewhat suspicious. He had no idea why the old ancestor, who had been in seclusion for 1,000 years, would suddenly care about this matter. The bewitching women of the Inyang paradise discussed for a while before rejecting the Western Sea Dragon King's envoy as well. On the other hand, he giggled and asked the emissary to stay in the Inyang paradise for a few more days. This startled the emissary into laughing abashedly and quickly leaving. The women of the Inyang paradise were famous for being ruthless. How could the emissary dare to stay? This made the group of women cover their mouths and laugh endlessly. Inside the Lunar Palace, the Lunar Palace's palace master, who had been tempted by the emissary's persuasion, was interrupted by Yu Bingyun, who suddenly rushed back. After learning that Xiao Chun had saved Yu Bingyun's life, the Lunar Palace's palace master showed a complicated expression, remaining silent for a long time. Yu Bingyun, who was at the side, felt very nervous. She did not know what decision her master would make in the end. Just take it as repaying him a favor. The Lunar Palace will not participate in this matter. As for whether he can clear this stage or not, that will depend on himself. The Lunar Palace will absolutely not help the Qing Emperor's descendant. Yu Bingyun's heart sank. This was not the result she wanted. However, when she saw her master's firm tone, she did not dare to say anything more. Of the 6 immortal holy lands, although 3 of them confirmed that they would not participate, the Western Sea Dragon Kings still managed to win over the other 3 holy lands and most of the ancient noble clans. Together with them, they would be a colossus that could force any faction to give way. The Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang personally appeared and gathered the leaders of these factions together. Then, he started to discuss the countermeasures that he had prepared long ago. The countermeasures were very simple. They would use their strength to suppress others, using their vast faction to put boundless pressure on Xiao Chun, making him give up on re-establishing the Dragon's Gate. The storm targeting the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony had already accumulated horrifying energy. Once the time was up, it would launch a sneak attack. However, the Western Sea Dragon King still did not seem satisfied. After organizing the factions of the Heavenly Starry Ocean, he personally set off for the Kunlun continent. At a certain mysterious seabed in the Heavenly Starry Ocean, Yiling, who had already reconnected his arm, walked hastily through the palace at the bottom of the sea, rushing to a secret room. The most mysterious person in the entire oceanic world sat in the secret room, the Treasure Master. Yiling did not push open the door to the secret room. In reality, even a sovereign martial emperor would find it hard to push open this door. Outside the secret room, Yiling directly said, "Father, the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony will be held in half a month. At that time, Xiao Chun will re-establish the Dragon's Gate and formally establish the Dragon's Gate." However, there was no commotion from the secret room at all. It seemed like the person inside was not interested in this news at all. "Father, say something." He broke off both my arms. "You have not helped me take revenge for this. Now he is going to re-establish the Dragon's Gate. Could it be that we are just going to watch as that happens?" Yiling said in a somewhat trembling voice as he knelt on the ground, feeling anxious. Inside the secret room, the Treasure Master, who was shrouded in black shadows, opened his eyes. 14 images surrounded him, guarding him. If one looked carefully, one would discover that these images were exactly the same as the huge, immortal statues that the Treasure Master controlled in the Heavenly Starry Ocean. However, they were much smaller. "I have my own plans for this matter. There is no need for you to worry about it. Cultivate properly and don't waste your time," the Treasure Master said indifferently. Yiling did not get up. Feeling dissatisfied, he asked, "Father, when can I take revenge for my arms?" "Anytime, as long as you are stronger than him. There is no need to continue pestering me. You are interrupting my closed-door cultivation." The Treasure Master waved his hand, and a strong energy surged through the air. Whether Yiling was willing or not, he was pushed out of the many barriers, unable to enter again. Undercurrents flowed, and a storm arrived. Xiao Chun, who stirred up such a storm, did not show much anxiety. He continued to comprehend the island in a seemingly leisurely manner, cultivating without stopping for even a moment. Xiaochen would only read the letters he received when he was free. The people in the letters were all honored guests that he had invited to participate in the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony. As Xiaochen looked at the letters with roughly the same content, he felt gratified. Xiaochen did not have many friends. However, at the crucial moment, they would help him without hesitation, not delaying at all. The Northern Sea Alliance's alliance chief, the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea, the Geomaster Jiang Tian, the merfolk Queen Yao Yin, the White-Bone Sovereign, all these people replied with simple words. However, their attitudes were very clear in their words. After putting away the letters, Xiao Chun muttered, "Western Sea Dragon King, you want to use power to suppress me. Let's see who will be the one suppressing whom." Right after Xiao Chun put away the letters, a guest arrived in the courtyard. Imochen walked in a hurry. Imochen appeared somewhat fatigued. Aside from fatigue, there was also a heavy look in the depths of her eyes. Seeing Imochen enter, Xiao Chun revealed a smile. He stood up and invited her to take a seat. Then, he personally poured tea for her and served her well. "Big brother Xiao Chun, there is no need to be so polite with me." Imochen picked up the teacup and took a sip, smiling faintly. "It's what I should do. I owe you too much. Everything I do is what I should do." Xiao Chun said sincerely, his words filled with sincerity. Imochen and Lan Xiaobai had been the ones handling the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony. They had been incredibly busy, not having any time to rest. On the other hand, Xiao Chun, the main character of this matter, was surprisingly idle. Aside from comprehending the Saber domain, he did not do anything else. When Xiao Chun wanted to help, Imochen sternly rejected him, not letting him interfere. In reality, Xiao Chun also knew that Imochen felt sorry for him. Imochen knew better than anyone that the one under the greatest pressure in re-establishing the Dragon's Gate would definitely be Xiao Chun. If Imochen could help Xiao Chun a little, she would definitely do her best, not letting Xiao Chun worry too much. Imochen put down the teacup and cut to the chase, directly stating the purpose of her visit. "Everything is ready. We will start paying respects to the ancestors 3 days from now. Xiaobai told me to come and inform you." Paying respects to the ancestors was the first step of the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony. After paying respects to the ancestors, it was time to open the doors to welcome guests and receive congratulations from all over. What would come would eventually come. However, now that it really came, Xiao Chun could not help but feel somewhat rueful. Is it starting? Time really flies. Time did indeed pass very quickly. If Xiao Chun counted carefully, he had already been in the Kunlun realm for 14 years. Since he left most cities Xiao clan, it had been even longer. When he looked back, only a blink of an eye had passed. "Big brother Xiao." Imochen interrupted when she saw Xiao Chen's somewhat distracted expression. Xiao Chun recovered his wits and smiled. "I understand. I will make my preparations 3 days from now. Paying respects to the ancestors is a major matter. There cannot be any mistakes." Imochen revealed a trace of worry in her eyes. There is no need to worry about paying respects to the ancestors. Even if those people do not understand the rules, they will not cause trouble at this time. After paying respects to the ancestors is the unveiling of the plaque. We will have to accept the congratulations from all over. This is the key. When paying respects to the ancestors, no one would come and cause trouble for you. However, it will be hard to say when people from all over came to congratulate you and open the doors to welcome guests. A resolute light appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. "I want to re-establish the Dragon's Gate. No one can stop me." 3 days later, the paying respects to the ancestors began. Xiao Chun stood in the middle, with Imochen and Lan Xiaobai on his left and right. Yu Chenxi, Jin Lin, Yu, and the others followed behind. The group had solemn expressions as they arrived at the Blue Dragon Mausoleum outside Heaven Dragon City. Buried under the Blue Dragon Mausoleum were the remains of the Dragon's Gate Primes, the heroic spirits that fought to the death for the Dragon's Gate. Many nameless tombstones stood erect, adding a sense of solemnity to this solemn atmosphere. Xiao Chun knelt on the ground, feeling a sense of responsibility and emotion in his heart as he knelt before these Dragon's Gate martyrs. In the past, the Dragon's Gate swept through the world, achieving great military merits. However, luck fluctuated. The Qing Emperor fell, and the Dragon's Gate was destroyed. 10,000 years later, there were no inheritances. Chapter 1276. During the solemn and respectful ancestral worship ceremony, an old man announced the glory and decline of the Dragon's Gate in a loud and clear voice. Originally, most people already knew about this matter. However, such a scene deeply touched everyone's hearts. In the history of the Kunlun realm, no sect had ever had such a glorious history as the Dragon's Gate. The Dragon's Gate swept through everywhere, unrivaled in the world, and no one dared to disobey it. However, such a strong sect did not fall to the deep abyss demon races in the end. Instead, it fell to the many holy lands of the Kunlun realm. The glory came to an end. The Shao clan's direct bloodline was chased down to the lower realm, becoming a small clan that declined. Just for the sake of survival, they had to struggle in fear. They could not even deal with a few unranked clans. If the story ended here, it would only make people sigh a little before there would be no more. After the Qing Emperor, the white-robed Xianxia appeared. In a few short years, he gained great fame in the Kunlun realm. He swept through all the younger generation of the Kunlun continent and the Four Seas. Now, as a consummation blue-robed emperor, Xianxia defeated a true Emperor Wu. After the Qing Emperor, Xianxia carried great luck and fame, announcing to the world that the Dragon's Gate, which was destroyed 10,000 years ago, would reappear today. The ancestral worship ceremony proceeded in an orderly manner, following the procedure that Lan Xiaobai had prepared long ago, proceeding step by step. Splash, splash, splash. Xianxia picked up a flask of fine wine and poured it all over the ground. Then he slowly raised his cup. The Dragon's Gate's direct descendants behind him raised their cups as well, facing the Blue Dragon Mausoleum and draining it in one go. Xiaoqian's eyes blazed with determination. He had waited too long for this day. He had also waited long enough to offer this cup of wine to the heroic spirits of the Dragon's Gate's ancestors. Let's go. Everyone, follow me. Let's open the gates and welcome the guests to congratulate the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment. Xiaoqian placed the empty wine cup on the ground. Then, he turned around and led the group to the Blue Dragon Plaza. There was an unveiling ceremony waiting for Xiaoqian. There was also a storm waiting for Xiaoqian to endure. Many guests filled the Blue Dragon Plaza. The Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony was a major event that had already startled the entire heavenly starry ocean. Almost all the cultivators who did not have urgent matters on hand and did not need to enter closed-door cultivation rushed over. This was a rare event that happened once in 1,000 years. These people did not want to miss this chance. Moreover, everyone knew that there would definitely be a good show to watch during the ceremony. They casually prepared a congratulatory gift and waited for the show to begin. On the high platform, Xiaoqian sat in the middle, looking at the bustling crowd in the square. His expression did not change much. Lan Xiaobai had already made arrangements to welcome these cultivators from all over the world. Aside from a small number of people who were qualified to stand on this high platform, the rest did not need Xiaoqian to personally welcome them. I am Feng Bing of the Eastern Sea. I am here to congratulate the Blue Dragon King on re-establishing the Dragon's Gate. The Southern Seas Sky Splitting Sect is here to congratulate the Blue Dragon King on re-establishing the Dragon's Gate. The Autumn Water Palace is here to congratulate the Blue Dragon King on re-establishing the Dragon's Gate. We present a congratulatory gift. People kept coming to congratulate him, and the gifts were casually placed aside, piling up like a mountain. It was noisy and bustling, but Xiaoqian's heart was tranquil. Aside from standing up to greet people he knew and reminiscing about old times, Xiaoqian's gaze remained fixed on the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet on the high platform. The Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet was personally made by the Qing Emperor using the heaven-subduing stone. At this moment, it was covered by azure dragon flags. However, when the dragon banner was unfurled and the mountain tablet reappeared, the most crucial step of the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony would be completed. Seeing that it was almost noon, The people around Xianxia started to get anxious. For some reason, the honored guests of the heavenly starry ocean, who should have arrived long ago, did not show up even though the unveiling ceremony was about to begin. Xiaochun, something seems to have happened. Lan Xiaobai sent an anxious voice projection. Xiaochun remained calm, indicating that there was no need to worry. Reporting. The Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang leads the divine dragon palaces of the four seas, the 7 colored dragon marquises, the 3 immortal holy lands, and the 9 ancient noble clans to congratulate the Blue Dragon King on re-establishing the Dragon's Gate. It was a long list of names, and every single one of them had a shocking background. They were all overlords of a region, and as they read on, their voices began to tremble. At the entrance of the Blue Dragon Plaza, the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang laughed loudly as he led a group of people over in a grandiose manner. These people's footsteps were heavy as they walked over in a grandiose manner, causing the ground to tremble. Their auras were pressing, and their gazes were as sharp as sabers as they pointed at Xiaochun, who sat in the middle of the high platform. The most eye-catching thing was that each of these people carried a 3-kilometer-long weapon on their back. Be it a stone saber, a spear, or a treasure sword, all of them were made of stone without exception. They looked very strange, inciting discussion among the crowd. After Ao Lang walked in, the extraordinarily bustling plaza instantly turned extremely quiet. No one dared to speak loudly. Everyone knew that Ao Lang was here to cause trouble. When everyone looked at the various major characters with overwhelming auras beside the Western Sea Dragon King, their hearts sank. Under the pressure of the strong auras, they found breathing somewhat difficult. Ao Lang laughed loudly and said, "Little brother Xiaochun, as you wished, this king and the other fellow Taoists arrived on time. Hey, something seems off. Xiaochun, your pomp seems a little small. Why do I not see a single one of the 9 ranks of the great families? The re-establishment of the Dragon's Gate is a little too stingy." Ha ha ha. Xiaochun's heart skipped a beat. He guessed that something had happened to the 9 ranks of the great families that he invited, and the Western Sea Dragon King blocked them. However, Xiaochun did not panic. Ao Lang might be able to block the people of the 9 ranks of the great families. However, he did not believe that the other party could block the truly major characters. Xiaochun stood up and said with a double meaning, "Senior Ao is too kind. With the group of people that Senior Ao is leading, the pomp is already sufficient." Ao Lang smiled and said, "Since we are here, we cannot come empty-handed. Blue Dragon King, please give us some face and accept my Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's congratulatory gift." Right after Ao Lang spoke, his face sank. He raised a huge stone saber on his back and circulated his primordial energy, charging ferociously at Xiaochun. The 3-kilometer-long stone saber was as large as a mountain. Infused with primordial energy, its destructive power was easy to imagine. "Blue Dragon King, please give us some face and accept my 5 poison sex congratulatory gift." "Blue Dragon King, please do not give us any face for the congratulatory gift of my Heavenly Province Academy. There's also my Zodiac Hall's congratulatory gift. Please, Blue Dragon King, accept it as well. The ancient noble clans have also prepared a generous gift. Please, Blue Dragon King, accept it." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Amid everyone's startled cries, 10-odd 3-kilometer-long sabers infused with primordial energy surged towards Xiaochun, who was on the high platform. The honored guests on the high platform had never seen such a formation before. They all paled in fright as they quickly fled. Every 3-kilometer-long saber was made by a greater heavenly Emperor Wu, at the very least. Such a horrifying attack was equivalent to 10-odd greater heavenly Emperor Wu launching their peak strikes at the same time. If Xiaochun stood there and did not leave, aside from getting injured to the point where he could not get up, there would be no other result. As Xiaochun looked at the incoming sabers, rage burned in his heart. He had long expected that the Western Sea Dragon King would do anything to disrupt the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony. However, he He had not expected it to be so direct. A powerful storm roared over. If Xianxia did not retreat, he would definitely die a horrible death. However, he was the Dragon's Gate's master. If he retreated, this Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony would be a joke. This was a pile of lethal congratulatory gifts. Even if he did not want to accept them, he had to accept them. The Western Sea Dragon King smiled coldly and said, "Blue Dragon King, if you do not even give us this little face, I think you might as well stop holding this Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony. You're not even accepting our congratulatory gifts. Your Dragon's Gate must be filled with wild ambition, completely looking down on us." The sky was completely covered by dozens of giant blades, blocking all the sunlight. The square was instantly plunged into darkness. The 10-odd huge sabers pressed towards the high platform, seemingly slowly, but were actually very fast. As they moved slowly, they pressed down on the entire space, looking like waves surging and surging. Everyone knew that with Xiaoqian's strength, he would not be able to receive these 10-odd huge sabers. However, the Western Sea Dragon King still said that. Clearly, he wanted to force Xiaoqian into a dead end. Although Xiaoqian could defeat the first Heaven Emperor Wu with his current strength, he was only a consummation blue-robed emperor. After all, how could he receive so many huge sabers? Each of the 10-odd huge sabers contained a strong strike from a greater heavenly Emperor Wu. Even just one saber was more than enough to deal with Xiaoqian. Furthermore, there were 10-odd sabers at the same time. This was simply asking for his life. It's over. Now, the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony is going to fail from the start. Xiaoqian will definitely not dare to receive the attacks of 13 greater heavenly Emperor Wu. How unfortunate. I thought that there would be an evenly matched fight. Unexpectedly, the Western Sea Dragon King is so decisive, not giving Xiaoqian a chance to vent at all. The unveiling ceremony of the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony has not started yet. It looks like it will die in the womb. Even if it does not die in the womb, he will not be able to re-establish the Dragon's Gate. Did you not see what kind of people are following the Western Sea Dragon King? As the discussions continued, all the guests on the high platform had already left in fright. Only Xiaoqian and Imochen remained. A horrifying might pressed down, and the two felt heavy pressure on their shoulders. It was like they were carrying a mountain, wanting to crush every inch of their bones. "Big Brother Xiaoqian, I'm going to activate the Heaven Dragon City's Blue Dragon Heaven locking formation. Otherwise, I will not be able to receive these 14 huge sabers." The Heavenly Dragon City itself was a huge secret treasure. When it was built, every corner tower was covered in complicated array patterns. There were restrictions everywhere. Although it was not completed yet, the Blue Dragon Heaven locking formation in the city was more than enough to receive these 14 huge sabers. There's no need. The Blue Dragon Heaven locking formation was the Dragon's Gate's greatest trump card. It would be too much of a pity to use it now. Xiaoqian looked coldly at the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang. Then, he said indifferently, "Senior Ao is too serious. How can I not accept the congratulatory gifts of the various holy lands?" The entire place was set abuzz. Xiaoqian's decision was unexpected. Unexpectedly, he chose to step forward. What a madman. Is he committing suicide? The Western Sea Dragon King laughed loudly and said in an overbearing manner, "In that case, what are you standing there for? Quickly accept it. We already sent you the congratulatory gifts. However, if you do not appreciate it, don't blame us for not giving you face." Disdain flashed in the eyes of the leaders of the various holy lands and ancient noble clans. Chapter 1277. By doing this, Xiaoqian would be seeking death. The Western Sea Dragon King's move was brilliant. Whether Xiaoqian received it or not, he would be at a disadvantage. "Big Brother Xiao," Imochen said anxiously. Xiaoqian pushed gently, and a gentle force pushed Imochen off the platform. Xiaoqian walked forward step by step and arrived before the mountain tablet covered by the dragon banner. Then, he looked calmly at the 14 gargantuan weapons. Clearly, the Western Sea Dragon King was someone who held a grudge. Back then, he suffered a small loss when facing Xiao Qian's 3-kilometer-long stone saber. Now, he immediately returned the favor tenfold, 100-fold, at the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony. Xiao Qian looked around and focused on the 3-kilometer-long stone saber at the very front. This stone saber was formed by his saber intent. Now that the Western Sea Dragon King personally executed it, its might was the greatest. He had to receive this 3-kilometer-long stone saber first. Whoosh! Xiao Qian pushed off the ground and soared into the air, directly flying towards that 3-kilometer-long stone saber. Vital qi surged in Xiao Qian's body as he materialized the blue dragon battle armor. Then, he burst forth with 20 dragon force. Amid dragon roars, 20 dragon-shaped energy currents circled behind Xiao Qian. Deities descending, tenfold combat prowess. A golden light entered Xiao Qian's body, and his aura soared. His 20 dragon force instantly turned into 200 dragon force. Ever since Xiao Qian discovered that his physiological lifespan was severely damaged, he rarely used deities descending, this heaven-defying martial technique that could only deal 1,000 damage to one's opponent, but not 800. However, he had to use it today. Before everyone's incredulous gazes, Xiao Qian, who executed deities descending, was truly like a deity. First, he used a palm strike to break the spatial waves created by the 14 gargantuan weapons. Then, he grabbed the 3-kilometer-long stone saber at the very front with his bare hands. Buzz! The space around them shook, and the huge waves that had surged over were reversed by this intense collision. The other 13 giant blades that were flying over all paused, and their speed slowed down significantly. Xiao Qian let out a loud shout. His hand grasped the tip of the 1,000-feet-long stone saber and fiercely lifted it up. Then, he pushed his palm forward. With a loud bang, the stone saber fell heavily in front of the platform and stood upright. He caught it. Everyone gasped in surprise. Blue Dragon King Xiao Qian had caught the giant blade without any damage. However, the situation was still not optimistic. There were still 13 giant blades behind them, and each of them had the power of a greater celestial Emperor Wu. Haha, Western Sea Dragon King, you are really light. When the Vice Palace Master of the Zodiac Hall saw that the Western Sea Dragon King's 3-kilometer-long stone saber was caught, he mocked. A.O. Lang felt his face heat up. This brat actually caught his stone saber perfectly unscathed. He had utterly embarrassed himself before the group of martial emperors. Xiao Qian suppressed the surging qi and blood in his body and looked at the second gargantuan weapon. That was a 3-kilometer-long spear. This spear contained strong astral energy. When the Vice Palace Master of the Zodiac Hall executed it, its might was second only to the 3-kilometer-long stone saber. Pusi. The cycle banner soared into the sky from Xiao Qian's body. As the astral banner fluttered, it gave off the sound of waves. Massacre, death, ruin, despair, and grief. 5-colored starlight descended from the sky. Colorful light shone everywhere. Under the illumination of the 5-colored starlight, the Blue Dragon Plaza turned into a dreamy land. Xiao Qian's delicate face showed determination, calmness, and decisiveness. He stretched out his hand and grasped the cycle banner. When the 5-colored starlight landed, he roared ferociously and waved the cycle banner in the sky. The astral banner spun, and a vast astral energy surged out from it, suppressing the astral energy in the 3-kilometer-long spear in one go. A strong suction pulled on the 3-kilometer-long spear. Bang! It landed beside the 3-kilometer-long stone saber. Earlier, the Vice Palace Master of the Zodiac Hall had been mocking the Western Sea Dragon King for not being strong enough. Who could have imagined that right after he spoke, Xiao Qian would catch a spear even more easily? The Vice Palace Master of the Zodiac Hall immediately changed his expression. Fortunately, the Western Sea Dragon King did not make things difficult for him. Otherwise, it would be even more embarrassing. How powerful! Xiao Qian managed to catch the 2 most powerful swords. Who knows, he might be able to catch all of them. The Blue Dragon King really made a lot of preparations for this Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony. The cultivators present all felt an irrepressible excitement. If Xianxia could really catch all of them, this Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony would be interesting. He would trample on the faces of the many holy lands. Just thinking about it made everyone excited. Xianxia successfully caught the two strongest sabers. As long as he caught the gargantuan sabers from the Five Poison Sect and the Heavenly Province Academy, the other two holy lands, the gargantuan sabers would be easier to deal with. As for the remaining 10 giant blades, they were easier to deal with. Those from the clan of the Ancients and other dragon palaces were much weaker. The vice sect master of the Five Poison Sect smiled coldly and said, "Let's see how you catch the gargantuan saber of my Five Poison Sect. This stone saber is infused with 10,000 kinds of poison from the inside out." The 3-kilometer-long gargantuan saber of the Five Poison Sect was a staff. It was not very mighty, but it was the most dangerous. Once touched, all sorts of strange poisons would enter the body. Although it would be hard for a half-step golden body to die from poison, one's combat prowess would inevitably decrease by more than half. However, the most crucial thing now was not the Five Poison Sect's gargantuan saber. Instead, it was the 10-odd gargantuan sabers that already charged over, not giving Xianxia a chance to catch them alone. The danger of this place could not be described with words. Facing the 12 gargantuan sabers, Xianxia was as insignificant as an ant under the overwhelming might and pressure. He could be crushed into bits at any moment. The hearts of the Dragon's Gate's people all tensed up. As they looked at Xianxia in the air, they all felt very nervous. Just at this moment, a ferocious look flashed in the eyes of the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang. He clapped his hands and said, "The Blue Dragon King is a good move, connecting two of our congratulatory gifts. However, how can one receive the congratulatory gifts one at a time? Our hearts are connected. Naturally, we have to receive the congratulatory gifts at the same time." Right after the Western Sea Dragon King spoke, he threw a palm strike. Immediately, the 12 gargantuan sabers, which had already arrived, quickly merged together with the Western Sea Dragon King's palm strike. A vast aura suddenly gathered, becoming like a sharp saber stabbing towards Xianxia's chest. The originally dangerous situation forced Xianxia into a desperate situation once more. What a strong emperor's might! Xianxia thought to himself as he felt pain in his chest. His sovereign might showed signs of crumbling. Western Sea Dragon King, can you be any more despicable? The Dragon's Gate's people could not help cursing angrily. This was especially so for Imochen, who stood up in anger and was about to activate the Blue Dragon Heaven-locking formation. The tens of thousands of guests in the Blue Dragon Plaza were also set abuzz. Unexpectedly, the Western Sea Dragon King was actually this shameless. When the Western Sea Dragon King saw the rage of these people, he laughed loudly, feeling very cocky. "What do you mean by despicable? We came from afar to send gifts together. Naturally, the Blue Dragon King will accept all the congratulatory gifts." Xianxia, who was in the air, waved his hand to stop the Dragon's Gate's people, who were filled with righteous indignation. Then, he looked at the Western Sea Dragon King and said coldly, "Although your hearts are connected, there are differences in strength and status. How are you going to accept the congratulatory gifts? Naturally, I, the Blue Dragon King, have to prioritize. It is not up to you, the Western Sea Dragon King, to tell me what to do." With a thought, Neptune's crown appeared on Xianxia's head. In that instant, Xianxia's king's might soared. Xianxia blocked the emperor's might gathered by the 12 gargantuan weapons. In a clash of auras, he surpassed them significantly. Primordial energy surged out of Xianxia's heart of an emperor. Then, he threw a palm strike with his left hand, and lofty aspirations burst forth from his chest. A bright moon like fire soared into the air. This was the 1,000-year flame, the profound martial technique that Xianxia created. This palm strike contained lofty aspirations and hot-bloodedness. A blazing flame burning my heart. At the same time, Xianxia threw a palm strike with his right hand. A scarlet moon soared into the air, and flowers danced in the air. This was the 1,000-year death, which came from the same source as the thousand-year flame. The grief of a king does not hate heaven and earth, does not resent the gods and ghosts. Like a moon hanging high, blood dyed the sky. Only I know, admiring myself. The two moons competed with each other, lofty aspirations, hot-bloodedness, and cold grief mixing. When Xiao Chun threw 2 palm strikes, he scattered the 13 gargantuan weapons that had yet to completely form. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Chen's figure flickered. Amid the light of the 2 moons, he sent out another 3 palm strikes and completely scattered the 13 gargantuan weapons. Each palm strike contained 100 strands of primordial energy. Amid the loud rumbling, a terrifying emperor's might radiated out, startling the spectators. After sending out the 3 palm strikes, 2 beams of light flew out of Xiao Chen's eyes, one golden and one white. They were the solar true flame and the lunar true flame. The flames chased each other and quickly materialized a beautiful Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. Sweat appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead. He clenched his teeth and shouted, "Spin!" The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram spun rapidly, erupting with bright golden light. As the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram spun, the gargantuan weapons containing the various poisons of the 5 poison sect flew to the side of the Zodiac Hall's spear and fell to the ground. The 5 poison sect old man revealed great shock on his face. How can this be? He caught my congratulatory gift just like that. The myriad poisons are all wasted. Wuxia, a 3-kilometer-long sword broke through the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. Bathed in fiery light, it flew towards Xiao Chun, radiating a jagged sword intent that was incredibly sharp. This was the congratulatory gift from the Heavenly Province Academy, a 3-kilometer-long sword with the sharpest offensive power. The Heavenly Province Academy old man said coldly, "Even if you catch this sword of mine, you will vomit 3 liters of blood. The 10 gargantuan weapons behind will be more than enough to kill you." Saber, Xiao Chun shouted in his heart. The lunar shadow saber in his hand moved nimbly between his palm and arm. It was like a beautiful woman dancing the most beautiful dance in the world. As Xiao Chun moved, the surging saber intent in his body slowly gathered and surged towards the saber. Xiao Chen's saber domain had already advanced from power to subtlety. Even if he did not bring out his saber domain, his strong saber intent would be sufficient to scare away most of the sword intents in the Kunlun realm. When the gargantuan sword arrived before Xiao Chun, the lunar shadow saber suddenly stopped moving. Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes. His gaze was like a powerful saber as he grasped the lunar shadow saber. Without drawing it, he swung it forward in the time it took for a spark to fly. Xiao Chun used the scabbard to block the tip of the gargantuan sword. It looked like a clash of sabers and swords. However, what mattered was their respective saber intents and sword intents. Without a master to control the gargantuan sword, no matter how strong its sword intent was, it could not compare to the unparalleled saber intent that Xiao Chun had instantly shot out after storing up power. Kung Chong. It was like an immortal zither in the heavens, playing the exquisite zither music of a powerful army. When the insignificant Xiao Chun sent out his saber, he forced the gargantuan sword back by 3 centimeters. Chapter 1278. Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered as he spun around. Then, he stepped on the blade of the gargantuan saber. Whoosh! The sword plunged straight down, sinking about 1 meter into the ground. When Xiao Chun landed, he stood firmly on the hilt of the gargantuan saber. His white robes fluttered, and his long hair fluttered. He looked like a powerful bladesman, looking very graceful. The Heavenly Province Academy old man's face immediately turned green. It was like Xiao Chun had not stepped on the sword but his face. As Xiao Chun stood on the hilt of the gargantuan saber, he looked around at the remaining 10 gargantuan sabers. These were not made by the Holy Lands and were much weaker than the previous 4. Xiao Chun held the saber horizontally in front of him and grasped the hilt with his right hand. At this moment, his mind was calm. Saber domain. Xiao Chun muttered to himself, and he instantly drew the lunar shadow saber. together with the long saber. He also drew his thunder saber domain, which had already gone from power to subtlety. The area within 1 kilometer of the Thundercloud's secret treasure was Xianxia's world. The saber intent filling the air was everywhere. With a thought, he could form a saber. Whoosh! As the saber light spread out, the astral energy of the 4 gargantuan sabers in front of the tall platform, the boundless sword intent, and everything within 1 kilometer all infused into the saber that Xianxia drew. When Xianxia felt the vast saber intent on the saber, he grasped the lunar shadow saber tightly and looked at the 10 gargantuan sabers. Then, he brandished his saber to his heart's content. This saber strike completely destroyed the aura and state of the 10 gargantuan sabers. Lofty aspirations filled Xianxia's heart. He soared into the air and hacked down with his saber again. A vast purple saber, Qi, carrying a strong aura, swept through the sky like a purple flame tail. With one saber strike, the gargantuan saber of the Jiang clan, an ancient noble clan, landed beside the gargantuan saber. With another saber strike, the gargantuan saber sent out by the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's Vice Palace Master landed with a boom. Dressed in white and equipped with a treasured saber, he danced in the air in front of the crowd. When the tens of thousands of guests saw Xianxia flying in the air, each time he swung his saber, a 3-kilometer-long saber would descend. They were all dumbfounded. Even the Western Sea Dragon King's group appeared entranced, not daring to believe it. What kind of demeanor did one have to have in order to be able to dance in the sky in front of the crowd and make them fall for him, not daring to make a sound? The purple saber Qi that swept across the sky, the huge saber that suddenly fell down, and the white-robed Xianxia who danced with the saber. There seemed to be only one scene in the entire world, attracting everyone's attention. In a place that Xianxia couldn't see, there were many warships standing in the clouds far away from the Heaven Dragon City. One warship was covered in astral banners. It was the Zodiac Hall's Emperor-grade warship. The Zodiac Hall's palace master personally sat on the warship. A group of junior generation disciples, as well as the Sun Palace's and Moon Palace's holy scions and holy daughters, were all there. These people also saw the scene at the Blue Dragon Plaza. They all rushed to the very front of the deck and looked into the distance in disbelief. Xu Yang muttered, "How can this be? How'd he do it? He is about to catch all 14 3-kilometer-long sabers." Such a scene happened on the other warships as well. When one looked carefully, one would discover that the Eastern Sea Dragon King, the Northern Sea Dragon King, the 5 Poison Sects Sect Master, the Heavenly Province Academy's Sect Master, the Yin-Yang Paradise's Cave Master, all these powerful characters were present. When Yu Bingyun saw this scene from the Lunar Palace's warship, her eyes lit up. The Lunar Palace's palace master rejoiced in her heart. Fortunately, she did not agree to the Western Sea Dragon King's rotten idea. Otherwise, the aloof Lunar Palace would end up making a fool of itself as well. Whoosh! When the final 3-kilometer-long saber landed on another saber, Xianxia sheathed it. Xianxia put away all 14 3-kilometer-long sabers and lined them up in a row before the high platform. As Xianxia slowly descended, he glanced at the stunned Western Sea Dragon King. Then he said calmly, "Men, give the Western Sea Dragon King and the various Holy Land honored guests a seat. Let the Dragon's Gates re-establishment ceremony continue." The tables and tea tables on the high platform were rearranged. At the entrance of the plaza, 2 pretty maidservants smiled and extended their hands in an inviting gesture. This was clearly an incredibly respectful gesture. However, it made the Western Sea Dragon King and the Holy Land elders all blush, feeling very sullen in their hearts. However, the situation developed in a direction that they did not expect. At this point, there was no reason for them to fall out with Xianxia. The Western Sea Dragon King's face flushed red. He clenched his right fist tightly, and his body trembled involuntarily. He did not look like a Dragon King at all. Xianxia gently drifted down and returned to the host's seat in the middle. On his left were the Western Sea Dragon King and the greater heavenly sovereigns of the various holy lands, Emperor Wu. On the right were the other guests with a smaller presence, but strength on par with Emperor Wu. The Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony continued. Lan Xiaobai followed the re-establishment ceremonies of the ancient sects and proceeded in an orderly manner. When Xiaoqin saw this, he knew that Lan Xiaobai had put in a lot of effort to achieve this. Not only did he ensure the grandeur of the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony, but he also did not make too many mistakes, conforming to the norm. This suited Xiaoqin's intentions. There was no need to make the ceremony grand. He just had to go through the necessary procedures. The most important thing was to successfully unveil the Dragon's Gate, announcing to the world the re-establishment of the Dragon's Gate. Letting the world know of the Dragon's Gate's existence and spreading the Dragon's Gate's deeds would invisibly allow the reborn Dragon's Gate to merge into this great realm and obtain its own luck. On the surface, the situation looked great. However, Xiaoqian was very clear on what exactly the situation was. Ao Lang, the rotten idea that you came up with is really incredible. You managed to make so many greater heavenly Emperor Wu embarrass themselves with you. It's all your fault for coming up with such a lousy idea, saying that we should suppress others with our might, directly suppressing Xiaoqian. Now that I've become a laughingstock, I'm satisfied. I already said long ago that no matter how strong a casual strike from us is, there is a limit to it. Don't underestimate Xiaoqian's potential. This old man has lived for 1,000 years, but this is the first time I have made such a fool of myself. Western Sea Dragon King, no matter what, you have to bear this responsibility. On the surface, the Western Sea Dragon King waited, drinking fine wine and watching the various activities of the re-establishment ceremony. However, in secret, they sent voice projections to each other, criticizing the Western Sea Dragon King like a flood. Ao Lang did not say anything, feeling very sullen in his heart. He was the one who came up with this idea. Originally, Ao Lang thought that this matter was in the bag. Who could have imagined that Xiaoqian would turn things around? This simply caught Ao Lang off guard. As he faced everyone's criticism, he showed a sullen expression and did not rebut. Ao Lang, will bear this responsibility. After this matter is settled, I will definitely give everyone a satisfactory answer. As Ao Lang watched Xiaoqian, who was sitting upright, smiling and in high spirits as he toasted the guests, the rage in his heart blazed even stronger. If Ao Lang could directly attack, he would have done so long ago and personally dealt with Xiaoqian. Ha! Ao Lang, who was drinking wine, suddenly smashed the jade wine flask in his hand to the ground. The wine flask shattered, and the peak-quality wine spilled all over the ground, giving off an alluring fragrance. Ao Lang's actions startled everyone. The originally noisy platform immediately fell silent. Although the many guests were shocked by Ao Lang's actions, they were not surprised. The other party was not here to drink wine and celebrate. How could he just sit there and do nothing? He must have been thinking of ways to cause trouble at every moment, to prevent the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony from continuing. Furthermore, Ao Lang had given Xiaoqian a congratulatory gift earlier. Originally, he wanted to slap Xiaoqian in the face. In the end, Xiaoqian ruthlessly slapped him back. After holding in for so long, he definitely could not hold it in anymore. Xiaoqian calmed himself down and waved his hand to stop the enraged Dragon's Gate's people. Then, he raised his eyelids and looked at the Western Sea Dragon King. He said, "Senior, are you not satisfied with the wine or with this wine flask? I'll get someone to change it for Senior." The Western Sea Dragon King did not say anything. He just smiled coldly. After a while, he picked up his wine cup and said slowly, "Blue Dragon King, do you really think that we came all the way here to congratulate you and drink wine? Do you know why I smashed this wine flask? This wine is a bona fide peak quality wine. However, this wine flask is only made of 100-year-old fine jade. How can such an inferior wine flask be worthy of peak quality wine?" Xiaoqian was very intelligent. How could he not know what the other party meant? He said calmly, "If Senior Ao has something to say, just say it directly. There is no need to beat around the bush." Ao Lang said indifferently, Since you want me to say it directly, then I will say it directly to you. This wine flask is you, Blue Dragon King. The Dragon's Gate is this peak quality wine. As an inferior wine flask, you cannot contain peak quality wine. If you force it, others will not be able to bear it and smash you to death. If you insist on doing things your own way today and re-establish the Dragon's Gate, you will end up like this wine flask. Bang, bang, bang. With A.O. Lang taking the lead, the elders of the other holy lands, ancient noble clans, and divine dragon palaces of the four seas all smashed their wine flasks to the ground. Immediately, crackling sounds rang out endlessly, all of them the sound of wine flasks shattering. They're going to fall out with each other. The Western Sea Dragon Kings group decided to shed all pretense of cordiality. They no longer beat around the bush and directly threatened Xianxia. The atmosphere turned dangerous once again. A huge battle might break out at the slightest disagreement. Interesting. A sovereign martial emperor leading a group of greater heavenly emperor Wu scoundrels are acting shamelessly. What is even more laughable is that their opponent is just a consummation blue-robed emperor. The only one who can push them to this extent is probably the Blue Dragon King Xianxia. So many major characters are here, but only the Western Sea Dragon King jumped out. He is probably really desperate. After today, the reputation of this group of people will be completely tarnished. This joyous scene on the tall platform did not surprise the other guests or the other cultivators in the plaza. In reality, no one held much hope for Xianxia's re-establishment of the Dragon's Gate. The surprising thing was that the Blue Dragon King Xianxia could receive so many congratulatory gifts and fly around in front of so many outstanding talents. A.O. Lang stood up and looked at Xianxia. Then he said coldly, "Not speaking? Does not saying anything mean that you have a chance? You can't be so naive as to think that you can successfully hold the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony after receiving a few congratulatory gifts, right?" Xianxia's expression remained calm as he swirled the wine cup in his hand. Then he looked in a certain direction in the sky. Under the endless layers of clouds, there were many big shots sitting on the battleships, looking coldly at everything that was happening here. Chapter 1279. Xianxia withdrew his gaze and ignored A.O. Lang. He drained the wine in his cup in one go and took a deep breath. Xianxia gave Mo a thumbs up and smiled. The wine that the other party brewed was indeed of peak quality. However, Mo-chan felt so anxious that she nearly cried. None of the honored guests on the invitation had come. Now that the Western Sea Dragon King had pushed the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony to this extent, Xianxia could still laugh. Seeing Xianxia laugh, the Western Sea Dragon King's rage intensified. His voice turned heavier as he said, "Blue Dragon King, to think that you can still laugh? Don't think that you can overturn the heavens just because you have great luck. In our eyes, you are still a minor character, an ant that we can squash to death at any time. Are you done yet? You better shut the F***CK up for this old man. You keep saying the same thing over and over again." Xianxia suddenly shouted, his voice sounding like thunder. His furious expression made his delicate face look extremely frightening. "Huh!" Xianxia heavily smashed the wine cup in his hand to the ground. Then he shouted himself hoarse. "Are you still going to say that the Haotian Prime is blocked and cannot come? Similarly, the Fox King is blocked and cannot come. The 13 great bandits of the Black Sea, the Northern Sea Alliance, all the honored guests that I invited cannot come. Today, no one can help me. As long as I continue with this Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony, I will shatter like the wine cup. You used the wine cup as an analogy to mock me for overestimating myself, jumping up and down like a clown. Do you really think that I cannot guess the meaning behind your words?" The Western Sea Dragon Kings group was somewhat startled by Xianxia's words. Their voices trembled as they asked, "How did you know?" "You should not know." That was right. The reason why they dared to fall out with Xianxia was that none of the honored guests that Xianxia invited could make it today. The Western Sea Dragon King contacted the corresponding people to block the other party, ensuring that the other party could not reach Heavenly Dragon City. In their opinion, without these big shots, no matter how much Xianxia jumped around, he was just a clown. How could Xianxia not know that none of his distinguished guests had arrived? With a slight guess, he could figure out the reason. Ever since he received the congratulatory gift, he had never been complacent. In fact, she already knew what he was thinking. Xiaoqian enunciated every word as he looked at Ao Lang. Let me tell you this, Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang. For the sake of the responsibility in their hearts, some people can disregard everything and risk their lives. You will never understand. I, Xiaoqian, have a red heart and warm blood. Even if you dig out my heart and bleed me dry, I, Xiaoqian, will complete this Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony to the end. When facing Xiao Qin's aura, the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang, who originally held a suppressive advantage, felt somewhat stunned. He thought that after Xiao Qian learned the truth, his face would turn pale and he would submit obediently. Who could have thought that the other party would be so vicious, not backing down at all? If one did not go crazy in a desperate situation, one would not survive. Facing Xiao Qin's craziness and persistence, the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang was stunned for a moment before recovering his wits. In the end, he was a seventh heaven martial emperor, a major character on the same level as Emperor Wu. Having lived for a long time, he had experienced many things. Although a person like Xiao Qian might not appear even once every 10,000 years at this moment, Xiao Qian was much weaker than the Western Sea Dragon King. They were not existences on the same level. As long as none of those major characters came, no matter how much Xiao Qian jumped around, he would still be an ant before the Western Sea Dragon King. Furthermore, the Western Sea Dragon King still had many greater heavenly Emperor Wu of varying strength by his side. With his great might, it was impossible for Xiao Qian to truly scare him. Ao Lang said coldly, "Dig out your heart and bleed? There is no need for me to go through so much trouble to kill you. However, don't worry. I, the Western Sea Dragon King, will not go to the extent of making a move on you. Since I know your persistence, I will not ask you anymore. We will just sit here and let you jump around as you please. However, if you want to open this Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet, let me tell you, there is no way." Ao Lang waved his hand and sat down with the others, looking coldly at Xiao Qian. "What are you looking at?" All of you scrammed to the side, seeing that the other guests on the tall platform had not left yet. Ao Lang frowned and scolded them. The others immediately left, not daring to linger. "As for the rest of you, scram right now as well." Immediately, Ao Lang stretched out his hand and pointed. The tens of thousands of guests drinking and chatting in the plaza were all within the range Ao Lang mentioned. This group of people felt dissatisfied, feeling that this Western Sea Dragon King was too tyrannical. However, he was a seventh heaven martial emperor. Furthermore, he had won over many holy lands and ancient noble clans. With such might, no one dared to go against him. Ao Lang looked at the red-eyed Xiao Qian and said, "Don't look at me. Let me tell you this. With me around, your Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony will not be able to continue. I will not dig out your heart or bleed you. I will just sit here and not move, and I can prevent your Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony from continuing." After Ao Lang shed all pretense of cordiality, no one could find a way to deal with him. Such a shameless method made Xiao Qian's hot-bloodedness stifled in his chest, unable to vent it. When the people of the Holy Land seated beside Ao Lang saw Xiao Qian's sullen appearance, they revealed faint smiles on their faces. They rejoiced in their hearts. What to be happier than this? Being able to see this Qing emperor suffer a setback. Furthermore, the Western Sea Dragon King was there to hold the fort. What could be more comfortable than this? If there was anything unhappy, the only unhappy thing was that Xiao Qian had flown into the sky and received 14 gargantuan weapons in front of them. However, now, the situation had returned to normal. As long as the Dragon's Gate could not be re-established, the Blue Dragon King's luck would fall. The humiliation he suffered earlier would no longer matter. Wuxia. As Xiao Qian felt agitated, he could not help vomiting a mouthful of blood. When the blood splattered on the tall platform, it was a startling scarlet. Xiao Chun, Big Brother Xiao. The expressions of Mo Chun and the others changed as they ran over to support Xiao Chun. Their faces showed both anger and worry. On the lunar palace's warship in the distant clouds, Yu Bingyun's heart tightened when she saw Xiao Chun suddenly vomiting blood. She wanted to go down and investigate. Bing'er, a voice came from the palace of the warship. Yu Bingyun showed a conflicted expression as she stopped. When the people on the other warships saw this scene, they all revealed cold smiles. Although the Xiao Chun was strong, he was still human in the end, not a god. The Western Sea Dragon King and the others glanced over and understood. Earlier, when Xiao Chun received the 12 gargantuan weapons, he had sustained significant hidden injuries. This was especially so after he used some heaven-defying arts that were not easy to use, adding injuries on top of injuries. Furthermore, Xiao Chun had not rested properly during the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony. Now he could no longer hold on, and his injuries erupted. As the Western Sea Dragon King looked at the pale Xiao Chun, he smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, look carefully. I did not attack him. He vomited blood himself. Don't blame it on me." It turns out that his injuries are not light. I really thought that he would be completely fine after receiving our congratulatory gifts. The Blue Dragon King is merely SOSO. As the group looked at the vomiting Xiao Chun, they mocked him coldly. All of them felt extremely comfortable in their hearts. They thought back to when Xiao Chun received the congratulatory gifts and invited them up, looking boundlessly graceful. It turned out that there was such a miserable moment. Mo Chan glared at the Western Sea Dragon King and said, "Don't go overboard." The Western Sea Dragon King laughed loudly and said, "What's wrong? Little girl, are you not going to let us speak?" This fellow overestimated himself. Who else can he blame? Shameless. Mo Chun shouted angrily. She could no longer endure it, so she directly charged over. A flaming holy cannon appeared above her head. She bathed in a fiery light as she threw a palm strike at Ao Lang. The Book of Heavenly Works? Little girl, you have some fortuitous encounters. Perhaps in another 100 years, you might be a match for me. Now, go back to where you came from. The eyes of Ao Lang and the other Holy Land elders lit up when they saw that holy cannon. They did not care about Mo Chan, who was charging over. The difference was too great. Even with the Book of Heavenly Works, she was just an ant-like existence to them. Puxi. The pale-faced Xiao Chun looked at the berserk Mo Chun. His heart sank. He pushed off with his feet and arrived first despite moving later. Then, he placed his palm on Mo Chen's shoulder, blocking her in front. Ao Lang, who had been preparing to attack, smiled faintly and said, "Interesting. The Blue Dragon King truly lives up to his reputation as the Blue Dragon King. Despite being so injured, he is still so fast. Good movement technique. However, since I already made a move, I might as well not stop. Let's see how strong the Blue Dragon King's movement technique is." After Ao Lang spoke, he raised his palm. Flames immediately surged, and a fire dragon made of primordial energy charged at Xiao Chun with bared fangs and brandished claws. This move was not very strong, just a casual strike from Ao Lang. However, in Xiao Chen's current state, it was not easy for him to receive or dodge. Bang! Xiao Chun did his best to dodge while carrying Mo Chun. In the end, he was only injured by the shock waves of his palm strike and did not suffer any major injuries. Your movement technique is pretty good. This broadened my horizons. When a group of people saw Xiao Chen's sorry state, they guffawed loudly. Damn it! The people of the Dragon's Gate all felt frustrated. However, they could not do anything to this group of seated major characters. As Xiao Chun stood up, blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. When he saw these major characters laughing so happily, rage blazed in his heart. Xiao Chun had long expected that the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony would be an extremely dangerous ordeal. However, he had not expected it to be this difficult. He did not even have a chance to put his life on the line. However, Xiao Chun had no regrets in his heart. As he said, A.O. Lang and the others would never understand his persistence. Blue Dragon King, I already ruined your Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony. Do you regret it now? Back then, I already told you that the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony could not be held. You talked to me about the bigger picture. Now, do you know what the bigger picture is? The bigger picture is on my side. A.O. Lang, who felt that he already grasped the initiative, spoke with the tone of a victor as he looked at Xianxia. Xianxia smiled and said, "The bigger picture? What you can see is only the smaller picture. The luck of your Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace is already exhausted. All you can do is lean towards my Heavenly Star Island. Unfortunately, you blocked this path yourself. Even if you cannot hold the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony today, the fate of your Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace cannot be changed. You think that I'm a clown. However, in my eyes, you are the true clown. You're jumping up and down very vigorously, but many people are laughing at you for being a fool." Chapter 1280. Your bones are really hard. 3 months ago, you made my son kneel. Today, I will make you kneel. Let's see if your bones are really that hard. At this moment, not only did Xianxia not lower his head, but he even mocked him. Xianxia pointed out the thing that A.O. Lang feared the most in his heart. His expression immediately changed dramatically. "Try touching him if you dare." Just as Xianxia prepared to activate the Blue Dragon Heaven locking formation, a cold, emotionless voice came from the originally empty plaza. "Who is it?" A.O. Lang looked around and saw a very eye-catching lone figure in the empty Blue Dragon Plaza. In reality, it would be hard for this figure not to be eye-catching. Everyone else in the plaza had been scared away by A.O. Lang. Only this person remained. "Do you wish to die? I already said for you all to scram. Who gave you the guts to remain?" As A.O. Lang looked at the person drinking wine with his back facing him, a flame flared in his heart, and he felt a murderous intent. As Xianxia looked at that figure, he wondered, who is this person? This person seems a little familiar, but I cannot recognize him. He does not seem to be the honored guest that I invited. Loud laughter resounded. Then, that figure turned around and looked at A.O. Lang. "Who gave me the courage to sit here? Do I need your permission to sit here? I am Dugu Kwang of the Human Demon Sea. I am here to congratulate the Blue Dragon King on re-establishing the Dragon's Gate." This person was Dugu Kwang, Dugu A.O.'s father. He was a sovereign martial emperor of the Human Demon Sea with overwhelming strength. It was even harder for a demon mixed blood to advance to a sovereign martial emperor. However, once they succeeded, their strength would be extremely horrifying. After clearing 6 heavens, one could be called a sovereign martial emperor. A.O. Lang was only a 7th heaven martial emperor. Among sovereign martial emperors, he was considered a low-level existence. However, this demon king Dugu Kwang was someone that even Xianxia could not see through. He did not know which heaven martial emperor he was. However, Xianxia was certain that Dugu Kwang was definitely stronger than the Western Sea Dragon King A.O. Lang. Furthermore, he was not just slightly stronger. Based on A.O. Lang's current expression, Xianxia could guess. However, Xianxia did not invite Dugu Kwang, as he had only met the other party once. Furthermore, the other party was a human demon. Xianxia could not guess what the other party was thinking, so he did not send an invitation. However, unexpectedly, at this crucial moment, the honored guest that he invited was blocked. Instead, it was Dugu Kwang, an unexpected existence, who came uninvited. Dugu Kwang. It was not just A.O. Lang's expression that changed. The expressions of the other Holy Land elders and the ancient noble clans all changed as well. Clearly, they had all heard of this ruthless person's reputation. In the sea of clouds, those great figures who were watching coldly from the sidelines also tightly furrowed their brows. Dugu Kwang traversed 1 kilometer in 1 step and arrived at the tall platform. Then, he looked at the Western Sea Dragon King A.O. Lang, and heavy disdain flashed in his eyes. "You either scram now, or I will beat you until you scram." Domineering, the Western Sea Dragon King A.O. Lang, who had been yelling at the others to scram, had not expected to have such a moment. This was truly carefree. The guests who saw this scene from afar all applauded and cheered. I'm late. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Suddenly, a figure flashed on the tall platform. It was Lan Xiaofeng walking over, appearing somewhat fatigued. Master, Lan Xiaobai and Lan Tianji said calmly, revealing joyful smiles on their faces. Ao Lang said in disbelief, Lan Xiaofeng, why are you here? I clearly sent 3 vice palace masters to block you. Lan Xiaofeng replied calmly, naturally, I killed those 3. I have not truly made a move for a long time already. Even the 3 greater heavenly emperor, Wu had to spend a lot of time dealing with them. It looks like I have really aged. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sonic booms resounded, and 13 old men with surging baleful auras descended from the sky. All of them were covered in blood, giving off a bandit air that was different from the heavenly starry ocean's cultivators. The 13 great bandits of the Black Sea are here to congratulate little brother Xiao Chun on re-establishing the Dragon's Gate. Horror flashed in Lan Xiaofeng's eyes. He said in disbelief, that's impossible. You 13 great bandits of the Black Sea should be trapped in the cyclic astral lord's 9 heavens astral formation. Humph! We each sacrificed 100 years of our lifespans. If we worked together, breaking his formation would be easy. The group of Holy Land elders and ancient noble clan old men beside Lan Xiaofeng also slowly revealed expressions of horror in their eyes. They all felt that something was wrong with this matter. What's going on? The 13 great bandits of the Black Sea still came. It's over. One Dugu Kwang is already enough to drive us crazy. Now that the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea are here at the same time, what should we do? Xiao Chun felt an indescribable joy in his heart. He did not know how to describe his current emotions. Originally, he thought that the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea would not be able to come and that he would not be able to hold the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony. Who could have imagined that the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea would be willing to sacrifice 100 years of their lifespans to break the formation for a promise? Ha! Little brother Xiao Chun, we, the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea, promised you that we would come, so we will definitely come. Whoever dares to cause trouble at this re-establishment ceremony will be making life difficult for us, the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea. The Blood Shark sovereign laughed loudly as he led the 13 great bandits onto the tall platform. Sweat poured down Ao Lang's forehead continuously. If it was just Dugu Kwang, Ao Lang could still put up a fight. However, with the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea here, he no longer had any chance of turning things around. The Northern Sea Alliance comes to congratulate the Blue Dragon King on re-establishing the Dragon's Gate. A warship flew over from a distance. Yichen stood on the warship, waving his hand at Xiao Chun. He smiled endlessly and said, Brother Xiao Chun, for the sake of defeating those 2 undying old men from the 5 Poison sect and the Heavenly Province Academy, my father even used a primordial emperor treasure. You have to entertain us properly before we can make up for it. Standing at the side, Yi Chen's father smiled faintly. Then, he performed a cupped fist salute to Xiao Chun and said, Little friend Xiao Chun, this he will definitely do his best to fulfill the promise I made to you. Young Master Xiao, we were delayed by some matters on the way. Yao Yin is late. The 1,000-feathered snake, an ancient mutated beast, carried Empress Yao Yin, who wore a crown of thorns, over slowly. When Xiao Chun saw the smile on Yao Yan's face and the other seniors, he felt strangely moved. Xiao Chun did not have many friends. However, at the crucial moment, these friends were definitely reliable. The sudden appearance of the various major characters flabbergasted the honored guests outside the plaza. This is too exaggerated. Not to mention the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea coming at the same time for the first time in history. Even the Northern Sea Alliance's alliance chief personally came. Xiao Chen's charm is really great. The 13 great bandits were willing to sacrifice 100 years of their lifespan for him. The Northern Sea Alliance's alliance chief even used a primordial emperor treasure. Even the merfolk race's empress came. This Yaoyan empress is incredible. She is already the ruler of the chaotic demonic sea, a major character famous in the region. To think that she actually came as well. On the tall platform, the originally arrogant Western Sea Dragon Kings group trembled in their seats, their complexions pale. The Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang was in an even worse state. He continuously used his hand to wipe the sweat off his forehead. Occasionally, he looked at a certain cloud in the distant sky. However, there were no movements from that cloud, making him even more flustered. In that cloud layer, the Heavenly Province Academy's sect master, the Five Poison Sect's sect master, and the people of the divine dragon palaces of the Four Seas all looked at a warship surrounded by stars. The reason was none other than the cyclic astral lord, a prime seated on that warship. Inside the warship, the cyclic astral lord frowned heavily. This was the scene that he did not want to see the most. If the cyclic astral lord did not want to attend the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony and personally come out to resolve it, it would be equivalent to falling out with the Thunder King. The cyclic astral lord did not want to bear such consequences. However, right now, the Western Sea Dragon King clearly could not control the situation. Instead, he became a fish on the chopping block, at the mercy of others. If the cyclic astral lord did not take the lead, the Holy Lord of the other Holy Lands would definitely not be willing to do so. Cyclic Astral Lord, what should we do? Make your stance clear. The Heavenly Province Academy's sect master said indifferently. The Five Poison Sect's sect master also said, as long as you step forward, we will definitely follow. The clan heads of the other ancient noble clans spoke up together. As long as the Cyclic Astral Lord was willing to step forward, they would be willing to follow. The Dragon's Gate was a nightmare. The peak factions of the Heavenly Starry Ocean did not want to see the Dragon's Gate appear. They were even more afraid of a second Qing Emperor appearing. As long as a prime led them, they were willing to pay the price of offending the Thunder King to stop the re-establishment of the Dragon's Gate. Never mind. Stars flickered in the Cyclic Astral Lord's eyes as he finally made his decision. However, just as he raised his foot to take a step forward, he suddenly felt an aura that even he feared. The Cyclic Astral Lord's expression changed slightly, and he withdrew his foot. Then, he said sullenly, "Let's depart and return to the Cyclic Astral Palace." The warship immediately turned around. Bathed in the Cyclic Astral Palace, it quickly left this cloud layer. The other Holy Lords all showed confused expressions, not knowing what was going on. However, seeing the Cyclic Astral Lord do this, they knew that something was wrong. Let's go. Back to the Five Poison Sect. Back to the Heavenly Province Academy. Back to Great Sun Island. Soon, only the Lunar Palace's warship remained in the cloud layer. The Lunar Palace's palace master looked into the distance and sighed. Back to Bright Moon City. Yu Bingyan ran over anxiously and asked, "Master, what's wrong?" "It's fine. As you wished. The Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony can proceed smoothly. The Haotian Prime, Ing Zongtian, is here." Yu Bingyan's face lit up with joy. However, she immediately withdrew her smile and cautiously glanced at her master. After all, her master especially hated the descendants of the Qing Emperor. Suddenly, a strong aura encased the Blue Dragon Plaza, inspiring fear in everyone, making them feel an urge to prostrate themselves on the ground. Two figures appeared out of nowhere, a man and a woman. The man had an impressive appearance. It was like all the light in the world gathered on him. He gave off a strong, supreme, unrivaled aura. The woman looked very beautiful, with a small bird perched on her shoulder. When she saw Xiao Chun, she greeted him from afar, revealing a gentle smile. "Junior brother, first senior sister, is here to see you." Plop. The Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang directly fell off his chair, startled into paling. Ao Lang knew that he had gone overboard. The Prime, Ing Zongtian, was here. "First senior sister," Xiao Chun called out joyfully. This was truly an unexpected pleasant surprise. According to the news he received previously, First Senior Sister had gone to the astral battlefield. Unexpectedly, she managed to rush back. Xianxia carried Shui Lingling and landed on the vast platform with a few flashes. Then, he looked around and smiled. Little brother's charm is rather great. I was worried that you would not be able to handle the situation. It looks like that was unnecessary. Let me tell you something. The Fox King helped to delay Emperor Forsaken. There is also the heaven-punishing corpse god. He probably will not be able to come. Chapter 12:81. This startled Xianxia. You blocked 2 primes at the same time? Are you all right? There is no need to panic. I was just delaying them. It was not a life-and-death battle. I really have to thank him properly. If not for him delaying them, I do not know when I would have arrived, Xianxia said calmly. He had the strong aura of a prime very well. Xianxia, you have not undergone your sovereign tribulation for 1,000 years. Now, you underwent 3 in one go. You have left us old fellows far behind. The Blood Shark Sovereign led the 13 great bandits as he laughed. Clearly, they were all familiar with each other. Xianxia turned his head back and laughed loudly. Blood Shark Sovereign, we have not met for several hundred years. Don't insult me like that. Many of the Emperor Wu's present rushed over to greet Xianxia. This newly advanced prime was indeed very attractive. He even overshadowed the main character, Xianxia. First Senior Sister, why are you back from the astral battlefield? Xianxia asked joyfully. The astral battlefield was extremely dangerous. It was great news to see his first Senior Sister safe and sound. Shui Lingling smiled and said, I'll tell you after the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony ends. Xianxia nodded and said, after the re-establishment ceremony ends, I have something to give you as well. What is it? I'm not telling you now. What was the gift? Naturally, it was the Emperor Yi's shooting sun Bao that Xianxia had left in the universe ring for a long time. Although it no longer had an item spirit, it was once ranked 5th on the divine weapon ranking. When Xianxia arrived, the high platform immediately turned lively. The people in Emperor Wu's circle were familiar with each other in the first place. However, there were no good opportunities for them to meet. Now that they were together, there were naturally many topics to talk about. Immediately, the Western Sea Dragon King and the others felt like they were ignored. They felt very uneasy, all of them sweating profusely, their complexions pale. Seeing that there was no movement in the clouds, the martial emperors understood that the patriarchs and star lords had probably left. With so many sovereign martial emperors and the arrival of Xianxia, even if Zodiac Hall, the Heavenly Province Academy, and the 5 Poison Sect brought out their trump cards, they would not be able to deter this group of people. The re-establishment of the Dragon Sect was inevitable and unstoppable. Xianxia continued to watch from the clouds, watching as Xianxia successfully held the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony. Wasn't he just making himself frustrated? The elders of the 3 immortal holy lands and the old men of the ancient noble clans all looked at the instigator of this matter, Ao Lang, with hatred in their eyes. At this moment, Ao Lang was in a daze. He was only thinking of how to escape so that he would not suffer too much humiliation. He simply could not care about the gazes of this group of people. Everyone, we seem to have forgotten about some people. Xianxia smiled faintly and focused his gaze on the distracted Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang. Immediately, many cold gazes shot at the Western Sea Dragon King like sharp knives. Xianxia said indifferently, You are a 7th Heaven Emperor Wu. You are not very strong, but you are rather capable. You even managed to contact Emperor Forsaken, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, and the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God. Haotian Prime, you are exaggerating. You are exaggerating. The Western Sea Dragon King no longer had any unruly aura. Not to mention Xianxia, most of the people here were much stronger than him. As for Xianxia, he was in existence on a completely different level. He was not even worth looking at. When Xianxia said that, the Western Sea Dragon King's heart thumped heavily, feeling incredibly nervous. The Blood Shark Sovereign smiled coldly and said, You are indeed quite capable. We just left the Black Sea, and the Supreme Elder of Zodiac Hall used the 9 heavenly star formation to trap us to death. That is a formation that the cyclic astral lord of every generation continuously developed to deal with primes. To think that Zodiac Hall received us so politely. A.O. Lang wiped the sweat off his forehead and said anxiously, "This has nothing to do with me. I did not know that the cyclic astral lord would be so decisive. I was just saying it casually, just casually. I did not promise them any benefits." The Flame Rock Sovereign said angrily, "What a great casual remark. It caused us to lose 100 years of our lifespan. Otherwise, we would still be trapped in there." Brother A.O. Lang, there is no need to be so humble. My Northern Sea Alliance was blocked by those 2 undying old men from the Five Poison Sect and the Heavenly Province Academy. They said that they listened to your arrangements. Dugu Kwang glanced at A.O. Lang indifferently and said, "It has been many years since anyone dared to tell me to scram. Only you have the courage to do so." Before the murderous gazes of the many major characters, A.O. Lang felt very frightened. His legs even turned somewhat soft. Now, A.O. Lang finally understood why all those major characters were so enthusiastic when he jumped out to take the lead. The consequences were simply too horrifying. With so many sovereign martial emperors staring at him, there was even a prime watching without anyone noticing. This was even more unbearable than killing him. For more than 1,000 years, the Western Sea Dragon King had never felt so sullen before. Right. The Western Sea Dragon King made us do this. This time we are in the wrong. This sword accompanied us for 100 years. Take it as a congratulatory gift to the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment. An old man from an ancient noble clan stepped forward and offered a sword to Xiao Chun, trying to use this to escape. Xiao Chun looked coldly at this person. This person's earlier mockery still rang in his ears. However, the affairs of the world were unpredictable. In the blink of an eye, this person lowered his head to Xiao Chun and even casually stepped on the Western Sea Dragon King. There was no need to pay too much attention to such a person. Xiao Chun received the sword and said, "Not bad. It is a good sword. However, I seem to recall that you already sent a congratulatory gift." The old man smiled embarrassedly and said, "It's not a problem. I just sent one more to represent my sincerity. I wish the Blue Dragon King a smooth re-establishment of the Dragon's Gate. This old man cannot remain here any longer. I'll take my leave now." After saying that, the old man flew off, not willing to stay a moment longer. With this person taking the lead, the many remaining elders followed suit, pushing all the blame to the Western Sea Dragon King. After leaving behind a congratulatory gift, they lowered their heads and left. Xiao Chun did not stop them. Things had changed with the passage of time. His mental state had already become much more indifferent. Right now, Xiao Chun was not strong enough. Aside from venting his anger, forcefully humiliating these people would not benefit him at all. You people are extremely shameless. When the Western Sea Dragon King A.O. Lang saw this group of people kicking him while he was down, he became so angry that his entire body trembled. Ing Zongtian laughed loudly and said, "How rare! To think that you can say the word shameless. Little brother, tell me how to deal with him. Today he broke all the rules. There is no need to be polite with him." From Ing Zongtian's calm words, the Western Sea Dragon King felt a murderous intent. A chill immediately ran down his spine. He looked at Xiao Chun and said, "Blue Dragon King, I was in the wrong today. Give me a chance. I promise." Xiao Chun directly interrupted the Western Sea Dragon King. "There is no need to promise anything. Just scram now." A.O. Lang was somewhat in disbelief. "That's simple? Did you not hear me clearly? I told you to scram now," Xiao Chun said coldly. Western Sea Dragon King, scram quickly. Scram. The tens of thousands of guests who had been chased away by the Western Sea Dragon King's arrogant words found an opportunity to vent their frustrations and shouted at the same time. The tens of thousands of people shouted "scram" at the same time. Their auras were overwhelming, shaking the sea of clouds. This was probably the meaning of the saying, "Every dog has its day." A.O. Lang, who had arrogantly told everyone to scram earlier, had not expected that retribution would happen to him so quickly. Being told to scram by tens of thousands of people at the same time was a rare sight. Ao Lang's face alternated between green and red like he was on fire. I'll go. I'll go now. Ao Lang held his breath and soared into the air. In the blink of an eye, he traveled 10 kilometers. Xianxia said indifferently, letting him go just like that is letting him off too easily. Brother Xianxia, you can't just end up hurting your friendship. A murderous intent flashed in Xianxia's eyes as he raised his hand and threw a palm strike. The force traveled 10 kilometers and landed heavily on Ao Lang. Wuxia. Ao Lang vomited a mouthful of blood. His internal organs were all shattered. Then, he fell from the sky like a broken kite and crashed heavily into the ground. After Ao Lang landed, the force of the palm strike did not diminish. It sent him tumbling for more than 500 kilometers. Ao Lang stumbled along the way, covered in wounds and suffering. This gentle palm strike showed the tyrannical air of a prime. After chasing away the Western Sea Dragon Kings group, all the guests returned. The atmosphere of the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony became truly lively. Everyone drank to their heart's content, chatting and laughing. It was rare for these greater heavenly martial emperors to gather together. Naturally, they would not miss out on this opportunity. For example, the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea pulled Xianxia over and took turns pouring wine down his throat. They downed cup after cup of the peak wine that Imo-chun brewed, making one feel heartache. Xiao-chun, as the host, you have not offered us a toast yet. This is not right, the Flame Rock Sovereign said with a smile. That's right. That's right. At least 3 cups for each person. How can 3 cups be enough? You don't know that this fellow had a drinking contest with someone in our dark city, drinking 1,000 cups. That became a legend. There is such a thing? In that case, I have to compete with the Blue Dragon King in terms of alcohol tolerance today. When the Flame Rock Sovereign spoke, everyone laughed and jeered, insisting on Xiao-chun offering a toast. Furthermore, Xiao-chun could not even drink 3 cups. Xiao-chun smiled and held up the wine flask, directly offering toasts. Every time he toasted someone, he drank a flask of wine. He was very sincere, prompting everyone to clap and cheer. The success of the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony today had a lot to do with the preparations of the esteemed guests and the people of the Dragon's Gate. After toasting all the guests, Xiao-chun started to offer toast to his friends in Heaven Dragon City. Imo-chun, Lan Xiaobai, Lan Tianji, Yu Chenxi, and so on, not missing a single one. The activities of the re-establishment ceremony proceeded in an orderly fashion. After that, no one interfered. Everything went smoothly. Xiao-chun, it is time to take off the dragon banner. Lan Xiaobai sent a voice projection. Xiao-chun nodded. The sky had already turned dark, and dusk was approaching. The various activities of the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony were now at the final step. With the Haoyan Prime here and the many esteemed guests holding down the fort, no one dared to play any tricks. The re-establishment of the Dragon's Gate was unstoppable. Xiao-chun felt heavy in his heart. The Dragon's Gate, which had been destroyed for 10,000 years, was finally going to be re-established in his hands. From now on, Xiao-chun had one less thing to worry about. He had lived up to his responsibilities as a descendant of the Qing Emperor. He also had sufficient confidence to return to the Sky Dome realm and face his father, who chased him out. Many thanks to everyone for coming, allowing the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony to proceed smoothly. Xiao-chun will never forget such kindness. I will definitely repay it in the future. Chapter 1282. Xiao-chun stood up and bowed to all the honored guests present. These friends had all paid a great price to rush over, so they were definitely worthy of his bow. Xianxia smiled faintly. The honored guests present did not stand on ceremony, either. They all revealed smiles as they accepted Xiao-chun's bow. Let us all witness the reappearance of my Xiao clan's Dragon's Gate. Xiao-chun showed a solemn expression as he raised his hand and threw a palm strike. Whoosh! The azure-colored dragon banner covering the dragon's gate's mountain tablet gently flew up and peeled off layer by layer. The banner fluttered, and the blue dragon embroidered on it looked like it came to life. The many layers of banners and the swimming blue dragon attracted everyone's attention. Boom! An azure-colored dragon, Qi, gathered into a pillar of light and soared into the sky. The blue dragon on the banner circled the pillar of light and quickly swam around it. Emo-chan took a deep breath. She knew that this was the most exciting moment. A medallion appeared in her hand. This was the Heaven Dragon medallion that controlled the entire Heaven Dragon city. Aside from activating the defensive formation in the city, it had many other special effects. This allowed Emo-chan, who held the Heaven Dragon medallion, to roam around the city with people like Emperor Wu. As Emo-chan formed hand seals with her right hand, the entire Heaven Dragon city became like a coiled-up dragon. It shook its head and wagged its tail, coming to life. Dragon roars resounded, resonating with the azure-colored dragon Qi on the dragon's gate's mountain tablet. Invisibly, the luck of the world quickly gathered towards the dragon's gate's mountain tablet. Luck was ethereal and formless. However, when the luck reached a certain level, it would still show some mysterious phenomena. For example, layers of clouds churned above the Heaven Dragon city. The dark clouds and the surroundings looked like a vast army of horses galloping over endlessly. Lightning flashed, and dragon roars rang out endlessly. Indeed, after the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony successfully concluded, all the luck of the world gathered here. This Heaven Dragon city has many tricks up its sleeves. I wonder who built it. The buildings in the city are like an overwhelming formation, completely merged with the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet. Incredible. With this, it is likely that the decline of the Western Sea Dragon King in the Western Sea is even more unavoidable. The great figures present all had their own discerning eyes. They all expressed their opinions. He watched as the pillar of light formed by the dragon energy soared into the sky, causing the clouds within 5,000 kilometers to gather. Xiaoqian's heart overflowed with lofty sentiments. He had an impulse to laugh out loud. The Dragon's Gate, which had been destroyed for 10,000 years, was finally recognized by the world today. Inheriting great luck, it would be passed down from generation to generation. The Dragon's Gate would not die, continuing its legend. Boom, boom, boom. Just at this moment, in the sea region near Heavenly Star Island, towering waves suddenly surged up in all directions, causing the entire place to shake intensely. What's going on? Countless people exclaimed in amazement. The waves surged into the sky and could be clearly seen from thousands of miles away. What kind of evil beast came out from the bottom of the sea? Or was there someone hiding in the dark, trying to disrupt the Dragon's Gate, which was gathering luck? Xiaoqian frowned slightly. Right now, the newly reborn Dragon's Gate was using the geography of the Heaven Dragon City to gather luck. The longer this lasted, the more benefits it would obtain. If something happened at this moment and the Dragon Qi was interrupted, it would not be good. It might even end prematurely. Its luck would plummet, and the auspicious sign would turn into an inauspicious sign in the blink of an eye. Everyone looked at the Haoyan Prime. He was the strongest here. With him holding down the fort, would anyone dare to cause trouble? Ing Zongtian smiled faintly and said, "There is no need to panic. This is a gift from the world. The gathering of great luck triggers the eruption of spirit veins." Right after Ing Zongtian spoke, 8 beams of light gathered from the spiritual energy of the world soared into the sky, turning into golden dragons. These dragons flew towards the pillar of light of the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet. When they touched the pillar of light, they immediately turned into golden rain and fell. Golden spiritual rain. These are Holy Spirit veins. The Dragon's Gate was just re-established, and 8 Holy Spirit veins broke out of the sea. This is too much of a coincidence. It is not really a coincidence. In ancient times, there were major characters who established sections. There were even king spirit veins that broke out of the sea. It looks like the world has completely acknowledged the existence of the Dragon's Gate. The gathering of 8 dragons is indeed a congratulatory gift from the world. Blue Dragon King Xiao Chun truly lives up to being an outstanding talent with great luck. Cries of astonishment rang out. Even Xiao Chun felt surprised. However, just at this moment, dark clouds appeared in the sky above the pillar of light where the dragon Qi gathered, silently approaching. Amid the churning white clouds, that dark cloud was extremely eye-catching. Xiao Chen's heart sank. He felt like someone was causing trouble in the dark. He placed his right hand on his saber hilt and prepared to make a move. Don't. That is a tribulation cloud, a predestined tribulation for you. You cannot escape this tribulation. You cannot dodge it or avoid it. You can only endure it. Ying Zongtian said softly as he placed a hand on Xiao Chen's shoulder. He appeared rather relaxed. However, Big Brother, the appearance of these tribulation clouds. Xiao Chen said somewhat worriedly. Ying Zongtian smiled and said, "It's fine. The greater the luck, the greater the tribulation. Everyone in history has been like this. There is no need to worry too much about it. Just stay calm." The old characters present also consoled Xiao Chun, telling him not to worry. Actually, everyone knew that this tribulation cloud was hinting at the most crucial, great tribulation of wind and fire in Xiao Chen's life. If he could clear it, then he would whip his horse, and Xiao Chun would mature completely, turning from a calamity into a dragon. If he could not clear it, then naturally it would vanish like smoke. Everything would be like a dream. He would wake up the moment he opened his eyes. As the tribulation cloud appeared, the pillar of Dragon Qi that lasted for a long time slowly vanished. The Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony also came to an end. The time of the major characters had always been precious. They would not spend the night here, so they all took their leave. Xiao Chun could not bear to part with them, so he tried to get them to stay. When he could not get them to stay, he personally sent them off. When Xiao Chun looked at Ying Zongtian, this prime smiled and said, "Your first senior sister will stay here for 3 days. I have to rush back to check on the Fox King situation." Xiao Chun revealed a smile on his face. His first senior sister not leaving was good news. However, the tribulation cloud that appeared at the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony cast a shadow over Xiao Chen's heart. He found it hard to treat it calmly, as Ying Zongtian had said. After many twists and turns, the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony startled the entire Kunlun realm. In the end, it ended perfectly. The impact of this matter in the future and the various Holy Lands headaches were not mentioned for now. In Heaven Dragon City, Xiao Chun chatted with his first senior sister, Shui Lingling, as he listened to her talk about the various things in the astral battlefield. As they chatted, Xiao Chun learned that his first senior sister was already a great perfection blue-robed emperor. Her cultivation was even stronger than that of Lan Xiaobai and Mo Chun. She had returned from the astral battlefield because she was injured. Unexpectedly, she happened to learn that Xiao Chun was re-establishing the Dragon's Gate, so she rushed over. The astral battlefield was the highest-level experiential training ground in the entire Kunlun realm. No other place could compare to it. Cultivating there would not only raise one's cultivation quickly, but one's combat prowess would also not fall behind. However, similarly, no experiential training ground in the Kunlun realm could compare to the danger of that place. The strength of the young elites of the Deep Abyss demonic race dealt a heavy blow to these outstanding talents. Furthermore, that was the astral battlefield. Even the seniors would not be able to protect you completely. That place was the true battlefield, the front line of the clash between the Kunlun realm and the Deep Abyss demonic world. Once the various races' astral fortresses fell, the Deep Abyss demonic world could open up astral paths and charge straight to the Kunlun realm. There would be no need to waste time like in the past, using the spatial tears created by the collision of the two realms to enter the Kunlun realm. Xiao Chun asked about some of the questions that concerned him. Diwuk, Wenziren, the son of the 3 holy masters, and Xianxia and the other prime's inheritors. How strong are they now? Shui Lingling smiled and replied, "Their strength improved very quickly. Compared to me, they are much stronger. However, they are all stuck at great perfection blue-robed emperor. None of them can advance to consummation blue-robed emperor. If they knew that despite improving so quickly in the astral battlefield, they still could not compare to you, I wonder what they would think. Xiao Qian smiled faintly, appearing rather calm and not overly complacent. He said, "When I was at great perfection blue-robed emperor, I did not accumulate much. I relied on a shortcut to advance to consummation blue-robed emperor. If they could stabilize themselves at great perfection blue-robed emperor for a while, accumulating their strength, they might not be much weaker than me." Furthermore, Xiao Chun still had his tribulation in 5 years. Now, he had less than 3 years left. As for who would be able to go further in the future, it was still far from the time to see the results. That's right. Let's not talk about this for now. I have something to give you. Xiao Chun smiled and took out the ancient Emperor Yi Shooting Sun Bao from his universe ring, handing it over. Shui Lingling received it and looked at it suspiciously. After a while, she said excitedly, "This is the Emperor Yi Shooting Sun Bao on the Divine Weapon ranking. Junior brother Xiao Chun. How did you get it?" I once asked Master, but he could not help me find it. When Xiao Chun saw his first senior sister's happy expression, he revealed a smile as well. Since the first few years after he entered the Kunlun realm, when he was still looking up to this world, his first senior sister had helped him a lot. With such kindness, it would not be too much to use anything to repay him. As long as he liked it, it would be fine. However, it seems like the item spirit is no longer around. Right, the item spirit is indeed no longer around. However, this makes it easier for you to refine it. As long as you refine such a divine weapon, it will automatically give birth to an item spirit. At that time, it will be even closer to you, Xiao Chen explained. Shui Lingling carefully put away the Emperor Yi Shooting Sun Bao and said with a smile, "I like this bao a lot. Senior sister will not stand on ceremony with junior brother. With this bao, I will be more confident in the astral battlefield." When Xiao Chen heard this, he was startled. "Senior sister, we still have to return to the astral battlefield?" Shui Lingling smiled and said, "That is natural. The astral battlefield is just as you said. The great perfection blue-robed emperor needs to accumulate strength. To us, the astral battlefield is the best place to return to." Xiao Chun continued asking around, asking about Bai. At the mention of Bai, Shui Lingling revealed an expression of admiration. In the astral battlefield, Bai was one of the most dazzling people. He even obtained the title of the nine-tailed spirit god. When Xiao Chun heard this, his lips curled up. Unexpectedly, that drunkard Bai would obtain such a title one day. Chapter 1283. Let's go. We should be preparing a celebratory banquet. We should also go and meet Yu Chenxi, Jinlin, and the others. Their accomplishments on this island are not low. The Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony ended successfully. Naturally, there had to be a celebratory banquet to properly reward the people of the Dragon's Gate for their hard work. Furthermore, there would be treasures from the Dragon's Gate's treasure trove and Xiao Chen's own collection to reward those who contributed. Shui Lingling smiled and said, "Good. I miss them somewhat as well. Let's see if they suffer at your place." After the bustling celebratory banquet ended, Xiao Chen returned to his own peak alone. Then, Xiao Chen took out a sage-grade medicinal pill for treating injuries from the universe ring and started to meditate. Xiao Chen had not rested properly for the entire day. Now, he needed to treat his injuries properly. Otherwise, the repercussions of deities descending would be hard to get rid of. In today's battle, Xiao Chen had blocked 14 3-kilometer-long gargantuan weapons, bringing out all his trump cards. Now, he had a clear understanding of his own strength. Xiao Chen's foundation was still far from that of the true Emperor Wu. If it were Emperor Wu with the golden body, he would not be as severely injured as Xiao Chen. Half-step golden body. This half-step was a fatal and clear weakness under his seemingly strong appearance. Now that Xiao Chen calmed down, the tribulation cloud from the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony appeared in his mind again. The moment the tribulation cloud appeared, the gathering of luck immediately came to a halt. If Xiao Chen did not get rid of this tribulation cloud, the fate of the Dragon's Gate would come to an abrupt end. No matter what, the The great tribulation of wind and fire was an unavoidable tribulation. It became a great worry for Xianxia. Even the Flame Rock Sovereign could not imitate Xianxia's great tribulation of wind and fire. How strong exactly would Xianxia's great tribulation of wind and fire be? Perhaps I should make a trip home before the great tribulation arrives. Xianxia muttered to himself as he opened his eyes and finished digesting the sage-grade medicinal pill and recovering from his injuries. If the Sky Dome realm did not allow Emperor Wu to descend and clear this great tribulation of wind and fire, he would not be able to return. If he couldn't make it through, he would definitely suffer a terrible fate. He wouldn't even have the chance to return. As such, there was still more than 2 years before the tribulation. He had to make a trip back and meet the people he needed to meet. The West Ocean Dragon Palace, which was not far from the Heaven Dragon Island, was immersed in a depressing atmosphere. Everyone in the West Ocean Dragon Palace, from the high-level members to the servants, felt extremely depressed. When the luck of the Dragon's Gate gathered, the clouds in the surroundings surged towards the Dragon's Gate like a vast army. They all saw the huge, mysterious phenomenon. Everyone knew that now that the Dragon's Gate's luck was formed, the West Sea Dragon Palace, which was closest to it, would definitely be affected. If they had approached him earlier, the West Ocean Dragon Palace might have taken this opportunity to rise to the next level. However, that was clearly impossible now. Everyone in the Divine Dragon Palace knew that when the Western Sea Dragon King rushed back from Heavenly Star Island in a sorry state, the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace and the Dragon's Gate had already fallen out. No one in the West Ocean Dragon Palace could smile when they thought about their future. In the empty palace hall, A.O. Lang drank alone, feeling depressed. His sullen expression inspired fear in others. As Xianxia drank cup after cup of wine, he suddenly saw a trace of scarlet blood in the wine. A.O. Lang roared ferociously and smashed the wine cup into powder. Blood leaked out of A.O. Lang's lips uncontrollably. His face twitched in pain. Even now, the palm strike that the prime Ingzongtian sent out had not healed. A vast energy suppressed Xianxia's primordial energy, preventing his internal organs from regenerating on their own. Brother A.O., you are really severely injured this time. At this moment, in the empty hall, a black figure walked toward them. This person was clearly not from the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace. However, he did not seem to startle anyone along the way. A.O. Lang felt startled. However, when he saw the appearance of this figure, his wariness slowly faded, replaced with anger. Heavenly Star Treasure Master, what are you doing here? Earlier, I sought you out to disrupt the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony, but you did not agree. Now that I failed, you're here to laugh at me? A.O. Lang snorted coldly. This person was none other than Yiling's father, the most mysterious and unfathomable treasure master of the heavenly starry ocean. The treasure master took out a jade bottle and said, "The holy pill in this can quickly heal your injuries. What exactly are you here for?" A.O. Lang received the holy pill and looked at the other party suspiciously. The treasure master smiled faintly and replied, "Nothing much. I'm just giving you a chance to take revenge in the future." 2 months later, the commotion over the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment slowly calmed down. Amid all sorts of controversy and discussions, the Dragon's Gate that was destroyed 10,000 years ago was finally re-established. Immediately, it attracted countless cultivators who wanted to join the Dragon's Gate. They all wanted to see the glory of the Dragon's Gate, to see what was different about this new Dragon's Gate. However, Xianxia did not open the Dragon's Gate to the public. The new disciples of the Dragon's Gate were all local youths and talented cultivators of Heavenly Star Island. Firstly, there were not enough resources. Secondly, Xianxia did not have any ambitions or any thoughts of expanding his strength. In the past 2 months, Xianxia did not do much. He only made another trip to the Black Sea and persuaded the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea to give lessons at the Dragon's Gate once a year. This was equivalent to a sovereign martial emperor personally teaching the Dragon's Gate every month, making up for the lack of peak strength of the Dragon's Gate. Now that 2 months had passed, Everything in the Dragon's Gate was back on track. Actually, it was not much different from before. However, the cultivators on the island could now puff out their chests and call themselves people of the Dragon's Gate. They no longer had to refer to themselves as cultivators of Heavenly Star Island. The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace no longer dared to come and mock the Dragon's Gate. After the lesson from the Haotian Prime, Aolang would not dare to mess around. At this moment, on a dueling platform on the Dragon's Gate's main peak, for delicate and pretty youths were waving the long sabers in their hands and practicing the basic saber techniques. A white figure watched extremely seriously from outside the dueling platform, not missing a single detail. A pretty girl with a mischievous look in her eyes stood beside this person. Naturally, this person was Xianxia. Standing beside him was Yu, who had been in charge of teaching the new disciples. Basic saber techniques had only 8 main points: raise, stab, intercept, block, wipe, carry, chop, and chop. The seemingly simple basic saber techniques actually encompassed everything. All the magnificent saber techniques that could be used in actual combat could not do without these 8 main points. As someone with experience, Xiaoqian understood this very well. He knew how important basic saber techniques were to a bladesman. As for why Xiaoqian was here, it naturally had something to do with you. Back then, Xiaoqian had promised her that he would take some time out to teach the new disciples. Hence, he got you to pick out a few youths with more talented saber techniques and give them some pointers. When the 4 youths learned that the Blue Dragon King would personally teach them, they were both anxious and filled with anticipation. After they saw Xiaoqian, they all brought out their abilities. All of them executed their saber techniques in a tyrannical manner or with a boundless aura, trying to attract Xiaoqian's attention. When Xiaoqian saw this, he nodded to himself. These 4 were all very talented. They were only 12 or 13 years old, and they already touched the threshold of saber intent. They would probably be able to comprehend saber intent in another year or 2. After that, Xiaoqian corrected the saber techniques that the 4 youths used. Then, Xiaoqian instructed the 4 to focus on practicing basic saber techniques and solidifying their foundations. Furthermore, he personally demonstrated them. At first, these 4 youths were somewhat unconvinced. However, after they saw Xiaoqian's seemingly ever-changing yet extremely simple basic saber techniques, they no longer had any complaints. Occasionally, Xiaoqian would check on these 4 youths and discover that they had made good progress. What do you think, big brother Xiaoqian? Will these 4 treasures of mine be able to produce a saber sovereign in the future? He said proudly at the side. Xiaoqian laughed. This goal was really ambitious. Even he did not dare to say whether he could become a saber sovereign or not. Hey, what are you laughing at? Quickly say it. He was unhappy. Right now, her heart ached the most for her group of treasured disciples. Feeling helpless, Xiaoqian said objectively, they are all very talented. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be no problem for them to become martial sages. If they have sufficient opportunities, becoming Emperor Wu is not a wild guess. However, becoming a saber sovereign is a little difficult. You smiled and said, Emperor Wu is pretty good as well. If you can groom an Emperor Wu, I will be very proud. Big brother Xiao. Just at this moment, the veiled Mo Chen appeared on a small mountain path and called out to Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian felt excited. It seemed that he had made some progress on the matter that he had entrusted her with, so he could make a move now. I will probably be back for a long time. I'll leave these disciples to you. Hearing that Xiaoqian was leaving, the 4 youths practicing the saber immediately stopped and asked, Sectmaster, when will you be back? When you return, we will definitely cultivate our basic saber techniques to perfection. Sectmaster, what are you going to do? Xiaoqian turned his head back and smiled. I'm going to meet the person who taught me the basic saber techniques. Cultivate well. When I return, I will test you all. Xiaoqian saw a shadow of himself in this group of youths. He also remembered the girl who taught him the basic saber techniques at Qingyang Peak. That was a beautiful memory engraved in his mind. No matter how much time passed, he would never forget it. The transportation formation is ready. Are you sure it can send us to the Sky Dome realm? Xiao Chun asked anxiously as he arrived beside Imo Chun. Imo Chun answered, Debao already sent someone to deliver the superior grade astral cores that we need. The transportation formation connecting to the Sky Dome realm is in the Great Qi Nation's royal court. The Great Qi Nation's royal court? Xiao Chun had long guessed that the Great Qi Nation's royal court was a branch of the Kunlun realm's Ing clan. Now, it looked like his guess was correct. Otherwise, a lower realm royal court would not be able to control a transportation formation to the upper realm. Let's go then, Xiao Chun said. However, Imo Chun did not move. Instead, she looked like she wanted to say something but hesitated. Xiao Chun stopped and asked, What's wrong, Imo Chun? Big brother Xiao, are you sure you want to return to the Sky Dome realm? Imo Chun asked. Xiao Chun nodded and said, After 2 months of quiet cultivation, I can already sense my limits from a distance. Right now, I have to be very careful when I cultivate, not daring to raise my cultivation too much. I need to return to the Sky Dome realm before my great tribulation of wind and fire. Chapter 1284. Regardless of whether Xiao Chun cleared his great tribulation of wind and fire or not, he would not have another chance to return. He could only make a trip down before he returned. How long will it take? 1 year, perhaps 2 years. Back then, Xiao Chun only had 2.5 years left to advance to Martial Emperor. He could stay in the Sky Dome realm for at most 2 years. Imo Chun said seriously, I want to accompany you. I know that big brother Xiao wants to undergo his tribulation in the Sky Dome realm. I promised you that I would protect you when you undergo your tribulation. Xiao Chun smiled and said, Thank you. I thought you were going to say something. I will not undergo my tribulation in the Sky Dome realm. Undergoing a tribulation, there is just seeking death. Be it the Thunder King or the Deep Abyss Demon Monarchs, they will not agree to it. Imo Chun blinked and asked, Really? Xiao Chun nodded and said, Really? I'm not lying to you. If I want to undergo my great tribulation of wind and fire, I will definitely undergo it on the Dragon's Gate. It is more stable here. Imo Chun smiled and said, Right, that is for the best. Let's go. I'll send Big Brother Xiao back now. The two flew and soon arrived at the transportation formation on Heavenly Star Island. The superior grade astral cores in the transportation formation were already prepared. Xianxia, Gong Yangyu, and Xianyuan Zhantian had already arrived at the transportation formation. They intended to return with Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun took a step forward and landed beside the three. He asked casually, Are you sure you want to return with me? There are no cultivation conditions in the Sky Dome realm. Xianxia nodded and said with a smile, I'm sure. I really want to see how my master is doing. I missed the opportunity to return last time. This time, I'm already in the blue-robed Emperor realm. I have to go back. Gong Yangyu said, This is a rare opportunity. If I go back by myself, I don't know if I can gather so many superior grade astral cores. Xianyuan Zhantian smiled and said, I want to see my father. I have not seen him for many years. I wonder how he will smile when he sees my current strength. When Xiao Chun heard Xianyuan Zhantian's words, he felt slightly stunned. On this trip to the Sky Dome realm, he had to formally meet the father who chased him out. Imo Chun said softly, Take care. The superior grade astral core on the ancient transportation formation started to burn. The light of the formation lines swam around like flames. However, when the formation was fully activated, it instantly gave off a bright light. When the light dissipated, there was no one left on the teleportation formation. Imo Chen's heart felt empty. Amid flashes of light, Xiao Chen's group appeared in the transportation formation of the Great Qi Nation's royal court in the Sky Dome realm. The Great Qi Nation's Princess Ing Yu and a group of old men from the royal court were already waiting outside the transportation formation. Have we reached the Sky Dome realm? After so many years, I am really not used to the spiritual energy here. Gong Yangyu stretched out his hand and sighed. The Sky Dome realm was just a small world materialized from the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's residence during the Immortal Epoch. Naturally, it could not compare to a great world like the Kunlun realm. It was not just Xiao Chun. Xianxia and Xianyuan Zhantian were also not used to it. On the other hand, Xiao Chun was more casual. He mainly used origin essence stones to cultivate. Now that he had more than 20,000 origin essence stones, it was enough for him to cultivate for a long time. As for cultivating primordial energy, there was no difference whether it was in the Sky Dome realm or the Kunlun realm. Furthermore, Xiaochen had come back once before and stayed there for 2 years. He did not need any time to adapt. Hee. Brother Xiaochen, I'm returning to the Eastern Sea. I'll say goodbye here first. Xianyuan Zhantian took a deep breath, showing an excited expression. He could not wait to return. Yu Chenxi and Gong Yangyu took their leave at the same time, heading for the Great Jin Nation. After everyone left, Yingyu stepped forward and asked, "How long will you be back this time? You are returning to Mo City, right?" Xiaochen nodded. This time, he intended to go to Mo City first before going to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Hee. In that case, go quickly. After being away for more than 10 years, your father must be regretting it now, Yingyu said gently with a faint smile. The other party's aura had not changed. He was clad in golden battle armor and exuded a noble aura. Xiaochen glanced at the transportation formation behind him and said, "Given the royal court's ability, they should be able to send you to the Kunlun realm. Why have you not gone yet?" Although traveling between the Sky Dome realm and the Kunlun realm required a large number of superior-grade astral cores, such that even the 9 ranks of the great families could not casually send them there, the Ying clan strength was sufficient. However, with the Ying clan strength, they could definitely afford the price. Yingyu also had sufficient talent to cultivate in the Kunlun realm. Yingyu smiled and took out the longevity lock on her chest. She smiled and said, "Because of this, I am born with a weak physique. If I cannot live past 10 years in the Kunlun realm, I can only extend my life in this small world by relying on the longevity lock." Xiaochen now understood. The first time he met Yingyu, he had noticed this longevity lock. At that time, he had found it strange. She was already an adult, yet she wore a longevity lock. It turned out that there was such a connection. However, when Xiaochen asked about the reason for her physique, Yingyu was not willing to talk about it. She only urged him to go to Mo City quickly. Xiaochen did not force it. He looked in the direction of Mo City and sent out his spiritual sense. The aura of the Kunlun realm was too strong. Xiaochen's spiritual sense was obstructed and could not extend it too far. However, there were no obstructions at all in this small world. With his spiritual sense, he could clearly see a small portion of the Sky Dome realm. After all, Xiaochen's combat prowess was equal to that of a peak second heaven martial emperor, Emperor Wu. Xiaochen's spiritual sense quickly located Mo City. Then, he tore space and moved at lightning speed through the spatial tear. After several dozen breaths, he traveled 5,000 kilometers and arrived at Mo City in the blink of an eye. After landing, Xiaochen thought back to his earlier conversation with Yingyu. He regretted not asking about Lu Ruyue's situation. Yingyu also found it strange. She clearly knew that Xiaochen had returned, but she did not take the initiative to tell him about Lu Ruyue. Never mind. Let's not think about this anymore. After returning a few times, Xiaochen went to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion first. This time, no matter what, he had to return to Mo City first. Furthermore, it was different from his usual observation from afar. He wanted to make a personal trip to the Xiao clan and enter the gates. Xiaochen did not need to use his spiritual sense to check the terrain of Mo City. It was imprinted in his mind. He walked on the main road like an ordinary person, blending into the crowd and heading for the Xiao clan's residence at the foot of Seven Horn Mountain. Along the way, Xiaochen discovered that there were many people traveling with him. Based on the discussions of the passersby, this road seemed to lead to a city and not the Xiao clan's residence. Strange, what's going on? Did I remember the way wrong? Xiaochen squinted. At the limits of his vision, 50 kilometers away, there was indeed a vast and majestic city. Compared to this city, Mo City was like a simple and crude village. It could not compare at all. However, the direction was not wrong. He could vaguely see the silhouette of Seven Horn Mountain behind the city. Strange. Why do I not remember there being a city comparable to a county city so close to Mo City? After not seeing it for 10 years, the vast sea really turned into mulberry fields? Xiaochen increased his speed. To a regular person, his speed was neither fast nor slow, walking step by step. However, this step covered a kilometer. As he crossed it, he silently left most of the people behind. Xiao Clan's city. When Xiao Chan saw the 3 large words on the city gates, he understood. So, this was a city established by the Xiao clan. It looked like the Xiao clan's luck was very good. They had been developing very well in the past few years. Xiao Chun remembered that when he first returned and met Xiao Jian had given him many secret treasures, spirit stones, and secret manuals. These were not considered peak items in the Kunlun realm. However, in the Sky Dome realm, they were extremely rare treasures. They would be of great help to Xiao Chun. Below the city gates, Xiao Chun could not help but feel rueful. He thought back to his time in the Xiao clan. At that time, he had to face the pressure of the Zhang clan and the Tang clan, as well as the eyes of the county city's factions. His days have been much harder than now. Clan head, please take back your orders. Don't chase second young master away. Plop. The Xiao clan disciple, with another family name, Yilan, knelt on the ground and pleaded on behalf of Xiao Chun. First uncle, don't chase elder brother Xiao Chun away. He is now the hero of our Xiao clan. The eccentric Xiao Ling also knelt on the ground and looked anxiously at the Xiao clan's clan head, Xiao Xiong. Clan head, please take back your orders. Don't chase second young master away. The Xiao clan disciples, who had undergone experiential training with Xiao Chun in Gloomy Forest, knelt together. Xiao Yulan, Xiao Jian, and the other disciples all knelt down, pleading on behalf of Xiao Chun. Xiao Xiong's gaze was filled with pain, but he remained unmoved. He chased Xiao Chun away. Xiao Chun felt like he was dreaming. When he recalled those scenes, it felt like they happened just yesterday. Xiao Chun took a deep breath, and his scattered thoughts returned to reality. I once watched from afar. Today, I can finally walk in openly. Xiao Chun scanned the entire Xiao clan city with his spiritual sense. Then, he opened his eyes again and pushed off the ground. He soared into the air and disappeared from the city gates. This caused the guards at the city gates to panic. Seal the city gates. Quickly, go and report to the clan head. A mysterious expert has arrived at Xiao Clan City. There are even martial saints soaring into the air above the city gates, trying to figure out where Xiao Chun was. However, with Xiao Chen's strength, how could they find him? Xiao Clan City. The original Xiao Clan residence had already been expanded into the city lord's residence. Suddenly, Xiao Chun landed in front of the heavily guarded gates of the city lord's residence. He did not even raise a speck of dust. Who is it? When the guards at the gates discovered Xiao Chun, they immediately shouted coldly. They drew their weapons and formed a team surrounding Xiao Chun. The person leading them was a martial saint. He had the appearance of a stern youth. Xiao Chun found this person familiar, but he could not recall where he had seen him before. Suddenly, that youth's expression turned somewhat excited. He asked probingly, "Are you second young master?" Second young master. When the surrounding guards heard this, they were stunned. Their killing intent immediately vanished. Could this person before them be the legendary second young master of the Sky Dome realm? Xiao Chun smiled. A certain memory flashed in his mind. I remember you. Back then, I led a team to Gloomy Forest to hunt for demon cores. You were one of them. However, it has been too long. I can't quite remember your name. Ha ha ha. It really is second young master. I am Xiao He. Unexpectedly, second young master still remembers me. This is truly unexpected. Truly unexpected. The stern youth revealed wild joy on his face as he laughed loudly. Xiao He turned his head and said, "Quickly greet second young master." Chapter 1285. Greetings, second young master, the guard said respectfully as they knelt at the same time. Xiao Chun smiled and quickly got everyone to stand up. There's no need to be so polite. Quickly, go and report to the clan head and first young master. Second young master is back. Hurry up, Xiao He said excitedly. His speech was somewhat unclear. Immediately, someone rushed to the gates. Xiao He said respectfully, second young master, come, let's go in. Old master and first young master have been missing you. However, when Xiao Chun reached the gates and saw them, he hesitated. Second young master, what's wrong? Xiao he asked, finding it strange. Is it because of the homesickness? I have been longing to return for a long time already. However, when a moment finally arrived when I stood before the gates, Xiao Chun hesitated. Smiling self-mockingly, Xiao Chun clarified his heart. After hesitating for only a moment, he made up his mind. Nothing, I was just thinking of some things of the past, Xiao Chun said softly. Xiao Chun said softly and continued walking forward. Xiao he followed behind him, pointing the way. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Finally, Xiao Chun crossed the gates. After so many years, Xiao Chun stepped into the Xiao clan once again. When Xiao Chun stepped through the gates, he felt like a knot in his heart had been untied. He felt incredibly relaxed. Actually, after so many years in the Kunlun realm, Xiao Chun already understood his father's painstaking efforts. The Xiao clan's bloodline had been exiled here. They no longer had any capital. Xiao Chun simply did not dare to let a descendant with the blue dragon martial spirit remain in the Xiao clan for the sake of the hundreds of lives of the Xiao clan. Back then, Xiao Xiong had to make the decision to chase away his own son. Actually, Xiao Chun never hated this father of his, just like when Xiao Xiong chased him away. Xiao Chun did not complain much. Instead, he knelt 3 times to thank his father. Each time, he kowtowed until his head bled. Before long, majestic footsteps came from the front. Without even using his spiritual sense, Xiao Chun knew who was coming. Xiao Chun stopped. In mere moments, a group of people met up with him. Xiao Jian took the lead, with Xiao Ling, and Yulan at his sides. In the middle of the group was a familiar yet strange face, Xiao Chen's father, Xiao Xiong. When their eyes met, the indelible connection between their bloodlines made Xiao Chun feel a sense of closeness for some reason. He could not help but say, "Father, I've returned." The words Lord Father caused Xiao Xiong, a man of steel, to tear up. After more than 10 years, Xiao Chen's temperament had changed greatly. His delicate appearance looked like that of a 17 or 18-year-old boy. "Ah, second young master, you're finally back. Hurry up and come over. Little sister Ling really wants to die." Xiao Xiong did not move. Instead, Xiao Ling, and Yilan quickly surrounded him. Everyone was talking at the same time, bombarding him with questions. This group of people did not treat Xiao Chun as the Blue Dragon King. They only treated him as the Xiao clan's second young master, a relative who had not returned for more than 10 years. The strong familial love surrounded Xiao Chun, making him happy and forgetting the worries of the Kunlun realm. "Are you really Xiao Chen's elder brother? Why do you look younger than Ling? Quickly prove yourself. Otherwise, I will not let you in." Xiao Ling rejoiced, but she was still as mischievous as before. Xiao Jian lectured, "Stop messing around. Father has not said anything yet." Xiao Xiong revealed a rare smile on his face. "It's good that you're back. Let's have a meal. I already got the servants to prepare it." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I'll listen to Lord Father." The meeting of father and son was unexpectedly harmonious. The awkwardness that Xiao Chan imagined did not exist before the familial love. This meal was the happiest that Xiao Chun had eaten in many years. In the Kunlun immortal world, he had stayed in many top-notch hotels and eaten all kinds of spirit beast delicacies, but none of them could compare to this place. Putting it on the table, Xiao Chun gave a simple answer to his cousin's questions. Of course, he did not mention the dangers he encountered in the Kunlun realm and the difficulties he faced along the way. The entire Xiao residence was immersed in joy. The return of Xiao Chun made everyone in the residence extremely happy. After the meal, Xiao Jian went to Xiao Chen's room alone and led him to his father's study. "Big brother, have you ever thought of going to Kunlun?" Xiao Chun asked casually on the way. When he returned to the Xiao family, he wanted the Xiao family disciples to bring them to the Kunlun realm, although he didn't have the luxury to bring all of Xiao Chen's family with him. However, it should not be a problem to bring along 2 or 3 of his closest relatives. He could still afford the consumption of resources. However, the most important question was whether the Xiao family disciples were willing or not. Xiao Jian shook his head and said, "If I had this opportunity 10 years ago, I would have been willing to take the risk. However, I'm already in my 30s and have missed the golden age. If I went again, I would not be able to do much. Big Brother seemed to be very rational and did not treat the Kunlun realm as a paradise. Actually, this was what Xiao Qian was worried about as well. After hearing Xiao Jian's thoughts, he did not insist. Go in by yourself. Father has something to say to you in private, Xiao Jian said in front of the study. After sorting out his thoughts, Xiao Qian pushed open the door and entered the study. Xiao Qian's father, Xiao Xiong, was currently flipping through a book. When he saw Xiao Qian, he put down the book and looked at Xiao Qian in a daze. After a long time, Xiao Xiong put down the book and said softly, "Aside from homesickness, you should have other matters to discuss with me. Tell me about them." After a long time, Xiao Xiong put down the book and said softly, "Aside from homesickness, you should have other matters to discuss. Tell me about them." Xiao Qian answered honestly, "I rebuilt the Dragon's Gate and want to bring in some of the talented children of the Xiao clan." "What?" Xiao Xiong stood up from his chair and walked over to Xiao Qian. He exclaimed in disbelief, his expression extremely shocked. "Were you injured? How did you survive? Why did you rebuild the Dragon's Gate?" A series of questions came out of Xiao Xiong's mouth. The first thing he cared about was whether Xiao Qian was injured or not how strong he was. This made Xiao Qian feel warmth in his heart. Xiao Qian smiled and said, "This child is fine. Even if the minor Heavenly Realm Emperor Wu wants to kill me, this child has a way to deal with it." Comparable to Emperor Wu's strength? Xiao Xiong was shocked once again. After a long time, his eyes became somewhat moist. He said softly, "It looks like I made a mistake back then. I should not have chased you away. I was wrong. It was also because I was not strong enough that you suffered so much." Xiao Qian said seriously, "No, Lord Father, you don't have to blame yourself. After everything that happened in the Kunlun realm, I already understood Father's good intentions. This child is unfilial. I passed by your house a few times, but did not enter. I should have returned long ago. I should not have run away." Seeing the tears in his father's eyes, Xiao Qian's heart turned sour. He knelt on the ground and said the words that he had suppressed in his heart for a long time. This child was wrong. No excuse can be used as a reason to pass by my house and not enter. Father must have been worried about me day and night for the past 10 years. I should have returned long ago. Xiao Xiong could no longer hold back the tears in his eyes. The knot in his heart that he had been brooding over finally opened up with Xiao Qian's words. It turned out that his son did not blame him long ago. After not seeing him for more than 10 years, his son had become an existence comparable to Emperor Wu. "Get up. Quickly get up. I don't blame you. I, Xiao Xiong, have never blamed you. I only hate myself for being helpless. I'm not surprised that you have today's accomplishments. It is just that I was so weak back then and could not protect you." Xiao Xiong quickly helped Xiao Qian up. Not letting him kneel on the ground was something he could not bear. Xiao Qian stood up and said, "There is no need. Let this child protect Father and the Xiao clan. I, Xiao Qian, swear that as long as I am around, no one will be able to harm the Xiao clan." Under the lantern light, the father and son chatted for a long time. Unknowingly, the sky slowly brightened. The Xiao clan has been in exile for a long time. We no longer have any inheritances. Only this ring is passed down from generation to generation. It is also the symbol of the clan head. Today, I will pass it to you. Xiao Xiong took off an ancient azure ring and handed it to Xiao Qian, not allowing him to refuse. Xiao Qian checked it and immediately felt an ancient aura spreading out from the ring. This ring was indeed an item from the ancient era. However, he did not sense any energy from the ring. It was like some kind of energy was sealing it, hiding its true nature. "Chun'er, now that I pass this ring to you, you are now the clan head of our Xiao clan. You probably know the Xiao clan's rules. I will not say much, but I will warn you." Xiao Qian nodded and said, "Right. Father, please speak. Your child will listen." Xiao Xiong said seriously, "Regardless of whether you walk the righteous path or the evil path, I will not blame you. However, remember not to become a second Qing Emperor. Qing Emperor Xiao Teng is a sinner of our Xiao clan. This has been passed down from generation to generation." Xiao Qian's heart skipped a beat. How could there be such a saying? Qing Emperor helped the Dragon's Gate conquer a vast territory, establishing a supreme prestige. Even if the Dragon's Gate was destroyed at his hands, his merits would offset his faults. He would not be a sinner. After all, the Qing Emperor was a member of the Shao clan. Why did the ancestors pass down this saying, using such a serious stance to warn the later generations? Lord Father, why? The Qing Emperor was responsible for the destruction of the Dragon's Gate. However, it was not what he wanted. Why did the ancestors warn the later generations? Xiao Chun carefully put away the ring. Then, he looked at Xiao Xiong and voiced his doubts. The word sinner was simply too heavy. Not only that, but there was also the need to warn the later generations. Did the Qing Emperor really do something unforgivable? Xiao Xiong said gravely, "There are some things that only the clan head can know. Today, you are wearing this blue dragon ring, so you are qualified to know. This is the secret of our Shao clan. Remember not to spread it." After Xiao Tong became a martial emperor, he actually entered a state of berserking qi deviation and entered the demonic Tao. His temperament changed greatly. For the sake of breaking through Emperor Wu's shackles, he was unscrupulous. Countless people died at his hands. Not to mention the experts of the other races, his good friends, lovers, and a master who taught him all died under his saber. When Xiao Chun heard this, he was greatly startled. That's impossible. I once saw the Dragon's Gates war venerates. When they mentioned the Qing Emperor, they all respected him. They were even more loyal to the Dragon's Gate until death. Chapter 1286. If the Qing Emperor was really such a person, it would be impossible for him to gain so much respect from the entire Dragon's Gate. How could a demon who entered the demonic Tao gain so much respect? Xiao Chen knew about the Qing Emperor's tyranny. However, tyranny was one thing. Killing his friends and family, killing his lovers. He had already entered the demonic Tao. Xiao Chun could accept a person's tyranny, but he absolutely could not accept such actions. Xiao Xiong sighed softly. Secrets are secrets. Naturally, ordinary people do not know about them. Not many people in the Dragon's Gate know about this. In the eyes of the Qing Emperor, the Dragon's Gate was just a chess piece on his path of cultivation. How could he let such secrets leak out? He only entered the demonic Tao and did not lose his intelligence. He even managed to escape the shackles in his heart. His thoughts are even more meticulous than ordinary people's. Xiao Chen understood. Back when he entered the demonic Tao, he had heard the old man from the Five Poison sect mention it. Some people did not lose their rationality after entering the demonic Tao. They even knew how to hide, making them even more difficult to deal with. However, was the Qing Emperor such a person? Xiao Chen really could not accept this. For the sake of breaking the shackles in his heart, he killed his lover, his friends, and his teacher. If not for the Dragon's Gate being useful to him, he would have mercilessly attacked the entire Dragon's Gate. For some reason, Xiao Chen instinctively did not believe all this. Even if it was true, there had to be another reason. However, Xiao Chen's father's words were passed down from generation to generation. It should not be wrong. Furthermore, when Xiao Chen was re-establishing the Dragon's Gate, the obstruction he faced, even the various holy lords jumped out. When Xiao Chen connected this to his father's words, it was like they were corroborating each other, telling him that the words of his ancestors were correct. Xiao Xiong explained, "Don't overthink. It does not matter what the world thinks or what the ancestors of the Shao clan and the Kunlun realm think. You just need to be clear about your own heart. I see the shadow of the Qing Emperor in you. However, your heart of innocence has never changed. Father believes in you." Xiao Chen nodded. "I know. I have never thought of becoming the second Qing Emperor. Father, don't worry. Re-establishing the Dragon's Gate is my responsibility as a descendant of the Shao clan. I do not have any ambition. I just want the Dragon's Gate's legacy to continue." A gratified smile appeared on Xiao Xiong's face. Which father wouldn't be happy to see his son so capable? Stay here for a few more days. If there are any suitable youths, pick a few and send them up. There is no need to settle everything in one go. Let's take it slow for now. After several hundred years, our Shao family will be able to prosper in the Kunlun realm. After coming out of his father's study, Xiao Chen's heart felt heavy. Xiao Chen could not help but feel heavy. In the Kunlun realm, he had always considered himself a descendant of the Qing emperor. Sitting on the roof and looking at the starry sky, Xianxia thought about the unparalleled existence that swept through the Kunlun realm. It turned out that he was a demon. A book appeared in his hand. It was The Art of Good and Evil Merit. Looking at the black and white cover, Xianxia did not actually open it. Instead, he thought about some of the clues he knew. That's not right. There are too many doubts in this. Many of them do not make sense. After carefully putting away The Art of Good and Evil Merit, Xianxia frowned and pondered. Perhaps the only one who knows the truth is the Thunder King. The item spirit in the Blue Dragon Palace should know as well. That old fellow is very mysterious and seems to have a very close relationship with the Qing Emperor. The Thunder King is not easy to see, and he does not have much lifespan left. If Xianxia really wants to find out more, he will have to make a trip to the Blue Dragon Palace after advancing to Martial Emperor. Xianxia, why are you thinking so much? You did not come to the lower realms to seek trouble. Come with me. I want to go to Seven-Horn Mountain, Ao Jiao said as she came out of the Immortal Spirit Ring. Xianxia revealed a smile on his face. Since Little Yellow Feather turned into the Golden Crow Egg, he had not seen Ao Jiao speak for a long time. Since Ao Jiao asked, naturally, Xianxia agreed. Seven-Horn Mountain was the place where the Thunder King died. He also wanted to go there. With a few steps, the two arrived at the place where the Thunder King died. The Sky Dome realm did not allow Emperor Wu to descend. However, for a dying person, be it the upper echelon of the Kunlun realm or the Deep Abyss demon monarchs, they would not interfere. There were no longer any secrets in the cave. To outsiders, it no longer held any attraction. It had been empty for a long time. Now, it was overgrown with weeds and thorns, completely sealing the entrance. Xianxia flicked his finger, and a saber light flashed. All the weeds turned to dust. As Xianxia looked at the entrance, he felt deeply moved. This place was the first fortuitous encounter that changed his fate. If Xianxia had not met Ao Jiao, he might have lost his life in Cheesy County. Without the inheritance that the Thunder King gave him, he would not have been able to walk the path of a bladesman, and he would not have had all his accomplishments in the future. This was the place where Xiaoqian's dreams began, as well as the place where his story began. Now that he returned to this place, he could not help but feel a wondrous feeling in his heart. He sighed at the wonders of fate. Ao Jiao, I've always had a question. Why is the restriction of the Thunder King's place of death so simple? Back then, that restriction could only block martial saints. To the current Xianxia, it was practically negligible. Ao Jiao smiled and said, "You are really silly. You can't even figure this out. If Sang Mu made the restrictions too difficult, he would not be able to do so. If Sang Mu made the restriction too difficult, wouldn't I be sealed here forever, with no one able to free me?" Xianxia revealed an expression of understanding. It turned out that it was so simple. To think that he could not think of it. Why did the Thunder King choose this place for his death? Sang Mu was a citizen of the Great Qi nation in the first place. He was born poor. His parents were just ordinary hunters at the foot of Seven-Horn Mountain. He chose to die here only because of his longing for the place. As the two chatted, they recalled some of their earliest memories. Occasionally, they would smile. "Do you remember how proud you were back then? Always calling me Trash Master?" "Naturally, I remember. Back then, you were just trash. Furthermore, you were so arrogant and unconvinced. Everyone has been arrogant in their youth. Thinking back, I did indeed show off my abilities, not knowing how to restrain myself. I offended all the noble clans of the Great Qi nation. Now that I think about it, that period of time was truly carefree, without any worries." The two chatted for a long time at the entrance. Then Xiaoqian said, "Come, let's go in and take a look." However, Ao Jiao shook her head and said, "There's no need. The memories that this place brought me are long gone. I came here just to reminisce about the past after I left this place." The past after I left this place? Xiaoqian thought about it and understood. Ao Jiao had already walked out of the knot in her heart from the Thunder King's death. "Let's spend the night here, then." The moonlight was very good. Xiao Chun decided to spend the night here, reminiscing about the first time he came to Seven-Horn Mountain. In the boundless night, Xiao Chun took off the blue dragon ring. Then, he frowned and started to study it. Given his current eyesight, he could tell that there was a seal in the ring. As for what exactly it was, he needed time to figure it out. If only Mo Chun were here. Given her talent and formations, it would not be difficult for her. I really want to know what is hidden in this ring, Xiao Chun muttered to himself. In the Xiao clan city, Xiao Chun set up the 9 iron defense magic formations. He modified the formation plate so that as long as one possessed the Xiao clan's bloodline and the formation plate, they could activate the iron defense magic formations. The original iron defense magic formations required primordial energy to activate. After Xiao Chun modified them, its might naturally weakened. However, the 9 iron defense magic formations had the advantage in numbers. When stacked together, they could block an attack on the level of Emperor Wu. In this Sky Dome realm, they were impregnable. No one could break them. Even if Xiao Chun wanted to break them, he would have to spend a lot of time and primordial energy. Aside from this, Xiao Chun discovered 3 10-year-old youths among the Xiao clan's younger generation. They had pretty good talent and were worth sending to the Kunlun realm to be nurtured. It looked like Xiao Chun's luck had affected the main clan, allowing the Xiao clan to produce 3 young geniuses. The people of Xiao Jian's generation no longer had much room for improvement. To them, the Kunlun realm was not a blessed land. They might as well remain in the Sky Dome realm. After bringing 3 more people back to the Kunlun realm, Xiao Chun would have to spend another 30,000 superior grade astral cores. Even though Xiao Chun was rich and overbearing, he found this somewhat unbearable. No wonder the people of the Kunlun realm did not casually go to the lower realms. 1 month passed. After he finished what he needed to do, Xiao Chun rushed to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion somewhat impatiently. Xiao Chun's spiritual sense detected the presence of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He immediately tore space and entered a spatial tear, rushing over at lightning speed. There were no obstructions in this spatial tear. A person's speed could be increased infinitely, even faster than lightning. In merely a few breaths, Xiao Chun appeared in the sky above the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Qingyan Peak. He scanned the area with his spiritual sense, but did not discover Lu Ruyue. She's not at Qingyan Peak. She probably went out. Xiao Chun did not worry. With Lu Ruyue's current strength, she should be able to protect herself in the Sky Dome realm. Xiao Chun did not find Lu Ruyue, but he did find Lu Suifeng. This brat had not changed at all. Revealing a smile on his face, Xiao Chun silently appeared behind Lu Suifeng. Lu Suifeng was currently drinking wine in the courtyard, humming a tune in satisfaction. He was clearly in a good mood. Coincidentally, Xingyan has not been around for the past few days. My days have become much more comfortable. Tomorrow I will go to the other peaks. Jiren Peak seems to have accepted a new female disciple. She is very pretty. Ha ha ha. I will go to Jiren Peak. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. It looked like his wife was very strict with this brother-in-law of his. Suifeng, it turns out that you have such thoughts. When junior sister Xingyan returns, I have to tell her about it. Suddenly, Xiao Chun spoke, deciding to tease Lu Suifeng. Who is it? Lu Suifeng was so startled that he vomited a mouthful of wine. When he turned his head back, he recognized Xiao Chun's appearance. He revealed an expression of extreme joy and said, "Big brother Xiao Chun, so it is you. You are back again. Ha ha ha. You scare me to death." Big brother? Didn't Suifeng always call me brother-in-law? Xiao Chun smiled and asked, "Where's your sister?" "My sister?" Lu Suifeng said with some confusion. "Big brother Xiao Chun, did you remember wrong? Since when did I have an elder sister?" Boom! The smile on Xiao Chun's face froze. It was like he was struck by lightning. He did not dare to believe Lu Suifeng's words. Chapter 12:87. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "Suifeng, you must be joking with me." Lu Suifeng said seriously, "Big brother Xiao Chun, I am not joking with you. I really do not have an elder sister. Everyone in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion knows this." Xiao Chun realized that something was amiss and said in a deep voice, "Say that again." Lu Suifeng felt that Xiao Chan was a little scary, but he still answered, I, Lu Suifeng, am an only child. I do not have any memories of an older sister. Impossible, Xiao Chun said loudly. How is this possible? Could it be that what happened in Qingyan Peak was just a dream? You're not Lu Suifeng. I'll go ask someone else. Xiao Chen's face sank. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's main hall and saw the pavilion master, Lu Qianyu. Lu Suifeng asked doubtfully, What's wrong with elder brother Xiao? Do I really have an elder sister? When Xinyan comes back, I'll ask her properly, but I really don't remember her doing so. When Xiao Chun asked his question nervously, Lu Tianyu had a confused expression on his face as well. He indicated that no less than 1,000 disciples knew who Lu Ruyue was. How could it be possible to know Lu Ruyue? Furthermore, he was very sure of it. Such a huge case caused Xiao Chan to go somewhat crazy. He asked everyone about it. Xiao Chan calmed himself down and flew to the imperial capital to look for Yingyu. Lu Ruyue had once experienced danger with Yingyu. She should not have forgotten. In the end, Yingyu expressed that she did not know either. She had never heard of Lu Ruyue before. No wonder when I first arrived in the Sky Dome realm, Yingyu did not mention Lu Ruyue. Lu Ruyue was not in Yingyu's memories at all. Xiao Chan felt disappointed and frustrated. Then, he found Feng Feishue in the imperial capital. When Feng Feishue saw Xiao Chun, she was very happy. However, she also expressed that she had never heard of Lu Ruyue before. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Suppressing the pain in his heart, Xiao Chan flew throughout the entire Sky Dome realm. He found everyone who had a connection with Lu Ruyue. However, everyone seemed to have an agreement. They all said that they had never heard of Lu Ruyue. Above the ruins of the Thunder Cliff, Xiao Chun looked at the endless sea. His hair was disheveled, and he looked extremely tired. Inside the immortal spirit ring, Ao Jiao did not know how to comfort Xiao Chun. This was because she had never heard of Lu Ruyue either. Could it be that the entire world has forgotten about you? Only I know that you once existed. Xiao Chun mumbled to himself. He felt like he was about to collapse. He even began to doubt whether this world was real or illusory. Could it be that it was really a dream? Xiao Chun fell into deep thought. This matter was really too strange. A living person in this world, there was no trace of his existence at all. It was as if she had never existed, but Xiao Chun remembered it clearly. He would never be able to forget those images in his mind. Be it 1,000 years or 10,000 years, Xiao Chun would never forget that Lu Ruyue was the person that he, Xiao Chun, had to protect for his entire life. Suddenly, inspiration flashed in Xiao Chen's mind as he recalled something. The mini-Emperor Wu of the Kunlun realm all guessed that during the peak of the martial epoch in the ancient era, there were powerhouses who broke through the shackles of Emperor Wu. However, none of those powerhouses' deeds have been passed down. In fact, there were no records of them in any ancient books. Even the top of the Sage Mark Monument only had some vague marks. Aside from that, there were no other traces left behind. This made several Emperor Wu doubt whether there was a peak above Emperor. Could it be that Lu Ruyue left this abandoned land and erased all traces of her existence like those powerhouses did? However, that was impossible. Xiao Chun was only as strong as Emperor Wu. How could Lu Ruyue leave this abandoned land? No matter what, this guess allowed Xiao Chun to truly calm down. Ao Jiao, come out for a while. When Ao Jiao came out, Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and placed it on her forehead. Xiao Chun turned all the memories between him and Lu Ruyue into spiritual sense and sent it into Ao Jiao's sea of consciousness. Instantly, scenes of Xiao Chun and Lu Ruyue interacting with each other appeared in Ao Jiao's mind. Lu Ruyue revealed a pained expression, and sweat poured down her forehead continuously. She felt like her memories were being torn apart, and she appeared somewhat confused. After the pain passed, Ao Jiao panted continuously. She looked at Xiao Chun and said, I remember now. I remember everything. Lu Ruyue is your lover, the lover that you swore to protect. Only now did Xiao Chun release his bated breath. This was not a dream. It was just that this world had already forgotten about Lu Ruyue. Ao Jiao felt some lingering fear. To think that someone actually erased a portion of my memories invisibly. What exactly happened? I'll make another trip back to Qingyan Peak and let Lu Suifeng recover his memories. Then, the truth will be revealed. Xiao Qian had already guessed a few things. He even knew why he did not forget about Lu Ruyue. When he returned to Qingyan Peak and let Lu Suifeng recover his memories, he would be able to confirm his guess. Not long later, Xiao Qian calmed down and returned to Qingyan Peak to look for Lu Suifeng. Big brother Xiao Qian, what's going on? Do I really have an elder sister? Lu Suifeng asked somewhat anxiously. He already knew that Xiao Qian was asking about his elder sister in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. However, no matter how he thought about it, he could not recall having an elder sister. Xiao Qian's expression turned grave. He looked at Lu Suifeng and said, "You really don't remember anything?" I don't remember having an elder sister," Lu Suifeng answered honestly, feeling somewhat uneasy. Xiao Qian felt an indescribable pain in his heart. How ruthless! No wonder there were no traces of the people who were transported in the past tens of thousands of years. Even the youngest person forgot about their existence. Who else could remember? However, after tens of thousands of years, only mysteries would be left behind. Let me tell you, your elder sister's name is Lu Ruyue. She is the person closest to you. She is the person that I, Xiao Qian, love the most. Xiao Qian stretched out his hand and used the same method. He used his spiritual sense to simulate a scene of him and Lu Ruyue together. Then, it appeared in Lu Suifeng's mind. The past events that they had experienced together appeared before Lu Suifeng's eyes like a movie. The various scenes of the past appeared. Learning at Qingyan Peak, getting drunk and singing, challenging Murong Chong, the final battle at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Lu Ruyue blocking Song Kei's fatal strike for him. What's going on? What's going on? Why are these scenes so familiar? My elder sister. When Xiao Qian released his finger, Lu Suifeng revealed a confused and pained expression. His eyes were filled with panic. After a while, Lu Suifeng felt extreme pain. Bean-sized beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. Soon, Lu Suifeng cried out in pain. The wounds hidden in the depths of his memories were torn open. Elder sister, Lu Suifeng seemed to have gone crazy. His eyes turned scarlet as he let out a pained roar. He finally recalled everything. Lu Suifeng felt like he had been relieved of a heavy burden. He clenched his fists and fell to the ground, panting continuously. Xiao Qian did not say anything. Although he felt anxious and wanted to know the answer, it was better to wait for Lu Suifeng to calm down first. After a long time, Lu Suifeng seemed to have changed into a different person. He stood up and said, "Brother-in-law, I remember everything." A light flashed in Xiao Qian's eyes. "Tell me, what exactly happened?" "About half a year ago, my elder sister and I were chatting happily in the courtyard. Suddenly, a hole appeared in the sky. It was extremely scary. Before I could react, a beam of light landed on my elder sister." Xiao Qian felt very anxious. He could not help but ask, "What happened after that?" "After that, my elder sister turned into a white dragon, a 3-kilometer-long white dragon. Her entire body gave off the aura of a king. I did not know what happened at all. I knelt on the ground, unable to resist at all. I don't remember what happened after that." Elder sister seemed to have turned into a white dragon and flew through that hole. The sky shattered, and she turned into a dragon. Xiao Qian's heart sank. If he recalled correctly, Lu Ruyue's martial spirit was a white dragon. The white dragon. Some of Xiao Qian's memories surfaced. When he first arrived at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. A white dragon storm had nearly killed him. The storm contained a consciousness of love and hate, pushing him to the brink of berserking chi deviation. At first, Xiao Qian did not care about it. Now that he thought about it, he trembled in fear. Could all this be a coincidence? According to Lu Suifeng's description, Lu Ruyue seemed to have been summoned by someone, awakening the dragon race bloodline in her body. Some peak martial techniques could allow one to transform into a dragon. However, Lu Riyue's situation was clearly not one of them. Xiao Qian could only deduce that Lu Riyue had the dragon race bloodline in the first place. Otherwise, she would not have been able to transform into a dragon. In the distant sea dragon grave, Xiao Qian learned from the ancient tomb keeper that the dragon race existed outside the abandoned land. Before the Dragon's Gate was destroyed, the ancestors of the dragon race could even use their totems to communicate with the distant sea dragon race, strengthening the dragon might of their martial spirits. This was because after the Shao clan signed a blood contract with the dragon race, some of the dragon race's bloodline was already flowing in their bodies. Thinking of this, Xiao Qian heaved a sigh of relief. At the very least, he could deduce that Lu Riyue should be safe now. Sui Feng, relax a little and cooperate with me. Let me see what you saw in the past. For the sake of obtaining a more accurate result, Xiao Qian decided to use his spiritual sense to invade Lu Suifeng's memories. Xiao Qian did not know such a technique. Even though his mental energy was very strong, he still needed Lu Suifeng's full cooperation. Lu Suifeng did not say anything more. He said directly, "How do I cooperate? Just tell me." Xiao Qian nodded and said, "It's very simple. My spiritual sense will enter the depths of your sea of consciousness. You just need to bring it in. At the same time, try to recall what happened that day in your mind." "No problem. Although I remember what happened that day, I can't say everything. It is best if you see it for yourself." Without saying anything more, Xiao Qian placed his finger on Lu Suifeng's forehead. Then, his spiritual sense entered Lu Suifeng's sea of consciousness. Compared to Xiao Qian, Lu Suifeng's sea of consciousness was much smaller. It was like comparing a pond to an ocean, the difference between clouds and mud. A formless energy wrapped around Xiao Qian's spiritual sense and brought him into the depths. Xiao Qian's spiritual sense immediately saw many scenes. They were even more realistic than seeing them with his own eyes. Chapter 1288. I found it. The scene froze, and Xiao Qian saw everything that happened that day. It was like he was there personally. Ancient words floated in the pillar of light that descended from the sky. These were the dragon characters that Xiao Qian saw in the Dragon Grave Sea. Indeed, it was as Xiao Qian guessed. The dragon race people from the outside world made a move. Xiao Qian continued to watch. There was no expression of pain on Lu Riyue's face. However, when the light descended, it was like some shackle in her body had been unlocked. A dragon might spread out and spread out. Lu Riyue turned into a white dragon and soared into the sky. How strong! This dragon might made even Xiao Qian feel a deep fear. Compared to Lu Suifeng's description, the impact of this scene was several times greater. Even the blue dragon Yuanying in Xiao Qian's body opened its eyes and released its dragon might. The scene changed. The white dragon soared into the sky, and the crack in the sky started to close. As the crack closed, Xiao Qian vaguely saw the white dragon descend from the sky on an ancient altar in the distance. The tens of thousands of dragon race cultivators around the altar all knelt down, their faces filled with respect. This was the end. After that, Xiao Qian could no longer see anything. He loosened his fingers, feeling somewhat melancholic in his heart. "Brother-in-law, how's my sister? Is she in danger?" Lu Suifeng asked anxiously. Xiao Qian did not tell Lu Suifeng about the final scene he saw. He said calmly, "She's fine. It is possible that you will never see Riyue again in this lifetime. However, I can be sure that she is fine. She might even be better off than we imagined." Late at night, the waning moon hung high on Qingyun Peak, and a cold wind blew. This night was cold and desolate. Even the lunar palace was deathly pale. In contrast to Xiao Qian's current mood, it was even colder and more desolate. "Ao Jiao, do you remember that I told you about Emperor Forsaken making a move against me half a year ago?" Ao Jiao nodded and said, "How can I not remember? I have never seen you so panicked before. You scare me to death." Xiao Qian slowly filled his wine cup and drained it in one gulp. "You guessed wrong. That was not Emperor Forsaken making a move against me. Instead, it was Lu Riyue leaving this world. Everything related to her will be mysteriously erased. The heaven-abandoning deity sovereign is not that capable." Given Emperor-forsaken strength, it was more than enough to deal with Lu Ruyue alone. Even if Emperor-forsaken was capable, he would not have the energy to deal with so many people at once. Xiao Qian put down his wine cup and sighed. Just like that ancient powerhouse, mercilessly erasing his aura from the abandoned land without any reluctance. Xiao Qian's words, Jiao Jiao, and said, "Was Yu Chun?" Suddenly Yao happened half a Jiao. Happened when Lu turned. Happened. However, how come your memories were not erased? What's going on? Xiao Qian shook his head, indicating that he did not understand. He remembered that strong spiritual sense from back then. He could not resist it at all. The other party easily extracted the memories related to Lu Ruyue. However, just as he was about to succeed, that mysterious energy suddenly retreated and stopped attacking. "What are you planning to do?" Ao Jiao asked worriedly. Xiao Qian's expression sank. He suddenly crushed the wine cup in his hand. "She is the lover that I made a promise to never give up on. She is the most beautiful memory of my life. Even if it takes 1,000 years or 10,000 years, even if gods or Buddhas block the way, I will chase after her and never give up." After understanding the truth behind Lu Ruyue's departure, Xiao Qian was no longer anxious. His worst-case scenario was that Emperor-forsaken had captured Lu Ruyue. However, when Xiao Qian saw the final scene of the dragons bowing to the white dragon, he calmed down. Xiao Qian did not know what kind of world it was outside the abandoned land. He did not know why Lu Ruyue had erased all traces of her existence like those ancient powerhouses. However, all he needed to know was that Lu Ruyue was safe and had not been captured by Emperor-forsaken. That was enough. Since those ancient powerhouses from the peak of the martial epoch could leave, then Xiao Qian would definitely be able to leave as well. As long as he persevered, there would be a chance to meet Lu Ruyue again. Xiao Qian was more confident than the sky. Since he had arrived at Qingyan Peak, Xiao Qian chose an uninhabited peak and decided to stay there. As for the memories of the others, he did not help them recover. Firstly, he was afraid that would be too complicated. Secondly, he was afraid of attracting unnecessary trouble and provoking that mysterious energy to make him move again. While on the mountain, Xiao Qian enjoyed a rare period of leisure in the Kunlun realm. Aside from cultivating as usual, he spent most of his time pondering the saber domain. After establishing the saber domain as the foundation of the saber, Xiao Qian no longer wavered. Even if this path was wrong, he would persevere to the end, as this path was the most suitable for him. Ao Jiao did not remain idle, either. She organized Xiao Qian's resources in preparation for breaking into the divine weapon ranking. Right now, she was still an item spirit and could not break free from the Lunar Shadow Saber. Her strength was limited by the Lunar Shadow Saber, reaching a bottleneck. Only by raising the Lunar Shadow Saber to a divine weapon would she have a chance to break through to a higher cultivation realm. A cool breeze blew, green shadows, a blue sky, and white clouds. On the summit, the wind was gentle and the sun was bright, looking peaceful. Xiao Qian leaned against a rock. The Lunar Shadow Saber was like a living thing, dancing nimbly in his palm, the back of his hand, and his arm. It was a dazzling sight, too much for the eye to take in. However, Xiao Qian's gaze and thoughts were not on this dazzling Lunar Shadow Saber at all. He just let his right hand play with the Lunar Shadow Saber happily. Xiao Qian looked at the bright and sunny sky and muttered, "I stayed in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion for a month. This peaceful environment is indeed very helpful in comprehending the Saber domain. Now, I can completely hide my power in the surrounding grass and trees, as well as in the clouds." 3 months ago, Xiao Qian's Saber domain was very scary. Not only would it roar with thunder, but it would also be covered in dark clouds. Going back further, when he just comprehended the Saber domain, he did not understand it at all. He only knew how to unleash his power. Now that he thought about it, it was very crude. Could it be that Senior Lon was laughing at me for being like a porcupine? According to what Senior Lon said, I've already gone from power to subtlety. With a thought, the saber intent filling the air is all mine to use. If I cultivate further, I will solidify this space, merging my entire heart into this 1 kilometer, making this 1 kilometer into my own space. Saber domain. Saber domain, cultivating the word domain. That was to say, one had to rely on the state of space. Instead, the saber became a supporting existence, a supporting role. After all, the entire Kunlun realm believed that the space Great Tao was much stronger than the Great Tao. This was because the space Great Tao was hard to grasp and even harder to cultivate. However, in comparison, the Saber Tao was much easier to grasp and even easier to cultivate. How could it compare to the space Great Tao? Originally, Xianxia thought so as well. However, as he cultivated the Saber domain, he wavered. The Saber Tao might not be weaker than the space Great Tao. However, the vision of the Emperor Wu of the Kunlun realm was restricted, preventing them from seeing the essence of the Saber Tao. Saber intent gathered in Xiaoqian's heart, and the nimble lunar shadow saber immediately stopped leaping around. It appeared in Xiaoqian's hand, tightly grasping it as he pointed it forward. The scabbard came out and stabbed into the cliff in front. Buzz! The saber trembled, and the entire space trembled slightly. Withdraw! Xiaoqian shouted in his heart, and the light of the world within 1 kilometer slowly shrank. This formed a strange scene. Within 1 kilometer, the sun shone brightly, looking incredibly piercing. However, within 1 kilometer of Xiaoqian's world, the light slowly shrank. When the light faded, it left behind an eternal darkness. Slowly, all the light gathered on Xiaoqian's body. However, just at this moment, there was a piercing sound, and all the shrinking light appeared. Intense fluctuations appeared, like disobedient children, scattering in a hubbub, returning to where they came from. This was the direction Xiaoqian was currently cultivating in. He did not choose to solidify this space and merge his body with the domain, working hard towards senior Lan Chaofeng's level. Instead, he chose another path, gathering everything within 1 kilometer into the saber in his hand. The saber domain focused on the saber. Everything had to be focused on the saber. The saber could not be a side character. How difficult. Every time I reach this step, it immediately crumbles. I wonder what the scene will be like after I grasp a little of this path. Xiaoqian's heart filled with anticipation. However, he also felt somewhat anxious. He did not know if he would succeed on this path. He had tried more than 1,000 times, but he had not succeeded even once. He could not help feeling somewhat depressed. Let me practice my profound martial techniques. Cultivating the saber domain is important, but I cannot fall behind on my martial techniques either. Xiaoqian stood up with a somersault. Then, he held the lunar shadow saber and spun it in the air. 1,000 mysterious phenomena appeared in Xiaoqian's body. As the saber light gathered, it formed a glorious painting of 1,000 mountains turning into dragons roaring ferociously in the sky. Xiaoqian smiled faintly and said, "Right now, my instant of glory is already at my fingertips. I can obtain whatever kind of glory I want." Again, with a thought, Xiaoqian swung his saber, creating a glorious painting of 10,000 dragons soaring into the sky. The painting shattered, condensed, and shattered. As Xiaoqian swung his saber, he felt incredibly carefree, feeling much more at ease. There is only one saber, instant of glory. Back then, Xiaoqian had comprehended this incomplete martial technique. Now he slowly perfected it. Now, he was even more at his fingertips. He could use it as he pleased and withdraw it as he pleased. All sorts of splendor, ever-changing and boundlessly ingenious. Following that, Xiaoqian practiced the 1,000-year hegemony establishment many times. He had already perfected this martial technique to the point of perfection. Unfortunately, this was a medial-grade, profound martial technique left behind by someone before him. Furthermore, there was only one move. Hence, he could not use it as smoothly as instant of glory, which felt like it surged in his blood. Xiaoqian stopped and frowned. How unfortunate. This 1,000-year hegemony establishment should be a saber technique created by an ancient saber sovereign. There should be a complete set of it. Unfortunately, I only obtained this one move. In the cultivation of the saber, Dao, instant of glory and thousand-year hegemony establishment were Xiaoqian's strongest killing moves. As for flawless bright moon, thousand frost battle snow, and the completed four-season saber technique, they were slightly weaker. They could only be considered inferior-grade, profound martial techniques. After Xiao Qian finished practicing the saber technique, he casually tossed the saber into the scabbard stuck in the cliff wall. Two bright moons rose up behind him. Xiao Qian executed the thousand-year death and the thousand-year flame at the same time. There were hot-bloodedness and lofty sentiments, as well as heartache from the past. The two bright moons painted a different kind of beauty. Chapter 1289. When Xiao Qian finished practicing his palm technique, two flames of different colors appeared in his eyes, one yin and one yang. Xiao Qian was not in a rush to form the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. He moved his feet, following the two energies of the sun and the moon. As they chased each other, they created a pulling force. Back at the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony, Xiao Qian felt that this pulling force could be used not only for defense, but for offense as well. The Taiji Dao contained in the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram could be explored as well. Slowly, a huge Taiji yin-yang flame diagram appeared under Xiao Qian's feet. It swept away all the dust and leaves, revealing everything. Xiao Qian withdrew his hand, and the fiery light in his eyes slowly disappeared. He muttered, "Interesting. Unexpectedly, I let this Taiji yin-yang flame diagram gather dust for so long. I really should not have." Suddenly, Xiao Qian frowned and looked to the front. He asked doubtfully, "Where did this fellow come from? How dare he barge in so fearlessly?" There was a strong aura outside the vast mountain range. This person used a secret technique to hide his aura and headed straight for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, not showing any intention of changing direction. This method of hiding his aura was very ingenious. However, it was not as good as Xiao Qian's foundation returning art. With Xiao Qian's spiritual sense, he could see everything clearly. This was like someone relying on their concealment to walk down the street naked without any fear, thinking that they could hide from everyone. However, Xiao Qian saw everything clearly. This person is probably as strong as a great perfection blue-robed emperor. Where did he come from? Xiao Qian asked, feeling suspicious. The royal courts of the various nations in the Sky Dome realm had connections with some of the major factions of the Kunlun realm, like the Great Qi Nation's royal court and the Ying clan. As for the Great Qi Nation, it was directly under the control of Bushin Palace. The various royal courts would definitely have a blue-robed emperor overseeing them. There might even be a peak blue-robed emperor. However, all this did not matter. These blue-robed emperors overseeing the various royal courts had no reason to sneak into the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Since Xiao Qian was not the blue-robed emperor of the various royal courts, there was only one possibility. Like Xiao Qian, he came from the Kunlun realm. However, who would be so bored as to spend so many resources to come to this lower realm where spiritual qi was so thin? This person was very strong. He completely ignored the various restrictions and formations of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. His figure flickered in the air, and after a few leaps, he landed on Qingyun Peak. He actually came to Qingyun Peak. Did he come for me? Whoosh! Xiao Qian circulated the origin returning technique and concealed his aura. Then, he silently landed on Qingyun Peak. Looking at the person who had just arrived from 1,000 meters away, Xianxia realized that he was overthinking things this time around. Unexpectedly, this mysterious person did not come to Qingyun Peak to find Xiao Qian. Instead, he was looking for the deep abyss demon that Lu Ruyue's father used his life force to seal in ice. This person was dressed in black and had a slender figure. His handsome face gave off a bold and unrestrained evil aura. This person exuded a faint demonic qi. This was the demonic qi that all the cultivators of the Kunlun realm hated. A demon. Based on the aura of this person and the demonic qi around him, it was clear that he was a pure-blooded demon. However, Xianxia did not know which of the 18 demon races this person belonged to. Some of the demon races were very difficult to deal with. Xianxia did not say anything as he hid in a cloud. He looked at this person indifferently, trying to figure out why he was here. It must have been hard on you, first uncle. You have been trapped here for so many years on an ordinary hunt. Who could have imagined that a divine weapon would appear in this insignificant heavenly saber pavilion? Coincidentally, I accompanied Master to the Sky Dome realm to carry out a mission. Otherwise, who knows how long you would have been sealed here. After the black-clad demon spoke, he prepared to break the ice and release the demon inside. Stop! A cold snort startled the black-clad demon. Unexpectedly, there was someone in the heavenly saber pavilion who could sense his intentions. When the black-clad demon looked back, he saw the clouds and the sky shatter. The white-robed Xianxia descended and instantly arrived before the black-clad demon. Given Xianxia's current strength, he did not care about the demon sealed in the ice at all. However, this ice was created by Lu Ruyue's father using his life force. Once the ice shattered, his body would shatter as well. This was a situation that Xianxia did not wish to see. Although his father-in-law was already dead, he had to leave his corpse intact. In any world, dying without a corpse was a form of disrespect to the dead. A consummation, blue-robed emperor. When the black-clad demon saw Xianxia, his expression changed wildly. He was astonished in his heart. Unexpectedly, there was a consummation blue-robed emperor in this insignificant Sky Dome realm. Furthermore, Xianxia was so young, about the same age as his young palace masters. Xianxia already knew that this black-clad demon had come to the Sky Dome realm to carry out a mission. His visit to Qingyan Peak was just a convenience, so he wanted to release his first uncle. Xianxia did not stand on ceremony. He directly unleashed the might of the king and said coldly, "Tell me honestly what you were doing in the Sky Dome realm. Tell me the truth, and I can spare your life." After the initial shock, the black-clad demon calmed down. "I do not need your forgiveness. An insignificant consummation blue-robed emperor wants to capture me? Dream on." Ka. A pair of fleshy wings grew out of the black-clad man's back. With a ferocious flap, a strong wind blew. The black-clad man's body vanished, merging with the strong wind. Then, he flew far away from his place. Xianxia's expression remained calm. When he saw the other party's means, a light lit up in his eyes. He sighed softly and said, "So, it is a winged demon that is good at controlling the wind. This move is rather interesting." In the Sky Dome realm's deep-sea battlefield, Xianxia had interacted with all sorts of demons. However, they were all extremely low-ranked demons. This was the first time he saw a blue-robed emperor, level-winged demon, which piqued his interest. "Ha ha! Insignificant human, what can you do to me? Even your Emperor Wu cannot capture me, much less you. Just save it." Strange laughter came from the howling strong wind as it flew above Xianxia's head. In one breath, Xianxia traveled 5 kilometers. In a few breaths, he traveled 50 kilometers. How ignorant! Mockery flashed in Xianxia's eyes. Then, he pushed off with his feet and soared into the air. Xianxia stood on a purple lightning dragon and somersaulted a few times, blocking this strong wind 50 kilometers away. Then, he sent out a palm strike, and the violent wind was blown back by this palm strike. Ouch! Ouch! Pained howls came from the surging strong wind. Then, the strong wind gathered and reformed into that black-clad demon. However, this time, the black-clad demon was no longer as insufferably arrogant as before. Not only did Xianxia break his violent wind evasion with one palm strike, but his internal organs also ruptured, severely injuring him. How could the black-clad demon still dare to be impudent? As he looked at Xianxia, his eyes filled with horror. Right now, Xianxia even dared to fight Second Heaven Emperor Wu. He no longer felt it was beneath him to make a move against the small perfection blue-robed emperor. If not for the other party being a demon and having secrets, Xianxia would not have bothered with him. "Speak, what are your intentions in coming to this Sky Dome realm?" The black-clad demon retreated in horror in the air. He thought hard about how to deal with this. Just based on that palm strike earlier, this person before him should be on the same level as his young master. A demonic genius. Truly a demonic genius. To think that such a demonic genius could appear in the human race. He is too strong. He holds an absolute advantage in terms of strength. There is no other way. I can only use a forbidden art. The black-clad demon made up his mind, and determination flashed in his eyes. He looked at Xianxia and said, "Don't even think about making me tell you." Right after the black-clad demon spoke, the energy in his body suddenly surged. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. This was a sign of self-detonation. However, fearing that it was a trap, Xianxia did not retreat. He watched coldly as the other party self-detonated. Bang! He really can self-detonate. Xianxia exclaimed in shock when he saw the other party explode without a complete corpse and erupt with horrifying energy. However, shock was shock. This level of energy could already deal significant damage to Xianxia. It was better to defend. A clump of flames burned in Xianxia's eyes. When the energy of the demon's self-detonation radiated over, the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram formed and easily blocked the energy of the self-detonation. No matter how strong the self-detonation of the other party was before the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram, it could not do anything. After the explosion, Xianxia casually waved his hand and scattered the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. As Xianxia looked at the shattered space in front, he sighed. He sighed at the instability of this sky dome realm space and the decisiveness of this demon. Perhaps he should not have displayed such a strong stance. That's not right. This fellow is not dead yet. Xianxia felt a weak aura. His body passed through the many spatial tears in front and looked to the south. A spatial tear tore open in the sky, and the black demon's weak figure entered it, quickly fleeing far away. What fellow! To think that he faked his death to trick me. However, even if he survives like this, he will be severely injured. Furthermore, do you really think that you can survive? Xianxia's face sank. At some point in time, the lunar shadow saber appeared in his hand, and he drew it from its scabbard. A saber light flashed into the spatial tear just as it was about to close. Xianxia sheathed his saber. After sending out only one saber strike, Xianxia ignored it. He only wondered where this mysterious demon came from. Was there an even stronger existence aside from him? A few minutes later, the black-clad demon, who thought that he had escaped after tearing open a spatial tear, relaxed his expression and revealed a smile. Just as he was about to kneel to the person in front of him, a saber light containing an unparalleled sharp saber intent arrived silently. A saber light with an incredibly sharp saber intent followed silently and chopped off the black-clad demon's head. Blood spurted out. That head did not even know what happened before it died. The sharp saber light chopped off the black-clad demon's head and continued flying forward, showing no signs of stopping. Everywhere the saber light passed, space was like tofu, neatly chopped in half. Dang! A finger blocked the saber light, and the person who attacked revealed a shocked expression on his face. That person's finger actually got cut, leaving behind a shallow wound. Interesting. After flying so far away and killing a person, you were still able to injure me. Right after that person spoke, his finger suddenly released a resplendent light. Kasie. Cracks appeared in the saber light that Xianxia sent out. After a while, it shattered into pieces. Chapter 1290. The person who attacked had a fair and handsome face. That delicate appearance gave off a carefreeness like a cool breeze, making it hard to associate this person with a demon who cultivated demonic qi. There was an ancient purple mark on this person's forehead. That was the mark of nobility that only the bloodline descendants of the 18 demon monarchs of the deep abyss demonic world had. In layman's terms, it was the mark of royalty. If Xianxia were here, he would not be unfamiliar with this mark, as he had seen the same mark on the Eros demon Lung Yu's forehead before. Feng Zi, the saber intent contained in this saber chi, already surpasses that of a saber soul. This is a powerful bladesman who has started comprehending the Saber Tao. A clear voice rang out. The one who had spoken was a charming woman not far away from Feng Zi, who was filled with temptation. This woman also had the mark of royalty on her forehead. She wore leather clothes that revealed most of her skin and had a playful tail behind her. She was an Eros demon. Feng Zi nodded gently and said, "There is no such expert in the Sky Dome realm. You should be a human outstanding talent that came down from the Kunlun realm. Should we change our plan?" The leather-clad woman smiled coquettishly. Although this was clearly a request, it was filled with a teasing tone. A strong lust flashed in Feng Zi's eyes. He smiled and said, "Yao Manlon, your charm techniques are really ingrained in your bones. I really can't think of anyone in the world who would not fall for you. The beauty of a peach, graceful and exquisite, the fragrance of an orchid lingering." Yao Manlon was indeed like her name, not the slightest bit false. Yao Manlon smiled faintly. The praise of this Feng Zi, a peak outstanding talent of the winged demon monarch bloodline, was very useful to her. "Are you mocking me? Aside from the lust in your eyes, your heart has not moved at all." "Ha, that is natural. If you want to move my Feng Zi's heart, that will depend on whether that demon monarch Lung Yu of yours can do it or not," Feng Zi said indifferently, his tone brimming with pride. Disdain flashed in Yao Manlin's eyes as she thought to herself, "Her Majesty Lung Yu's charm techniques have already reached great heights, reaching the level of the soul and the soul. With just one look, she can capture your mind, turning you into a loyal slave." Yao Manlon did not linger on this topic and returned to her own question. "You still haven't answered me whether we should change the plan or not." Feng Zi burst into laughter when he heard this. A torrential, domineering aura burst forth from his eyes. "Change? Why do I have to change it? This Sky Dome realm does not allow Emperor Wu to come. Who can stop me? Even if Emperor Wu comes, I, Feng Zi, am not afraid at all. There is no need for me to change anything." Upon seeing Feng Zi's arrogance, Yao Manlon felt displeased. Among the 18 demon monarchs branches, the Wind Demon bloodline was the most arrogant and unruly. They had always been so confident. However, he did not say anything. This Feng Zi did indeed have the qualifications to be arrogant. He was only 50 years old now, but he had already killed an emperor-level demonic beast in the deep abyss demonic world. Yao Manlon said, "In that case, we will stick to the original plan. We will charge into the Sky Dome immortal realm and use force to snatch away the remaining half of the Sky Dome heart." "Feng Zi," he said domineeringly, "naturally, there's no need to come up with any plans to deal with a bunch of old fogies. We could just kill our way through." However, this person, a murderous intent flashed in Feng Zi's eyes as he interrupted. "It will be best if he does not appear. If he does, my servant will not be killed for nothing." Back at Qingyan Peak, Xiao Chun frowned slightly. He felt that someone had shattered his strand of saber chi. Although this strand of saber chi was just a casual attack, that demon was already a spent force. How could he have possibly shattered my saber chi? After thinking about it, Xiao Chun could only conclude that this demon had an accomplice. Xiao Chun, who had been preparing to continue cultivating, suddenly had an idea. A demon that could easily shatter a strand of his saber chi. This demon that could easily shatter his strand of saber chi was rather strong, at least twice as strong as the demon that appeared at Qingyan Peak. How could there be such a strong person in the Sky Dome realm? Doubts appeared in Xiao Chen's heart. Could it be that the Dark Church returned to the Sky Dome realm and sent people to establish a branch? It was very possible. Of the 3,000 lower realms, the Sky Dome realm was the most mysterious. The Dark Church could not possibly give up on this place. "I have to make a trip to the Imperial Palace, and warning you." Xiao Chun did not have any intention of destroying the Dark Church. This was because it was just a branch. Even if it was destroyed, the Dark Church headquarters in the deep abyss demonic world would still send people to rebuild it. Unless Xiao Chun had the ability to enter the demonic world and destroy the entire Dark Church headquarters, there was no need for him to do something so strenuous and unrewarding. However, Xiaoqian's friends and family were in the Great Qin Nation. He needed to warn you and take precautions. After traveling millions of kilometers, Xiaoqian arrived at the Great Qin Nation's imperial palace in the time it took to brew a pot of tea. Xiaoqian got someone to send a message and soon saw the valiant and formidable-looking Yingyu. Haha, what brings you here again? Are you still going to ask about Lu Ruyue? I've already tried to recall many times. There is indeed no such person in my memories, Yingyu said with a smile when she saw Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian smiled faintly. He had already figured out the situation with Lu Ruyue. Naturally, he would not trouble Yingyu again. No, there's another reason. Xiaoqian immediately told Yingyu about his encounter during the day and his guesses. After Yingyu heard that, she frowned heavily. That's not right. If the Dark Church were re-establishing a branch, I would have received news long ago. Since the last time you returned, the Dark Church mysteriously retreated. I have not heard any news of the Dark Church since then. Furthermore, the demons you saw were of the Wind Demon race. Even if they were re-establishing the Dark Church, they would definitely be led by the humans who believe in the demonic god. The Dark Church has never had anything to do with the 18 demon races. Xiaoqian knew about this. However, he had not thought about it earlier. Now that Yingyu reminded him, he found it strange. Since they were not re-establishing the Dark Church, why did these demons come to the Sky Dome realm, where the spiritual energy was thin? As Xiaoqian thought about it, inspiration flashed in his mind. Could they be here for the Sky Dome Immortal Realm? There are places in the Sky Dome Immortal Realm that even I find difficult to deal with. There must be treasures from the Immortal Epic there. That's not right. The treasures from the Immortal Epic would not be of any use to them. Yingyu quickly rejected this guess. They were definitely not here for the treasures from the Immortal Epic. It can't be. Yingyu seemed to think of something, and her expression suddenly changed. It seemed like this touched on some secret that she could not tell Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian was very smart. He guessed what Yingyu was thinking. Is it not convenient for you to tell me? Yingyu thought for a while before looking at Xiaoqian. There is no harm in telling you. The Sky Dome realm does not permit Emperor Wu to come down. You know this, right? Xiaoqian nodded. He had known this long ago. The other lower realms did not have such a ban. Only the Sky Dome realm did. Furthermore, it was a ban that the upper echelon of the Kunlun realm and the Deep Abyss demon monarchs worked together to establish. Xiaoqian had been curious about this for a long time. Could it be that Yingyu knew the reason? Yingyu trusted Xiaoqian. Now that she mentioned this, she did not hide it. You are right. I do know the reason. All the royal courts of the various nations know about it. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord was the leader of the 3,000 Immortal Lords during the Immortal Epic. If one person completely grasped the Sky Dome realm and swallowed up the other lower realms, he could form his own realm, a great realm equal to the Deep Abyss demonic world and the Kunlun realm. 10,000 years ago, the last Tianwu Emperor was ambitious. He wanted to swallow up the 3,000 lower realms and then fight with the Deep Abyss demonic world and the Kunlun realm, unifying the entire three realms. Xiaoqian's expression changed slightly. Unexpectedly, the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty hid such a secret. Yingyu continued, you already know what happened after that. After the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty, the 5 nations divided the Sky Dome realm. No one was able to unify it. Xiaoqian thought of something. His expression turned somewhat sullen as he said, given that the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty was actually a double blow from the Kunlun realm and the demonic world. I do not know what exactly happened. I'm afraid that no one knows. In any case, after the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty, the upper echelon of the Kunlun realm made an agreement with the Deep Abyss demonic monarchs. No one was allowed to send an expert on the level of Emperor Wu or anyone on the level of Emperor Wu. What they feared was a martial emperor reunifying the Sky Dome realm, threatening the existence of both sides. The Sky Dome realm's world core was also split between the Kunlun realm and the demonic world, each controlling half. After that, the luck of the Sky Dome realm never recovered. The two sides reached a tacit agreement to this day. When Xiaoqian heard this, he forgot why the demons came to the Sky Dome realm. He thought of something even deeper. The Tianwu dynasty was indeed destroyed by the double blow from the deep abyss demonic world and the Kunlun realm. However, that was not the main point. The main point was the two people from 10,000 years ago, the final Tianwu emperor and the Qing emperor, Xiaotong, who ruled the Kunlun realm at that time. From Yingyu's words, Xiaochun could sense that the Tianwu emperor wanted to swallow up the 3,000 lower realms to contend with the Kunlun realm and the demonic world. His strength had to be extremely horrifying, probably on the same level as the Qing emperor. Furthermore, based on the information that Xiaochun obtained from the Kunlun realm, the final Tianwu emperor was a good friend of the Qing emperor. Furthermore, the final Tianwu emperor happened to die at the hands of the Qing emperor. In the end, the Qing emperor, who killed the final Tianwu emperor, did not have a good ending either. In the end, he perished, and the Dragon's Gate was destroyed. That was to say, the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty led to the fall of two powerful and ambitious overlords, ending with grievances. What exactly happened 10,000 years ago? Xiaochun sank in a deep thought. The originally huge and complicated situation was becoming clearer and clearer in his mind. As long as he found a crucial point, all the mysteries could be solved. This crucial point was like a key. As long as he had this key, nothing else would be a problem. However, the problem now was where to find this crucial point. Xiaochun, what are you thinking about? Yingyu frowned slightly as she looked at the distracted Xiaochun. Xiaochun recovered his wits and saw the displeased expression on Yingyu's face. He quickly apologized. Sorry, I was thinking of something else and got distracted. What are you talking about? Go on. Yingyu said helplessly, speaking of the Sky Dome realm's world heart. This world heart is also called the Sky Dome heart. Both sides hold half of it. Whoever grasps the complete Sky Dome heart will truly hold the Sky Dome realm in their hands. After that, they can gather the 9 dragon veins and start swallowing up the lower realms. Chapter 1291. Xiaochun's thoughts returned to the present. After thinking for a while, he said, You are worried that the demon monarchs went back on the agreement and that the demons coming to the Sky Dome realm are here to snatch away the remaining half of the Sky Dome heart. Yingyu said, somewhat vexed, I am just a little worried. Logically speaking, the Sky Dome heart has 5-peak half-step Emperor Wu cultivators and strong formations. Even if Emperor Wu came, he would find it hard to defeat them. Furthermore, they have kept to the agreement for the past 10,000 years. There is no need to break it. Agreement? Xiaochun smiled and said, How can such an agreement be reliable? Furthermore, the agreement back then was that neither side would send Emperor Wu down. A light flashed in Yingyu's eyes. You mean to say that the one coming is a demon demonic genius equal to Emperor Wu, or even surpassing a regular Emperor Wu? I do not dare to be certain, but it is highly likely. You had best inform the Bushan Palace and tell them to prepare for the worst. Now that Xiaochun had delivered the message, he did not intend to interfere in this matter. So, he prepared to take his leave. Your Highness, something bad has happened. Just at this moment, a guard ran in a fluster and shouted, What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? Is the Sky Dome immortal realm being invaded? Yingyu asked. That guard exclaimed in shock. Princess already knows? Xiaochun and Yingyu exchanged glances. Their expressions changed at the same time. Unfortunately, they had guessed correctly. Furthermore, they had not expected the other party to move so quickly. What's going on? Speak more clearly. The guard rested for a while and calmed his flustered emotions. He said, The Sky Dome Immortal Realm's Sky Dome Palace, which guards the Sky Dome heart, suffered an attack from the demons. They lost very quickly, and the Sky Dome Palace has already requested help from the various royal courts. There are a few demons. 2. Yingyu waved her hand and said, You may withdraw. Yingyu sighed and looked at Xiaochun. She said, You are right. They are indeed demon demonic geniuses equal to Emperor Wu. The 5 half-step Emperor Wu that were sent by Bushan Palace to guard this place. Each of them was not weak. They were all top existences, but they could not even block 2 demon dwellers. I'll go with you. The elders of the Qin state don't have to go, Xiaochun said. You're going? Yingyu was not very sure of Xiaochun's strength. Are you sure you want to go? Those are two demonic geniuses of the demon race that are as strong as Emperor Wu. Honestly speaking, I do not know what to do now. I am somewhat flustered. Xiao Chan smiled and said, "It looks like you do not understand my reputation in the Kunlun realm. Just bring me to that Sky Dome Palace." Yingyu could not dissuade Xiao Chun. However, she requested that the old man guarding the great Qi nation's luck go with her. Since the other party insisted, Xiao Chun didn't care. "This is the protector elder of my great Qi nation's royal court, a consummation blue-robed emperor. He is as strong as the half-step Emperor Wu. He has guarded the great Qi nation for 200 years already." On a warship traveling through the Sky Dome Immortal Realm, Xiaoyu introduced a white-haired old man in hempen robes to Xiao Chun. The hempen-robed old man had a benevolent expression, giving him the air of an elder. After hearing Ying Yu's explanation, he already knew the severity of the situation. These are troubled times. 10,000 years is a cycle. These demons finally lost their patience. The hempen-robed old man said worriedly. He felt that the situation of the Sky Dome Palace was not optimistic. Just two demons forced the Sky Dome Palace to seek outside reinforcements. This was simply unbelievable. "Little friend, have you heard of any outstanding young talent that can rival Emperor Wu in the Kunlun realm?" After the greetings, the hempen-robed old man asked Xiao Chun. He had been in the Sky Dome realm for 200 years and did not know the current situation of the Kunlun realm. Xiao Chun had not seen this person before. Among the half-step Emperor Wu, there were several who could kill Emperor Wu. He had even seen one before. However, among the younger generation, aside from Xiao Chun, there did not seem to be anyone with such strength. If the descendants of Di Wux's group of primes in the astral battlefield wanted to rival a regular Emperor Wu, they would have to advance to consummation blue-robed emperor first. Shaking his head, Xiao Chun answered honestly, "I have never heard of him before." The hempen-robed old man's expression turned even graver. Great chaos is about to descend. The future of the Kunlun realm is not good. Xiao Chun muttered to himself, "It was just an accident." Isn't old senior exaggerating things a little too much? Xiao Chun had been to the Sky Dome Immortal Realm twice before. At that time, he was only a martial sage. Back then, he had investigated and discovered that there were some forbidden lands in the Sky Dome Immortal Realm that he could not set foot in. Now, it looked like he was right. The Sky Dome Palace was in one of the forbidden lands. Fresh blood spread everywhere, and a heavy stench of blood wafted over. The corpses of the profound beasts that inspired terror in the forbidden lands appeared before the three, their blood still wet. "Let's go." The hempen-robed old man leaped off the warship and led Xiao Chun and Yingyu forward. Some of the bewildering formations and restrictions that originally existed had all lost their effects. A moment later, a huge palace appeared in front of the three of them. Intense energy fluctuations could be felt from within. That was the Sky Dome Palace, the forbidden land where half of the Sky Dome heart was stored. 5 half-step Emperor Wu guarded it. The three's figures flashed, and they arrived outside the Sky Dome Palace. They saw corpses lying on the ground outside the palace. There were thousands of them, and their blood had not dried yet. These are the cultivators maintaining the Sky Dome Dragon formation. They were all martial sages. Once the formation was formed, even Emperor Wu had to avoid it. To think that they all died, Yingyu said in extreme shock. The hemp-robed old man frowned and said, "Moreover, all of them were killed in one move." Xiao Chen's expression, which had always been calm, changed slightly as he looked at the corpses. He had a deeper understanding of the situation than the other two. Not only was it a fatal slash, but these people did not even struggle before they died. It was as if he was standing still and waiting to be slaughtered. His methods were extremely cruel. "People of the Qin state, you are finally here." So. The sound of something tearing through the air could be heard. The reinforcements from the other 4 countries appeared at the same time, as if they had been waiting for a long time. It turned out that these people had arrived a long time ago. However, they saw that something was amiss and wanted to wait for everyone to arrive before entering together. When Yingyu found out, she could not help but say angrily, How can you all do this? The seniors in the Sky Dome Palace might die at any moment, yet you all waited here for nothing. Little miss, you really abhor evil. Did you not see that these 1,000-odd martial sages could not even activate the formation and instantly died? No one knew what was going on inside. If you go in rashly, you might not be able to save them and end up losing your life. The Great Chu Nation's reinforcements did not feel that there was anything wrong with his actions. An extremely strong old man from the Great Jin Nation said, "This is the result of our unanimous agreement. There is no need to argue. Let's go in together." Suddenly, Xianxia said indifferently, "I'm afraid there is no need to go in." There is no need to go in? What does that mean? It is not the place for a junior like you to speak here. Don't think that after returning from the Kunlun realm, you are unrivaled in the Sky Dome realm. The Great Jin Nation's black-clad old man's gaze was like that of an eagle's as he looked coldly at Xianxia. The short and fat old man from the Great Tang Nation said in disdain, "Yingyu, this is an important place of the Sky Dome realm, a forbidden land of the Bushin Palace. You really dare to bring anyone in." When the Great Qin Nation's hemp-robed old man saw that the few of them did not like Xianxia, he quickly said, "Everyone, there is no need to get agitated. We are all on the same side." Xianxia also joined the Bushin Palace in the Kunlun realm. Now that we are in need of manpower, one more person means one more force. The various nations' doyens all came from the Kunlun realm. They had not been there for several hundred years already, so they did not know about Xiaoqian's deeds in the Kunlun realm. Seeing that a junior dared to interrupt them, they all felt somewhat upset. This was especially so for the black-clad old man from the Great Jin Nation, who was a half-step Emperor Wu. He had always considered himself a leader. Naturally, he was upset that his decision was interrupted by Xianxia. Yingyu pulled on Xiaoqian's hand, telling him to be more low-key and not to argue with these old men. "Xiaoqian, don't get angry. These old men were sent to the Sky Dome realm because they had no hope of advancing to Emperor Wu. Originally, they were filled with resentment. Seeing that you were a consummation blue-robed emperor at such a young age, they must be jealous. There's no need to care about them." At Yingyu's consolation, Xiaoqian smiled and did not say anything. In any case, there was no need to argue. His words would be verified soon. There was no need to go in. A cold light flashed in the short, fat old man's eyes. "Since we are in need of manpower now, we will not pursue the matter of you barging into the Forbidden Land. Go and help us clear the way." The Great Jin Nation's black-clad old man nodded and looked at Xiaoqian. His meaning was clear, for Xiaoqian to obediently lead the way. Xiaoqian felt helpless in his heart. What a bunch of peerless people. They clearly had no hope of advancing and were just waiting for their lifespans to come to an end in the Sky Dome realm. To think that they were so afraid of death. It would be strange if this group of people was of any use to rescue them. Xiaoqian could not be bothered with them. He did not make any moves. "Did you not hear what Elder Hong said?" the black-clad old man demanded angrily. Xiaoqian replied indifferently, "I already said that there is no need to go in. Just wait here." Boom! Right after Xiaoqian spoke, 3 figures fled out of a distant inner hall in the Sky Dome realm in a panic, rushing over to where the group was. These 3 old men were all half-step Emperor Wu. Normally, they were the strongest existences in the entire Sky Dome realm. However, at this moment, they all showed panicked expressions. Injuries covered their bodies, and their eyes showed no desire to fight. Clearly, they were scared out of their wits. "What's going on?" Senior Mao, Senior Yun, and Senior Lan all came out. The guardian elders of the other 4 nations forgot to reprimand Xiaoqian. They all looked at the 3 fleeing old men in shock. "Manlon, I already said that they are just a bunch of rotten wood. There is no need for any schemes. We can just crush them. Do you believe me now?" Loud laughter came from behind. Feng Zi walked unhurriedly in the air. However, he closely followed the 3 old men, not letting them pull away at all. Yao Manlon acknowledged Feng Zi's strength. However, she felt disdain for his arrogance. If not for Yao Manlon using her charm techniques to instantly charm the 1,000 martial sages of the Sky Dome Palace and activate the Sky Dome Dragon formation, how could this Feng Zi charge in so easily? Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh. The three old men landed before Xiao, Chun, and the others. Then, they looked at the man and woman in the air in horror. Seniors, what's going on? Where are Senior Wang and Senior Ma? The great Ji Nation's black-clad old man asked anxiously, feeling somewhat nervous. Chapter 1292. Old Yun, who was the least injured of the three, said sullenly, "He's dead. That demon killed him." Ah. The consummation blue-robed emperors of the various nations who came to provide reinforcements all showed panicked expressions. Senior Wang and Senior Ma were peak half-step Emperor Wu. To think that they died at the hands of that youth. Not only that, but he even forced out the remaining three old men. How strong was that young demon? Thinking of this, everyone could not help feeling horrified. Then, a few people thought of something and looked at Xiao Chun. Indeed, they saw no surprise on Xiao Chen's face. Xiao Chen was right. There was no need to go in at all. Everyone had already been killed and escaped. What was the point of going in? However, this was the inner palace of the Sky Dome Palace, which had many restrictions, greatly limiting mental energy perception. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun saw something that the others could not see. Furthermore, his predictions were very accurate. Oh, another group of people coming to die. Is this all the strength that the Bushin Palace has in the Sky Dome realm? This is really disappointing. I thought that this mission would be more difficult. Feng Zi's arrogant shout interrupted everyone's guesses about Xiao Chen's true strength. Now, they were all thinking about how to find a way out for themselves. When the Sky Dome Palace's old Yin heard this, he gritted his teeth in anger. If the Sky Dome Dragon Formation could be activated, how could this brat be so arrogant? For the past 10,000 years, nothing had happened in the Sky Dome realm. The Bushin Palace had long since relaxed their guard. Furthermore, they thought that with the Sky Dome Dragon Formation, nothing would go wrong. Who could have imagined that there would be a woman who cultivated charm techniques to such a deep level? With just a faint smile, she could charm more than 1,000 martial sages at the same time. This is the deep abyss royalty of the demonic world. No wonder. This is going to be difficult, Yingyu said worriedly when she saw the purple mark on Feng Zi's forehead. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. So, this is the deep abyss royalty. He recalled some past events. However, his expression remained shocked, not changing at all. Xiao Chun, there is no more chance. We will leave together later. It seems inevitable that the firmament heart will be snatched away by them. Let Bushin Palace deal with this. Our lives are more important now. Yingyu was a decisive person. When she saw that the person in the air was from the demonic world's royal clan, she immediately gave up on putting her life on the line. The bloodline of the demon world's royalty was rare. The mark on their foreheads was their pride. The power from their bloodline would infinitely increase their potential. I can give you the firmament heart. However, can you let us live? Elder Yin knew that he was no match for Xiao Chun. Even if he fought to the death, he would not be able to escape the fate of the Sky Dome heart being snatched away. Feeling helpless, he chose to compromise and seek a way out. Feng Zi burst into laughter. A bunch of ants, do you think you're qualified to negotiate with me? When did humans become so naive? Run. Seeing that there was no hope of compromise, the senior elders who came to help pushed off the ground, wanting to tear space and flee. Am I really that scary? It's the first time we've met, and you're already so scared. It's really sad. A pitiful voice that made one's bones go soft rang out in the air. For some reason, the many old men stopped moving and looked at the owner of the voice. It would have been fine if they did not look, but when they did, they were immediately shocked. That Yao Manlon had an exquisite figure. Her facial features were exquisite and refined, looking like they were made from a divine work. Her tight-fitting leather clothes revealed a large patch of her snow-white chest. The swaying tail behind her not only did not break this harmony, but it even added an exotic charm to her, making her look very charming. Is Manlon pretty? Yao Manlon smiled bashfully. Her bright and beautiful eyes revealed a sense of weakness, evoking a desire to protect her in one's heart for no reason. The group of old men below was stunned. The eyes of the elders who came to help turned hazy. They could not help saying, pretty, pretty, pretty. Manlon is really pretty. The three old men who came from the Sky Dome Palace already had some resistance. However, they still struggled, their expressions filled with pain and confusion. The will of thunder in Xianxia's sea of consciousness stirred up overwhelming waves. Xianxia's heart sank, and he quickly defended his heart. The will of thunder, which had already reached its limits, released a resplendent light in his sea of consciousness and crushed the strands of pink mental energy into pieces. What a strong charm technique! Although it has not reached the level of attacking the heart, it has already broken away from the body's most primal temptation and can invade the sea of consciousness. If not for my peak will of thunder, it would be difficult to deal with this. Xiaoqian thought to himself, raising his guard. He circulated his peak will of thunder continuously. Manlon, are you really that pretty? Another bone-numbing voice rang out. Yao Manlan's figure swayed dreamily. Really? Really? The group of old men eagerly answered, pushing each other to be the first to speak. Clearly, they were already deeply immersed. Heavy disdain flashed in Feng Zi's eyes. In that case, all of you can die. Feng Zi's attacks were incredibly fast. When he threw a palm strike, several wind blades shot out like sharp spears at lightning speed. At the critical moment of life and death, the spears instantly pierced through the foreheads of the old men from the various nations who were immersed in the charm technique. Blood spurted out, and their souls were destroyed. They died with grievances. The many consummation blue-robed emperors did not even try to run when death approached. Dang! Xiao Chun stretched out a finger and shattered the spear flying at him. Then, he pushed aside the confused Yingyu. His figure flashed, and he shielded the great Qi nation's old man. Then, he pinched the spear with 2 fingers. At the final moment, Yao Manlin's charm technique clearly strengthened. Xiaoqian was confused for 1,000th of a second. He only attacked after he reacted. Now, he could only save Yingyu and the great Qi nation's hemp-robed old man. As for the old men of the other 4 nations, even if Xiao Chun wanted to, he could not. At the critical moment of life and death, the Sky Dome Palace's 3 old men quickly startled awake. They avoided being struck in their vital spots, only getting the spears to pierce through their heads and right shoulders. However, they were already injured in the first place. Now, they were even more injured, losing most of their combat prowess. When facing the strong Feng Zi, they could only wait for death. Demonic woman, you will die a horrible death. The 3 old men raged. If not for this demonic woman, the Sky Dome Palace would not have fallen so quickly. However, Feng Zi and Yao Manlan ignored these 3. They only looked at Xiao Chun, who shielded Yingyu and the hemp-robed old man. Manlan, it looks like your charm technique is only SOSO. You can't even charm a youth. Feng Zi's strong confidence made him feel like everything was under his control. So, he casually teased Yao Manlan. Feng Zi did not care much about Xiao Chun. Even if Emperor Wu came, he would not be afraid. What more an insignificant consummation blue-robed emperor? After being teased by Feng Zi, Yao Manlan sent a voice projection indifferently. However, my charm technique was scattered, and I did not focus on him. Yao Manlan's expression did not change. She smiled faintly at Xiao Chun and said, young master standards are really high. To think that Manlan's looks do not catch young master's attention at all. As Yao Manlan smiled sweetly, she executed her charm technique. Her gentle voice contained a heavy bitterness, making one feel guilty and want to comfort her. What a powerful charm technique. However, how can I fall for it again? A plan appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. He allowed the red light in his sea of consciousness to spread out, not resisting it. Then, he walked over, appearing both real and fake. Miss Manlan, you must be joking. This humble one is just, Xiao Chun, don't go over. Yingyu shouted, worry filling her eyes. However, Feng Zi had a playful smile on his face as he looked down at her from high above. The killing intent that he revealed inadvertently prevented her from moving at all. The thing that Feng Zi loved to see was such a fool get charmed and then die at his hands without even realizing it. This feeling of controlling the situation, of controlling life and death, filled his entire body with joy. Success! Yao Manlan rejoiced in her heart. The expression on her face turned extremely charming. Her pair of charming eyes were soul-stirring. She looked at the approaching Xiaoqian and asked, "Manlan, am I beautiful?" Xiaoqian was already very close. He could clearly smell the fragrance of the other party's body. It made him feel like he was in heaven, making him feel like he was in heaven. Feng Zi's lips curled up in a cold smile. It was time to make a move. Despair flashed in Yu's eyes as she shouted in pain, "Xiaoqian!" Guilt appeared in the eyes of the three old men of the Sky Dome realm. If they had not asked for reinforcements, these people would not have died. This was especially so for Xiaoqian. At such a young age, he was already a consummation blue-robed emperor. His future was limitless. To think that Xiaoqian was going to die here as well. There was nothing more unfortunate than this. Despicable demon girl. She caused the deaths of more than 1,000 martial sages of my Sky Dome Palace. Now, she's going to send another outstanding talent to his death. Old Yun, who controlled the Sky Dome heart, said angrily. A cocky look flashed in Yao Manlan's eyes. She said with a smile, "Unfortunately, no matter how beautiful Manlan is, she is not yours. There is nothing to be pitiful about. Even if you strip naked and stand before me, I will not touch you." The dazed look in Xiao Qian's eyes suddenly disappeared. Then his lips curled up in a cold smile. Horror flashed in Yao Manlan's eyes. However, before she could react, Xiaoqian grabbed her neck with his right hand and lifted her up. Whoosh! An intense feeling of suffocation came over her. In that instant, she forgot all about her charm technique. Only the fear of death lingered in her heart, unable to be dispelled. You seem to enjoy the praise of others. You like to make people die in bliss without them realizing it. I heard that when one suffocates to a certain degree, it can also make one feel extreme happiness and die in pleasure. Xiaoqian said expressionlessly. This woman was born to bring disaster to the nation and the people. However, she had a heart of snakes and scorpions. Xiaoqian did not feel any sympathy for such a person, no matter how lovely she looked. When Yao Manlan heard Xiaoqian's words, the fear in her heart spread to her entire body, causing her to tremble in fear. Don't kill me," Yao Manlan said with great difficulty, her eyes filling with despair. Yu and the others were all stunned. Unexpectedly, in a breath of time, Xiaoqian used lightning-quick methods to subdue this extremely dangerous woman. How could this young man resist that charm art? That is a charm technique that even scares us. It already transcends physical charm and invades the sea of consciousness. Old Yun and the others were shocked and in disbelief. Chapter 1293. The sudden change shocked Feng Zi even more than them. Although he said that he could not see through Yao Manlan's charm technique, he kept his guard up in his heart. Yao Manlan's charm arts could already rank in the top 20 of the Eros demon race. Several martial emperors felt a headache when facing her. Today, she actually fell at the hands of a Kunlun realm brat. How could he not be shocked? After the shock came overwhelming rage. To think that this Xiaoqian could still resist and escape his control. How could he not be angry? Go to hell. Feng Zi's figure flashed, and he turned into a gust of wind, directly disappearing without a trace, leaving no trace behind. This was the innate ability of the Wind Demon Monarch's bloodline, Wind Wing's evasion. It could hide in the wind, raise one's speed, and conceal one's tracks. Xiaoqian scanned with his spiritual sense, and found that he could not find Feng Zi at all. With a thought, he unfurled his 1-kilometer-long saber domain. Feng Zi's swift figure immediately appeared before Xiaoqian's eyes, leaving no place to hide. Pooh! Xiaoqian picked up Yao Manlan with his right hand and tossed her at Feng Zi, causing her to scream in horror. A strange look flashed in Feng Zi's eyes after he executed his evasion. How can it be? To think that he guessed my direction. However, Feng Zi did not have time to think. His lightning-quick strike was about to land on Yao Manlan. Damn it! Feng Zi revealed himself, wanting to avoid Yao Manlan. He could already tell that Yao Manlan was in a dangerous situation. He could already tell that Yao Manlan's attack carried a strong force. He could not receive it and could only dodge. With his killing move broken, Feng Zi felt frustrated. How could he care about Yao Manlan? As for what kind of injuries Yao Manlan would suffer after she landed, that was not something he could care about. Feng Zi's figure flashed, and he executed Wind Wing's evasion again. Furthermore, he was even more careful. Feng Zi's body merged into the wind, not releasing any aura at all. He wanted to silently injure Xiao Chun severely. By relying on this Wind Wing's evasion, he had killed several Martial Emperor-level demonic beasts. What happened earlier was just a coincidence, so Feng Zi still felt very confident. However, he was wrong. Within 1 kilometer, no matter how careful he was, he could not hide from Xiao Chen's saber domain. Bang! Xiao Chen's figure flashed over and directly kicked him out. Xiao Chen stomped on Feng Zi and sent him crashing to the ground. Feng Zi fell to the ground and ate a lot of dirt. This kick was too fast, causing him to land before Yao Manlan. When Xiao Chen saw that Yao Manlan was about to land beside him, he casually kicked with his left foot. Yao Manlan vomited a mouthful of blood and was sent flying before she landed on the ground. The incomparably savage Feng Zi was trampled under Xiao Chen's foot just like that, while the poisonous woman was sent flying with a casual kick. Such a scene flabbergasted the 3 surviving old men of the Sky Dome Palace, not daring to believe their eyes. Before coming, Yingyu, who had been worried about Xiao Chen's strength, could not react in time. After Yao Manlan landed, she flopped around a few times. Wounds covered her body, and she showed a pained expression. As she looked at Xiao Chen, horror filled her eyes. All along, Yao Manlan had been toying with men in the palm of her hand. She had never felt such fear when facing a man before. At this moment, there was only one thought in Yao Manlan's mind: flee. However, how could Xiao Chen give her a chance to flee? After killing more than 1,000 martial sages of the Sky Dome realm, he could come and go as he pleased. There was no such thing as this. At some point in time, the lunar shadow saber appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. A resplendent saber light flickered, and the scabbard left on its own. Shua! The scabbard moved like a meteor, leaving behind a cold purple light. Puxi! It pierced through Yao Manlan's back amid a scarlet light, pinning her to the ground. These 2 were still very useful. They both had secrets on them. Xiao Chen did not intend to let them go so easily. Electricity flickered on the scabbard, causing Yao Manlan to cry out in pain. She could no longer move. Eros demons were not good at fighting in the first place. After receiving such a blow, she would not be able to stand up again without external help. Feng Zi, who was below Xiao Chen, was not easy to deal with. So, Xiao Chen did not waste any words. He raised his saber, preparing to cripple this person personally. You are not strong enough to kill me. Puxi! Feng Zi roared furiously, and a pair of purple wings unfurled from his back. When the wings flapped, they kicked up a strong wind. As the wind blew, Xiao Chen's body bounced back uncontrollably. Yingyu frowned and said, "Oh no." This Feng Zi activated his royal bloodline. Xiao Chen did not lose control of this extremely strong saber strike. With a thought, the rapidly descending saber came to a stop the moment the tip of the saber touched the ground. Feng Zi did not waste any energy. When he saw this scene, his expression turned grave. "You are the bladesman who killed my servant?" When Feng Zi saw the saber in Xiao Chen's hand and the saber intent in Xiao Chen's eyes, he immediately guessed Xiao Chen's identity. Xiao Chen said calmly, "If your servant is that fool who came to Qingyan Peak, then it is me. In that case, you can go and die." Feng Zi snorted coldly. Then, he spread his wings and charged toward Xiao Chen. After Feng Zi spread his wings, his aura became terrifyingly strong. He knew that Xiao Chen could see through his wind wing evasion, so he stopped executing it. Feng Zi flew forward and started a close combat with Xiao Chen. His hands were his most terrifying weapons. Unexpectedly, Feng Zi could catch the lunar shadow saber, which contained a strong saber intent, with his bare hands. Furthermore, his attack speed was incredibly fast, looking like a spinning clump of light. Dang! 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 Feng Zi's palms clashed intensely with Xiao Chen's saber, giving off melodious metallic clangs. Cracks appeared in the surrounding space, looking like it would crumble at any moment. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. The other party was actually faster than him. This was the first time Xiao Chen met someone of the same generation who was faster than him. After Feng Zi spread his wings, he seemed to have become a completely different person. Once the demonic world royal clan geniuses got serious, they could not be underestimated. However, Xiao Chen still held victory in his grasp. As he faced the other party's unpredictable attacks and storm-like attacks, Xiao Chen countered them calmly and slowly. Two flames burned in Xiao Chen's eyes, one golden and one white. The two flames, the lunar true flame and the solar true flame, each carried a formless energy as they spun around Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen split his law energy into two and sent it in. A Taiji force field formed under his feet. Xiao Chen had not comprehended this miraculous force field for long, so he could test it out on Feng Zi. He moved his feet, and his entire body twisted like water. Xiao Chen's right hand, which held the saber, followed this feeling and swung his saber, blocking Feng Zi's attack. Initially, the combination of the Taiji force field and the saber technique was riddled with openings. The other party's claws covered Xiao Chen's body, making him look very scary. However, Xiao Chen did not care at all. He had a half-step golden body. As long as he protected his heart and emperor, he could completely ignore the other injuries, such as losing an arm or a leg. Not bad. This is the first time I've seen someone of the same generation who is faster than me. Xiao Chen could feel that his saber technique and the Taiji Dao were starting to match. He felt happy and could not help speaking happily. However, to Feng Zi, these words of praise sounded like great humiliation. Feng Zi had attacked with all his might, but he only received a not bad evaluation. Clearly, Xiao Chen was handling this with ease. I don't believe that your physical body is really made of iron. The mark on Feng Zi's forehead flickered with light, and his movement technique soared. Immediately, it seemed like the sky was filled with Feng Zi's figures, surrounding Xiao Chen and attacking him nonstop. Good timing. Xiao Chen's consciousness completely immersed itself in comprehending the Tao. Within the formless Taiji force field, his movements slowed down again. In fact, it was so slow that Xiao Chen's every move could be seen clearly. In the eyes of Ying Yu and the others, Xiao Chen's every move was broken down into 10-odd afterimages. Every afterimage lingered for a long time, as if they were blocking Feng Zi's attacks. As the battle continued, Xiao Chen's afterimages layered over each other, leaving behind tens of thousands of afterimages. This fellow has a formless force field around him. While my movements look very fast, in reality, the force field slows me down significantly. I have to break this force field. Feng Zi saw that Xiao Chen was growing stronger as he fought. Initially, he was covered in wounds, but now he could receive most of his attacks. So, he decided to forcefully break that force field. Winged Demon Finger, break from me. Feng Zi retreated 1 kilometer and pointed at Xiao Chen from afar. A strong wind blew away the clouds, and an ancient finger descended from the sky, thrusting towards Xiao Chen. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that this was not a finger at all. Instead, it was a solid storm that took the shape of a gigantic finger. It pierced through the sky and tore through the layers of space as it descended. This finger equaled the might of a small perfection medial grade, profound martial technique of the Kunlun realm, possibly even stronger. Whoosh! The many layers of Xiao Chen's afterimages merged back together with a whoosh. The instant they merged, Xiao Chen thrust the lunar shadow saber forward and happened to block that gigantic storm finger. Bang! Xiao Chen quickly fell backward. Feng Zi smiled coldly and said, "Trying to fight with me? You are seeking death." However, before Feng Zi's smile could freeze, he was shocked to discover that Xiao Chen's back was about 1 meter above the ground. In fact, he had not truly fallen. "Rise!" Xiao Chun shouted and circulated the Taiji force field. This force slowly lifted him up. The saber swayed gently, and the storm finger moved like a snake. A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face. He thought to himself, how dangerous. This storm nearly crippled me. Fortunately, I managed to hold on at the last moment. In the earlier moment, Xiao Chen experienced a test of life and death in what seemed like a simple scene to others. The winged demon finger instantly shattered Xiao Chen's Taiji force field. At that moment, his internal organs trembled endlessly, cracks appearing in them. Just as Xiao Chen felt horrified, the shattered Taiji force field reformed on its own. Without needing Xiao Chen to control it, it drew out all the remaining law energy in his body and started circulating it again. As the gigantic finger moved, it kicked up a boundless strong wind. The entire world trembled. Many small hurricanes appeared on the horizon, numbering in the thousands, filling the sky. Chapter 1294. Feng Zi exclaimed, "How can this be? To think that my winged demon finger is like a toy in his hands." Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "The game ends here. Many thanks for your teachings. I have just barely grasped the rudiments of this Taiji Dao." However, as Xiao Chun had just grasped the rudiments, he could not use the Taiji Dao to destroy this winged demon finger. However, if he continued fighting, he would not make any more breakthroughs. So, Xiao Chun lost his patience. After dispelling the Taiji force field, Xiao Chun circulated his primordial energy, and a heavy emperor's might spread out from his body. The lunar shadow saber released a light as it hacked down. The weakened winged demon finger instantly split in half. Primordial energy. Feng Zi felt dizzy, not daring to believe what he saw. Saber intent filling the air for me to use. With a thought, a vast saber intent spread out within 1 kilometer, gathering on the saber. Then, Xiao Chun took advantage of the opportunity to leap up and hack down with his saber. Kasie, Kasie. When the saber descended, space tore apart like tofu. Before the saber arrived, it had already arrived before Feng Zi. Feng Zi instantly went flying, his clothes tattered, and he vomited a large mouthful of blood. A saber domain that already reached the microscopic realm. Feng Zi no longer had any fighting spirit in his heart. He turned and fled, only wanting to leave this place quickly. Xiao Chun, who was radiating a vast emperor's might, immediately suppressed Feng Zi's aura, even though he had already activated the demonic world's royal bloodline. In this world, the most dazzling light was Xiao Chun. After Xiao Chun circulated his primordial energy, the stalemate instantly broke. As Xiao Chun watched the fleeing Feng Zi, he quickly swung his saber, gathering all the glory of the various mysterious phenomena into one saber strike. Instant of glory, a painting within a painting. Feng Zi felt a huge pressure. When he turned his head to look, he was immediately startled. He saw a huge and vivid painting covering the area and flying towards him. Winged demon finger. Condense. Feng Zi could no longer care about overdrawing on his strength. He clenched his teeth and executed the winged demon finger again, gathering all the energy on his finger. Kasie. The painting of glory shattered. However, before Feng Zi could rejoice, a new painting appeared. Break. Feng Zi, who still did not know that he was in the painting, heard Xiao Chun shout and saw space shatter, revealing him in the space in the painting. His body immediately suffered the pain of thousands of explosions, causing him to howl in pain. Feng Zi activated a necklace on his chest, and a protective halo appeared around him. This was a protective item given to him by the Wind Demon King. Xiao Chun could even flee from a sovereign martial emperor. However, he used it up prematurely against Xiao Chun today. White-robed bladesman. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I will definitely take revenge for today's grudge in the Kunlun realm in the future. Seeing Feng Zi's protective light shield, Xiao Chun sheathed his saber and stopped attacking. This guy's speed was already amazing, and now that he'd taken out his life-saving artifact, there was no point in chasing after him. In any case, Yao Manlon had already been captured. There was no need to fear that they would not be able to dig out the secrets of her line of work. The three surviving old men of the Sky Dome Palace walked over and asked respectfully to Xianxia, "Might I ask for little friend's great name and which senior you are a disciple of?" Respect for the strong, regardless of seniority, was the tradition of this world. Xianxia gladly accepted, not finding it inappropriate. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Everyone, there is no need to stand on ceremony. I am Xianxia, considered a member of the Bushin Palace as well. The Thunder King conferred me the title of Blue Dragon King long ago." Conferred king? The Thunder King conferred you that. He was conferred king at such a young age. The three old men had not left the Sky Dome Palace for a long time. They were startled, their faces filled with incredulity. In the blink of an eye, this Xiaoqian's status was even higher than theirs. "Greetings, Blue Dragon King." The three old men quickly bowed. This was the rule of the Bushin Palace. Before advancing to martial emperor, when one was conferred king, everyone had to show respect. At this moment, Yu and the hemp-robed old man walked over. When they saw the three old men of the Sky Dome Palace bowing to Xiaoqian, they were stunned. Xiaoqian waved his hand and said, "You are too polite. You should take care of this demonic girl first, and then tidy up the Sky Dome Palace properly." Right. Old Yun, who controlled half of the Sky Dome Heart, said, "This demonic girl has caused great harm. We have to interrogate her properly." When the two old men beside Old Yun saw Yao Manlon lying on the ground, they mercilessly knocked her out with a palm strike. Then, they placed restrictions in her body, temporarily turning her into an ordinary person. "We will go and deal with the aftermath first. Blue Dragon King, how about you rest in the palace first? After we are done, we will come and entertain you," Old Yun invited. Xiaoqian felt excited. There were some places in this Sky Dome immortal realm that he was very interested in. He could ask these three old men about them, so he did not hesitate to agree. Old Yun revealed a smile and retreated. "You are really good. You tricked me into such a miserable state. To think that I was worried about you when I came. Should I address you as Blue Dragon King now?" Yu scolded jokingly after the three old men left, her eyes filled with mockery. Xiaoqian smiled and said, "Back then, I already told you that I would do it alone. If you did not believe me, there was nothing I could do." When the hemp-robed old man heard this, he revealed an embarrassed expression. He smiled and said, "I will take my leave first. I have not been out for a long time. The world has really changed. The demonic geniuses of the demonic world's royal clan are actually this strong. Goodbye. Are your injuries all right?" Yu asked as she pointed to the wounds of various sizes on Xiaoqian's body. Strong demonic qi lingered on them, making them look very scary. Xiaoqian smiled and said, "These are just superficial wounds. They're not a problem. Let's enter the Sky Dome Palace first." Yu shook her head and said, "I won't be going. They are definitely looking for you to discuss the situation this time. I will not interfere with the internal matters of the Bushin Palace." Xiaoqian recalled that Yu belonged to the Ying clan. Although the Ying clan was strong in the Kunlun realm and had abundant accumulations, it was not under the jurisdiction of the Bushin Palace. Xiaoqian did not force her and let her go. A servant of the Sky Dome Palace arrived late and led Xiaoqian to a pavilion in the inner palace. Now that he had some free time, Xiaoqian did not rest. He continuously thought about the earlier battle. There was both joy and worry in his heart. Xiaoqian rejoiced because he had gained a basic understanding of the Taiji Dao. In the future, he would have another strong move. Xiaoqian was worried because he did not know how strong Fengzi was among the demonic world's royal clan. If this person was not at the peak, then the demonic geniuses of the demonic world's royal clan would be somewhat horrifying. Fengzi left two deep impressions on Xiaoqian. First, the other party was even faster than him. Second, once the other party's royal bloodline was activated, his strength underwent a qualitative change. If not for Xiaoqian condensing the heart of an emperor and being able to cultivate primordial energy, he would not have won this battle so easily. However, primordial energy was not invincible. After others found out about it, there would always be a way to deal with it. Xiao Chun could not lower his guard against the deep abyss demonic races. For hours later, Old Yin walked in apologetically. Sorry for making the Blue Dragon King wait for so long. Xiao Chun put down his teacup and smiled. I was not bored. Old Yin, please tell me about the casualties. When Xiao Chun mentioned the casualties, Old Yin's expression turned grave. 1,000 martial sages all died. None of them survived. Fortunately, the Sky Dome Dragon Formation was not broken. When the Bushin Palace sends new people, it will be able to resume operations. However, Old Yin wanted to say something, but stopped. Xiao Chun asked out of curiosity, however what? Old Yin replied after some thought. However, the good days are probably over. Although the demons did not break the agreement and send Emperor Wu, this is the first time in the past 10,000 years that they have fought for the Sky Dome Heart. However, this is the first time in the past 10,000 years that someone has snatched the Sky Dome Heart. I'm afraid there will be great chaos. A demonic calamity? Old Yin shook his head. In the past 10,000 years, we have experienced several demonic calamities. The Kunlun realm has to suffer a demonic calamity almost every 1,000 years. However, no matter which demonic calamity it was, our Sky Dome Palace was never attacked. The more important thing is that the demonic calamity that was supposed to arrive this time has not arrived yet. I believe that once it does, it will be a great calamity. At that time, no one will be able to avoid it. Xiao Chen's heart sank. A great calamity? This Old Yin could be considered a veteran of the Bushin Palace. His words were most likely correct. The two chatted for a while. Then, Xiao Chun spoke of his intentions. Does Old Yin know of any unknown forbidden lands in the Sky Dome Immortal Realm? There are really a lot of forbidden lands in the Sky Dome Immortal Realm. However, to the Blue Dragon King, most of them should not be considered forbidden lands. Old Yin thought for a while before saying, the Blue Dragon King wants to explore this Sky Dome Immortal Realm. What's wrong? Could it be that there are some prohibitions against exploring? Old Yin smiled and said, the Blue Dragon King misunderstands. Even if there are treasures in this Sky Dome Immortal Realm, they are just magic skills. No one needs them or cares about them. If the Blue Dragon King wants to explore, I have a map here that records all the forbidden lands of the Sky Dome Immortal Realm in detail. There are clear classifications. Martial Sage, Blue-Robed Emperor, Half-Step Emperor Wu, and Sovereign Martial Emperor level forbidden lands. There are all of them. When Xiao Chen heard this, he was startled. There are even Sovereign Martial Emperor level forbidden lands? Xiao Chen was really not sure about this. Previously, when he was in the Sky Dome Immortal Realm, he had not been strong enough, so he had only explored it roughly. However, there is only one. If the Blue Dragon King does not need to, it is best not to go there. Xiao Chan received the map that the other party handed over. Intense interest appeared in his eyes. His two minor magic skills were no longer of interest to him. Xiao Chen needed a major magic skill, or even a supreme magic skill. Magic energy was not a problem. Once the Purple Thunder Divine incantation broke through to the 8th layer, his sea of consciousness would expand again and hold even more magic energy. Old Yin, do you mind if I stay here for a few more days? Xiao Chen asked. Old Yin smiled and replied, what is there to mind? The Sky Dome Palace welcomes the Blue Dragon King at any time. You can stay as long as you want. Many thanks. Xiao Chen needed time to understand the restrictions on the map. He also needed time to consolidate his comprehension of the Taiji Dao. At this point, it was extremely difficult for Xiao Chen to raise his strength. The appearance of the Taiji Dao allowed Xiao Chen to see a trace of possibility. If he succeeded, it would be a great help. However, this was not enough. For his great tribulation of wind and fire, it was far from enough. Hence, Xiao Chen needed a magic skill that could help him clear his great tribulation of wind and fire, a supreme magic skill. Spreading out the map, Xiao Chen thought carefully. He ignored all the forbidden lands below Half-Step Emperor Wu. The reason was simple. The old men of the Sky Dome Palace who had this map were all Half-Step Emperor Wu's strength. They should have all been there before. Chapter 1295. Since someone had already visited these places, how could there be anything good left? In that case, there were not many left. There were a total of 10 half-step Emperor Wu level forbidden lands for Emperor Wu level forbidden lands, and only one sovereign martial emperor level forbidden land. Ao Jiao, help me check the periphery first and choose a route for me. Xiaochen did not have much time. Right now, he needed to comprehend the Taiji Dao and the Saber domain, which focused on the saber. Any time he could save would be a gain. Ao Jiao flew out of the Immortal Spirit Ring and grabbed the map. She smiled and said, "Leave it to me." After saying that, Ao Jiao silently flew out like a dancing spirit. As Xiaochen watched her leave, his lips curled up in a faint smile. On an island in the deep sea that led to a crack in the demonic world, Chu Chaoyan sat cross-legged with a sword on his back. His eyes were closed as if he was waiting for someone. Whoosh! After a while, a wind demon wrapped in a golden shield spread its wings and flew through the sky at lightning speed, moving even faster than a meteor. The air could not stop it at all. Chu Chaoyan opened his eyes and entered deep thought. He failed. Even with Fengzi working with Yao Manlon, he could not obtain the remaining half of the Sky Dome Heart. It looks like he returned. What a coincidence. However, this is fine as well. If this Fengzi really obtained it, it will be much more troublesome for me to retrieve it in the future. Revealing a smile, Chu Chaoyan slowly stood up and paced around. Since only one person returned, it meant that Yao Manlon was captured. This was a major matter. Xiaochen wondered what Leng Yu would do. Yao Manlon could be considered her disciple. Interesting. After this failure, the Bushan Palace should be on guard. The 18 demon monarchs would probably not send more people to make a move. However, great chaos was about to descend. This storm could not stop. I should make my final preparations. 10,000 years is a cycle. I really look forward to the final battle with you. Don't die so early. After learning that Fengzi did not obtain the Sky Dome Heart, Chu Chaoyan was in a good mood. His figure flashed, vanishing from the island. There were 10 half-step Emperor Wu grade forbidden lands in the Sky Dome Immortal Realm. Due to Ao Jiao's advanced scouting, Xiaochen only spent half a month to explore them all. Other than killing a few difficult Xian beasts and obtaining a few Xian cores, he had gained nothing. He hadn't even seen a small magical power, let alone a great magical power. As for an even stronger supreme magical power, there was no need to even dream about it. 10 failures with nothing to show for it had severely dampened Xiao Chen's spirits. Before this, he was filled with anticipation. Who would have thought that this would be the result? Magic skills were hard to find. Even though this was once the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's residence, it was too difficult to find it after millions of years. There are also 4 Emperor Wu level forbidden areas. I hope I won't come back empty-handed. Following the map, Xiaochen arrived at the first Emperor Wu level forbidden area. An icy lake appeared in Xiaochen's line of sight. Cold chi assaulted him, but it did not freeze. It was incredibly mysterious. I could not endure this icy lake after descending to 1 kilometer. I did not receive any attacks, but I did not obtain any information, Ao Jiao said. Xiaochen frowned and said, "This temperature is very harmful to the body. Even the Emperor Wu golden body cannot endure it completely. It is already very incredible that you could descend to 1 kilometer. In that case, you only have a half-step golden body. Isn't that even worse? Hence, I can only stay in there for half a day at most. After that, I have to leave." Splash! Xiaochen fell into the lake. The first 100 meters were fine. After 500 meters, he had to circulate his energy to protect his body. After 1 kilometer, cold chi invaded his body. Aside from circulating his energy to protect his body, Xiaochen also had to deal with this cold chi. However, it was fortunate that the cold chi did not increase in intensity. He could still endure it as long as it did not persist for too long. After descending for 3 kilometers, Xiaochen finally stepped on the ground. The ground was covered with a thick layer of ice, which was very solid. In the lake, Xiaochen knocked on the ice, but there was no sound at all. He turned his head and looked around. In this lake, there was a kind of crystal clear ice fish. They were not large in size and looked very docile. There were many of them, and they did not seem to be afraid of Xianxia. They swam above and around him without any scruples. There's nothing here. It looks like I came here for nothing again. Xianxia stood up, creating a series of bubbles and gurgling sounds. However, this fish was not bad. Perhaps he could catch a few and roast them. They would definitely be delicious. Being able to live in such a cold place, there might be other unexpected miraculous effects. In this emperor-level forbidden land, aside from the extreme cold, Xianxia did not find anything special. He had already lost interest and could only set his sights on the ice fish. Hey, this fish is so cute. Why do you want to eat them? In the end, this suggestion caused Audiobook to protest. Xianxia directly ignored it. When he really roasted them, that foodie Audiobook would definitely be drooling. With sharp eyes and quick hands, Xianxia reached out and grabbed an ice fish that passed by him. In the end, his hand slipped, and the fish's tail gently swayed, slipping out of his hand. I actually failed to catch it. However, since I'm here, I definitely can't return empty-handed. Xianxia was very patient. In the end, the ice fish slipped out of his hand several times, and he could not hold it at all. Moreover, these ice fish were not afraid at all. They even spat at him. I don't believe it, I can't catch them. Xianxia was a little angry. He released a trace of killing intent in his heart, and it began to spread in the lake. Whoosh! However, it did not matter. The following situation made Xianxia afraid. The moment he released his killing intent, the entire bottom of the lake suddenly quietened down. Tens of thousands of ice fish stopped swimming. They turned their heads and looked at him silently. No matter how one looked at it, this situation seemed a little strange. Audiobook, why do I feel that something is wrong? My skin feels like it's on fire, but I don't feel any pain at all. Xianxia rolled up his sleeves and took a look. He saw a layer of frost on his skin. With a gentle touch, large patches of frost fell off. Even his bones could be seen. This scene made his face pale. His hair stood on end, and he felt a chill run down his back. Earlier, the ice fish did not spit saliva. It was clearly an extremely high-grade ice fire. Even his half-step golden body could not withstand it. Two. Tens of thousands of ice fish opened their mouths at the same time. Streams of saliva like ice fire shot at him like bullets. Xianxia was scared half to death. He had never panicked like this before. He executed his movement technique to the extreme and quickly swam up. Fortunately, the shoal of ice fish did not chase after him. After they chased him away, the bottom of the lake regained its calm. Xianxia, who was covered in ice and fire, broke out of the water. When he landed, he immediately activated the solar true flame in his right eye and covered his entire body, eliminating the layer of fire on the surface. After that, he spent a lot of effort, even using his primordial energy to eliminate all the ice and fire in his body. Fortunately, he discovered early, and the ice and fire did not seep into his meridians or internal organs. Otherwise, he would have been in big trouble. Audiobook could not stop laughing at Xianxia's embarrassing state, scolding him. Who told you to be greedy? I already told you not to catch those ice fish. Now you know the consequences, right? Xianxia felt somewhat embarrassed. After being chased away by a shoal of ice fish that looked down on him, he did not have the face to argue. However, Xianxia's interest in this cold water lake intensified. He had never heard of an ice fish that could spit fire. Furthermore, it was such a mysterious ice fire. What exactly made this shoal of ice fire change? When Audiobook saw Xianxia preparing and wanted to go back into the water, she quickly stopped him. Hey, you still want to go down? Are you really unwilling to die without being able to eat fish? Xianxia smiled. Silly, am I that greedy? There is definitely something strange about this cold water lake. Have you ever heard of an ice fish that can spit fire? However, if there's an opportunity, I will definitely catch a few. My instincts tell me that the ice fish are delicious. Furthermore, they have other uses. TSK, you are still greedy. No matter what, Xianxia went back into the water again. This time, he learned his lesson and did not expose his killing chi. The gentle ice fish ignored Xianxia. Perhaps it was because the shoal of ice fish was too strong and did not fear him at all. Xiao walked on the ice at the chilly bottom of the lake, calmly observing the shoal of ice fish. When one looked at the peaceful bottom of the lake, one would find it very beautiful. The water plants swayed gently with motes of spiritual light. The gentle and beautiful shoal of fish swam around. If Xiao were an ink painter, he would definitely use a brush to properly record this beautiful scene.